losing to both India and South Africa recently.
This historic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. It's the first of these 3 ODIs, as for the first time in a home series, Afghanistan take on Bangladesh. These are the 3 games we're going to play. It's a short and sharp series, the 6th, the 9th, and indeed the 11th of November. It all starts here today at Sharjah. Yeah, very good afternoon and a warm welcome along to this wonderful venue. It really is a piece of cricketing history here. I've got ODI Shah and Ahmed Fadai alongside me. Guys, great to have you with us. Great to be here indeed today. It's a historic series. ODI, we might start with you. What about Bangladesh? New head coach in Phil Simmons and an opportunity maybe for them to build up to the Champions Trophy.
Yeah, you mentioned the Champions Trophy. Of course, they haven't played one-day cricket for a little while now. I think March is when the last time they played. So it'd be, I think the players will be happy to get that white ball in their hand for the longer format of the game, of course, in the white ball and of course, locking horns with a very, very dangerous Afghanistan team who are coming back on the back of turning South Africa over here at the very ground here in Sharjah. So I think I'm really, really looking forward to this contest between these 2 countries.
Yeah, plenty of talent there. You saw Taskin Ahmed arriving, but really some of this star power, it belongs to the hosts here in Sharjah. It's that Afghan side. Ahmed, nobody better to tell us about Afghanistan than you. It's not just about Rashid Khan, it's about much more than that. 2024 for them, is it their best ever year?
Well, greetings to you, Andrew, Vice, and to everyone. Absolutely, this has been a wonderful year for Afghanistan. Just coming off the emerging Asia Cup as the champions means a lot, beating the top 5 teams. And earlier, Vice mentioned about Afghanistan registering a history at this very venue, defeating South Africa for the first time, making it to the semi-final in a different format, T20. Afghanistan's been doing really great, and it's good to see Siddiq Qatil, who has played a different kind of cricket altogether. The mental toughness he's shown in that tournament, it'd be great to see him in this tournament. So a brilliant year this has been for Afghanistan, a lot more hopefully to come.
Yeah, it certainly has. There's no doubt about that. Here is the head-to-head between these 2 sides. They played 16 ODIs. Bangladesh have the edge, having won 10, and Afghanistan having won 6. But some are making Afghanistan favourites, particularly given their incredible run of form in recent times. Okay, the pitch is often a hot topic of conversation here at Sharjah. Let's get out to Brian Murgatroyd, who's got Ramiz Raja alongside him, to take a look at the surface.
Out here in the middle, it's warm, it's about 34 degrees. This is about as hot as it's going to get during the day, but the players will have the benefit of a breeze that's blowing from west to east, and you can feel the value of that out here in the middle. In terms of the boundaries, well, the straight boundaries are the longer ones here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, 75 and 76 metres. Square is where you get your value in terms of batting. Those boundaries just over 60 metres each. I've got Ramiz Raja with me, the former Pakistan captain. Welcome, Ramiz. In terms of this surface, what do you make of it?
Well, nothing much has changed in the last 40 years, Murgas, because this surface used to be like this 30-40 years back. It's well baked. Don't worry about the discoloration bit because it looks a bit darker, but it's not wet at all. It's baked quite well, and so there is this chance of dew taking place in the night session, but don't worry about the dew factor. Right now, what would you want to do? On this placid track, win the toss and bat first.
Yeah, it is a very, very good-looking surface out here. Almost an old-school Sharjah surface, you might say, with a real sheen on it. So Ramiz's view, win the toss, have a bat.
I absolutely love that from Brian Murgatroyd, an old-school Sharjah surface. Oace, there's some great stars in this Bangladesh side. Who are you looking out for? Maybe that man, Mehdi Hassan Miraz.
I was just going to say that man is going to play a key role. He's an off-spinner, a dangerous one, and what I love about him is the way he mixes his pace. And of course, Mustafizur Rahman, you cannot keep him out of a game, especially on a surface like this where the ball, I think, will definitely stick, especially bowling first.
Yeah, Rashad Hussain there you see as well, the leg spinner. Speaking of leg spin, Ahmed right on cue.
Yeah.
Main man, Rashid Khan.
Rashid Khan, he got a fifer against South Africa. Fazal Foroughi was the player of the series last time Afghanistan played against Bangladesh, and Rahmanullah Gurbaz. You can't keep him out. What a player he's been for Afghanistan. And absolutely, Afghanistan kind of form they are in look to be really in good mood.
Yeah, Ramanullah Gurbaz as well there. You saw, we'll see him probably open the batting. Okay, time to get out to the toss, which happened a little earlier with Ramiz Raja.
Right, we're ready with the all-important toss. The two captains are out here. Javagal Srinath is going to oversee the toss. You have the coin, Hashmatullah. Let's go.
Head.
Head is the call from Bangladesh skipper. Head. Is it head? Tails.
Batting.
What have you decided to do?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim, we want to bat first.
Any particular reason?
The reason is pitch looks very good right now, and normally in Sharjah in second innings the ball moves a little bit under lights, and we expect that it will be spin also in the second innings.
Right. Now, I mean, congratulations, because Afghanistan had a great A tour, and I believe you picked someone who was the most exciting prospect out of the lot. He's making his debut today.
Thank you very much, Ramiz bhai. Yes, we have Siddiq Atal, who is in a great form. He did really well in the tournament, so we give him chance today, and hopefully he expresses his talent here and he do well for us.
From captaincy point of view, I mean, you've got a wonderful spread of spin bowling attack. How do you pick your sort of bowlers, spin bowlers on a track like this? Because they're all mystery bowlers, they're all classy bowlers. How do you, I mean, is that a problem for a skipper?
First of all, in 11 we have a lot of options for the spin, and I see to situation that in which overs we need which kind of bowlers, so we try to give ball accordingly, and we have a lot of taking option who can give me wickets easily, so it's good for me as a captain.
Best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
Najmul, well, you're playing here after a gap of 29 years, you know, ODI cricket in Sharjah. How does it make you feel?
I feel a little excited. Boys are really excited, and I think they are very confident, and last couple of days we have very good practice session.
I mean, we know that Afghanistan is a force to reckon with. How do you plan to demoralize them, beat them in the series?
I think not to think about their strength, think about our strength, and the way we prepare ourselves. I think we are very much confident, just to play according to our strength.
It's about holding them back with the bat, first of all. What is your team plan regarding, you know, their opening pair as well, because, you know, the opening has been so good against you?
Yes, they batted brilliantly, but as you mentioned, they batted well, but we have some quality bowling attack. Last couple of years, Shoriful, Taskin, Fiz did really great job, so I hope they will do something special today.
Anyone to look forward to? Any major changes that you've made to the playing 11?
Not really, but someone from last T20 World Cup, Rishad Hossain, came into the one-day squad, and I hope he will do something good for the team.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right then, the news from the centre out here is that Afghanistan have won the toss and elected to bat.
So our thanks to Ramiz Raja, as always. Ahmed, I might start with you, given Afghanistan have won the toss and chosen to have a bat first. Any surprises in this team? But I suppose the big news, that debut for Siddiqullah Atal, who had the most amazing ACC Emerging Teams Cup.
Absolutely, very excited to see him play alongside Ramanullah Gurbaz. The void in the absence of Ibrahim Zadran, the only one can best fit in is Siddiqullah Atal. And then alongside, I think the team looks to be really well balanced with Rashid Khan and Fazlak Farooqi, alongside Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar, Gulbadin Naib playing as an all-rounder, alongside Muhammad Nabi, Azmatullah Omarzai. It looks to be a very, very decent side for the first one day to me.
Yeah, and for those who weren't following that ACC Emerging Teams Cup, he was the player of the series, wasn't he, with 5 scores of 50 plus. Still no Ibrahim Zadran for Afghanistan. Owais, what about for Bangladesh? This is a very balanced and very varied bowling attack.
Well, yeah, very much. I mean, you've got your 3 out-and-out spinners, and of course Rashad coming in, joining the 2 off spinners. But also, if you notice, Mustafiza is in the ranks, who can almost bowl 3 or 4 overs of seam up and then turn to a few more cutters. So almost got 4 spinners in the army. And of course, the wicket like this, I think it will get easier to bat when you first start with a new rock. But as the game progresses, I think there's a chance that the spinners will really come into the game.
Yeah, certainly plenty of experience, even though there is no Shakib Al Hassan for Bangladesh. That is the trophy, the goldware really on offer, not the silverware, for this 3-match ODI series. The first time that these two sides have met in an ODI series here in the UAE. Really good crowd coming in for Wednesday afternoon as well. And with the second game on Saturday, we're expecting a bumper crowd then, plenty of kids in, and a few are going to get a moment to remember here in a big way. Ahmed, is it almost getting to the stage of Afghanistan's evolution where they are happy being favourites here in what's a home series for them?
I think they really enjoy playing in Sharjah, particularly for the fact that this really has a lot of history. They qualified to the 2015 World Cup from here. They defeated South Africa for the first time, and there's been a lot of history for Afghanistan in the making, particularly for 2024. Brilliant rhythm they are in, should be considered the favourites.
Ace, it's a great venue, isn't it? It's a historic one. Today is the 300th international of any kind at Sharjah. They're the world record holder. It's the 253rd ODI. One-day international cricket and Sharjah, match made in heaven.
It certainly is, especially, you know, subcontinent one-day internationals played in this part of the world, and of course Afghanistan have made this place their home. They have been outstanding, and I agree with you, they are favourites here. They should, in my view, cause a lot of problems for the Bangladesh batters because of the way they bowl, especially the spinners. They're not conventional bowlers. They bowl a lot quicker than your average spinner does, and that's why I think they have the edge when it comes to bowling under in these conditions.
It's a world-class bowling attack, there is no doubt about that. We are nearly all set for the pre-match formalities. Let's pause now and get out for the national anthems of Bangladesh and Afghanistan.
আমার সোনার বাংলা আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ তোমার বাতাস আমার প্রাণে তোমার আমার প্রাণে বাজায় বাঁশি
So there we are, the anthem sung with great pride and a great reception from what maybe just feels like possibly a slightly bigger Bangladeshi home crowd here, even though it's an Afghan home fixture. And we've got all that history here at Sharjah. It's the 300th international of any kind at this venue. And to guide you through these opening overs, it's over to Brian Murgatroyd, who'll be joined by Ramiz Raja.
Hello then, and welcome to Sharjah Stadium. Here are the two teams for this opening encounter, the first of 3 matches in this series. Sadiq Atal is at the top of the order. He's making his debut today after a fantastic performance in the Asian Cricket Council emerging T20 tournament in Oman. So he's going to form a left and right hand combination with Ramanullah Gurbas at the top of the order. It's a fairly familiar look to that Afghanistan side, a side that's very well versed in these conditions. And Bangladesh, well, from their point of view, a little bit of flux in their camp. Obviously there's been a change of coach in the recent past. Najmul Hossain Shanto, uncertainty about whether he's going to continue as captain across the 3 formats, but it's still a very, very useful looking lineup, that. Afghanistan winning the toss and deciding to bat. Ramiz Raja alongside me. Good afternoon to you, Ramiz. And the 300th match then here at Sharjah in men's international cricket, Test one-dayers and 2020 internationals. A historic day, and it should be a cracking day too.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions are conducive for good batting, and Afghanistan doing the right thing after winning the toss, electing to bat first, and they've got a powerhouse at the top of the order in Gurbaz. He's absolutely astonishing when it comes to hitting the ball over the top. His consistency to go with that strike rate is massive for Afghanistan. He's got a new partner in someone who is considered as a future star. Sadiqullah Atal was a star during the A Tour, or the A Championship, where Afghanistan won that tournament, beating the likes of Pakistan and India and Sri Lanka. They were on a roll, and so they richly deserve whatever is coming their way. Afghanistan, the top team and the development squad have done so well in the last year and a half that they deserve the headlines for all the right reasons.
Sharaful's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. The joint highest wicket taker for Bangladesh in last year's Cricket World Cup. Took 10 in 8 matches.
Are you ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Let's go. Ready for the first ball then of this series. We would be if there was somebody not moving behind the side screen. All that big build-up. Only happens in cricket, doesn't it?
The years gone by, when we were playing in almost dark ages, nobody really bothered about the side screen at all. It's just a board, nothing more than that. So this is your typical 1980s, 1990s wicket pitch, whatever you want to call it. It's dark color, it's not going to bounce a great deal, it will not have a sideways movement to go with that low bounce, so all good for batsmen. Just get your front foot forward to the line of the ball and hit through the line.
Yes, I said out at the top, out of the pitch report, it was almost old school Sharjah, really. It's got that sheen on it, hasn't it, Ramiz?
That's right, yes. They put cloth on top of the surface and then they roll it to create that shine, and it's It's unique here. It doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. But this is what Sharjah produces, beautiful batting surfaces.
Yes, this surface, it's pitch number 2, and 6 pitches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 were relayed last year. So from just to the right of the pitch as you're looking there, where the striker Ramanullah Gurbas was standing, count across 6 strips. They were the ones that were relayed last year, just to try and give a little bit more life to the surfaces. They'd become a little bit dead, a little bit tired. The bounce had become a little bit low. And a little bit of swing there for Shariful, and the first run of the series for Afghanistan.
Yeah, you've got to be very disciplined as a bowling unit. Make sure that there are variations to go with that discipline, and you can achieve a little bit of swing. Not a lot off the surface, but there's a bit of breeze blowing across the ground, so you can use those conditions to your liking. He's a fabulous bowler, Shariful. Very smart, very accurate, gets it to move both ways, and usually his in-swinging ball does the job for him.
First time facing then in a one-day international for Siddiqullah Atal. And straight away off the mark. It's a confident start from the young man, and you'd expect a little bit of confidence given the form that he's in coming into this series.
Yeah, you try to look at small things like rotation of strike. He's done that straight away. So he's not out there with preconceived notion of batting on a great. This is a bigger leap, the ultimate leap from A to the top side to your national side, and so his temperament will be tested in the circuit.
Width, and Ramanullah Gurbas likes that. That'll go for 4. Look at the speed of the outfield there. He didn't time it perfectly, but he's found the gap, and Afghanistan are rolling. First over gone then. They've won the toss and batted, 6 without loss. Confirmation of the teams for this first one-day international. It's a problem for Gurbas here. Struck the ball very nicely out to deep point, but he's running between the wickets. Looks as though he's had some sort of issue. He's in some discomfort, that's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, that's not good news for Afghanistan. They need him to be in good shape. Match winner on the day. Gurbas, a fine player.
Julian Califato, physiotherapist, is out there giving him some treatment. Good news is he's up and about.
See whether we can pick up anything when he was running. That ball hit the fence, Nothing much. It's just a jog, nothing more than that. Maybe he's carrying an old injury, or I don't know. I mean, it looked pretty harmless, that first run that he took.
A few concerned faces there. Nearest the camera, Mohammed Nabi, almost the king of Sharjah, lives just up the road. Former captain. And, well, it looks as though Gurbaz is going to be able to continue.
Quite amazing. He's only 22 years old, but the amount of cricket that these young kids have played, it just kind of can coin the term the young old guys. So much of running, so much of hitting, so much of tours and the pressure, then playing the leagues, and so it can take a toll on your physicality.
Taskin operating from the Sharjah club end. Siddiqullah Atal getting his cap earlier today. He has played 2020 internationals previously for Afghanistan. Actually made his 2020 international debut here in March of last year against Pakistan. And actually opened the batting as well on that occasion with Ramanullah Gurbaz. Taskin, though, Mr. Experienced, 29 years of age, the leader of the pace crew, really. 8th on the list of top wicket takers for Bangladesh in this format. Those best figures you saw a little earlier, 5 for 28 against India on debut. And this is Siddiqullah Atal from that tournament in Oman that took place recently. More than 200 runs better than the next highest run scorer in the tournament. Incredible performance.
Takes a little bit of time adjusting to the surface here. It's not your normal colored surface. It's dark. It looks shiny and slippery, and so you can lose the sight of the ball after it's pitched in that area, in that good length area. So rather than going hard at the ball, you're better off early on, if you've not played here, to just take it easy, play with full face of the blade rather than breaking your wrist and trying to play that flick shot, because it's a slow pitch. It doesn't have a lot of bounce as well. What you need to do is to maybe aim that mid-on and mid-off area early on.
Taking his time, Gurbaz, making sure the match is played at his pace.
Checking the bounce, is hardly there.
Oh yes, Taskin strikes. Gurbaz skipping down the pitch, trying to drive the outside edge, and Mushfiqur Rahim takes a good diving catch away to his right. Fantastic start for Bangladesh.
Yeah, intelligent piece of bowling, because he saw the batsman coming out of the crease and then adjusts his length wonderfully well. A little bit of shape away from him as well, keeping the ball away from his swing of the bat, and nicely held behind the wickets. It's a good catch, it's a good start, and the experienced hand of Taskin strikes early. 5 of 7, Afghanistan 7 for 1.
Ramat Shah in at number 3. Two slips in position. What a terrific over from Taskin Ahmed. A successful one. Afghanistan 7 for 1.
Yeah, disciplined first over. Just kept the ball in that area around that good length area, and a very good catch behind the stumps. I seem position, staying away from the line of the ball so that he can drill it through the cover area. Not to be.
So Ramat Shah in at number 3, the leading run scorer for Afghanistan in one-day internationals. That best of 114 actually came on this ground against Zimbabwe way back in February of 2018. Strike rate just in excess of 70 runs per 100 balls. Again, a little bit of swing for Shariful. We saw that in his first over as well. That's nice.
Yes, he's a good, decent bowler. A nice seam position, taking it away from left-handers off stump.
From the past 2 series here, we know that that swing doesn't last very long. Those series that Afghanistan played against Ireland in March and against South Africa in September. Just getting a little bit greedy there, Shariful. Hoping to swing the ball from around leg and middle. Getting a bit too straight, and an easy single for Atal as a result.
This is pretty instinctive from Gurbaz. He bats like this. He'll take a risk or two. And the idea wasn't bad, because he just wanted to get closer to the pitch of the ball and drive it through the offside. It didn't work this time, but usually he's pretty successful.
One of the slips has come out and has gone to a short mid-wicket position.
Hitting can be a bit tough on this surface, because ask any hitter, he would want a bit of bounce to help him hit those 4s and 6s. So the idea is that you lay your foundation on basic rotation of strike early on, and then once you get settled, then you can crack the whip.
And I think umpire Alex Wharf here is telling the captain of Bangladesh, Najmul Hassan Shanto, that at the moment DRS isn't working. So it'll be down to the umpires out in the middle to make all the decisions, if necessary, until DRS is back up and running.
I don't know whether that's good or bad.
Hamid Shah Durrani and Alex Wharf, the 2 on-field umpires today. Our 3rd umpire is Ahsan Raza from Pakistan. It's his 23rd match in the TV box. And Javagal Srinath fourth most matches for a match referee in history in men's one-day internationals, behind Ranjan Madugali, Chris Broad and Jeff Crow. And he also played in the World Cup final in 2003 rather, for good measure. And the umpire's now being told the good news that DRS is back.
DRS is back. Everything.
A little bit of swing. An ambitious shout for LBW though. End of the over. Afghanistan 8 for 1. Early wicket then for Bangladesh. Afghanistan winning the toss and deciding to bat. Ramanullah Gurbas, the man to go. Taskin, the successful bowler, in operation again from the Sharjah club end.
You can do that in ODI cricket, leave the ball at times. So this is not a bad start at all from Atal. He's been careful here. A wicket has gone down, so I think the situation demands him to be just a little bit more careful and fall back on good defense. So there's a scope that you've been given in the batting department. That's a wide down the leg side. So that role has to be defined, especially to a young kid like him. There's obviously this natural talent and ability, but he's got to understand the situation and adapt accordingly.
Yes, and adaptation is the real test for him, to switch from 2020 international cricket, or 2020 cricket as he was playing there in the Emerging Teams Asia Cup, through to a much longer duration, 50 overs. Just a long time to bat.
In ODI, obviously, you can engage few gears, and so first of all, I think the idea is to survive this. There's a little bit of sideways movement. Wicket has gone down. Once again, rushing himself into that drive. Don't need to. Just fall back on good defense here for about a couple of overs. So when we were batting in ODIs, the only sort of direction we were given is that play out the 50 overs. If you're an opener, look to play 50 overs, and invariably you'll get 100 and the team will win also. This is a simple message, but that used to work quite well with the top order.
Yes, those innings that Siddiqullah Atal played in the emerging T20 tournament in Oman, 83, 95 not out, 52, 83 and 55 not out against Sri Lanka A in the final. Incredible body of work, that. And all at a strike rate in excess of 147 runs per 100 balls.
It's a good time for a young kid to come into this dugout environment. Afghanistan are upwardly mobile. They're on a high. They played the semi-final of the World Cup in West Indies. And so it can't be bad for a young kid like Atul to come in and learn from, you know, the guys who've delivered at the top end. It's about winning, it's about enjoying each other's company, it's about doing well for Afghanistan, and that really can spur you on as a young kid.
Not sure what the delay is here. We're okay again to go, though. Very slow start to this match. Over 20 minutes gone, and we're only in the 4th over. Short and pulled away. What a resounding shot that was. A shot of confidence from Siddiqullah Atal.
So the first glimpse of how talented this guy is, because as an opener you want to have this shot available to you, and so it was smashed. Absolutely dismissive he was over square leg. If you can play the pull shot, if you can play the drive, then you're set to open for your side for a very long time, because these two lengths you get tested by fast bowlers, and the skin can be pretty slippery as well. 140.6, 138.6 his last 2 balls. What a shot.
Tested again, and almost all the way for 6. Tremendous end to the over there from Siddiqullah Atal. Successive boundaries, Afghanistan 17 for 1.
This field, and there will be run. It's been sedate start from Afghanistan, but Atal has started to unfurl his stroke making ability. 2 boundaries from the previous over. Two classy strokes through the onside. He's an excellent player against a short ball. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra. With me is Obesha. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just want to mention those shots. Really testing the middle of the wicket, and Atal really up to the challenge.
Beaten again. He's getting the ball to swing as well. Different lengths that he's been bowling.
Yeah, this will be the real test, really, the swinging ball. It's all well and good. You can play the short ball, especially here at Sharjah, but can you pitch it? Can you play the ball that's pitched up? A little bit of swing, a little bit of movement in the air. Saying that, he does look very talented young man.
Last 1 year has been incredible from the blade of Atal, getting a lot of runs in domestic cricket. Slip in position. He's watchful. He's got good defensive strokes and very good at taking time. Has the patience to play big innings.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Afghanistan really have took their time. Like you mentioned, rather sedate start here to these innings. But I guess you can afford to do that. It's not quite T20 cricket where you're trying to maximize and take advantage of the power play. Here it's about getting in, and I think once you can get in, you can perhaps take advantage of the back end of the power play. Umpires just making the captain aware that DRS is down.
2 men in catching position, the other 3 slip and men in the covers. Short mid-wicket as well. Wants to run. Miscommunication. Wild throw.
Well, that could have been interesting. Sent back. An early call of yes. Let's have a look. Just knocked down the ground. Athal's interested, however, quickly sends his partner back, Rahmat, back to the non-strikers. No harm done.
It's a different experience for Afghanistan because normally, in general, they are used to having big combinations, working big partnership for the first wicket. Ibrahim and Gurbaz batting together. So Gurbaz already out, Ibrahim not participating because of injury. New combination, early jolt received. Swing again. He's bowling beautifully.
Well, it presents an opportunity to the likes of Atal to come in and grab the opportunity. Have another look at that delivery. We talk about some high-class bowling. Well, you've got to have some high-class footwork to negate that kind of swing bowling. The ball does swing here at Sharjah. The new rock does swing, but I would say probably after about the 10-over mark, once the ball is 5 overs old from each end, remember. Got 2 new balls in operation, so once that happens, it can become that little bit easier for batting.
Nicely tucked away on the onside. Will have to settle for a single. Good discipline from Bangladesh. 5 overs gone, 19 for 1, Afghanistan. Afghanistan winning the toss and batting first, 19 for 1. This has been excellent bowling combination. Shariful and Taskin in tandem. Taskin to continue from the far end. Well stopped on the follow through. A lot of challenges, especially when it comes to making debut. Doing well at the under 23 level or under 19 level, then making that jump. What all challenges the batters face on their opening match?
I think in one-day international cricket, firstly, you've got the nerves whether you're playing or not. You're a part of the squad, and then finally, when you get the nod, you get the cap. The cap ceremony takes place before the game. I think once all those stuff has been taken care of, and you're minutes away from the business of opening the batting for your country, I think you do feel a little bit nervous sitting in the dressing room, but I think once you walk out there and take guard, I'm sure everything disappears. You start looking at the ball, you start looking at the field, you start getting into that game mentality and reminding yourself of your strengths, because that's the secret. You've got to walk out there and remember your strengths and play to those strengths, and not get sucked into the mind games that the opposition captain may well have in store for you. Just having a look at that ball, I think there's a little bit of leather that's just come off. I wonder if they're going to either snip it off or a wholesale change of the cricket ball.
Also, the role of the colleagues play a big part in easing the nerves as well.
Yeah, I guess it does, especially the senior players. I think often a lot of senior players sort of tend to go up to the youngsters and say, remember, young man, why you're here? Remember the way you've played leading up to this series? So it's important to play the same way when you're given the opportunity.
Last 1 year has been rollicking from batting perspective was Siddiq Atal getting runs in domestic cricket, T20 cricket, in the emerging Asia Cup, and since then he's been outstanding. So that frame of mind, positive mindset, when you get runs, you are into the groove coming into the tournament. Wicket to fall, Gurbaz charging down to delivery which just held its line. A little movement off the seam. Fine catch taken by Musfiqur.
Yeah, just played it on the walk, as they say. As the ball is swinging, you don't want to be walking because your head is not stable. The decision making can just falter a little bit, and as it did in that case for Gurbaz.
Too far down the leg side, wide will be signal. The focus from Afghanistan perspective would be on changing the momentum at the moment. Bangladesh exercising control.
Change of field here. The fine leg fielder has come into the ring. Have a look at that. And interestingly enough, they've got a deep square leg out. So are we going to see the short ball? Is Taskin going to test him out again? Because he's took him on twice. Can Bangladesh get third time lucky?
Bowling within the stumps, not bowling the short ball. Atal has the temperament. And he's been scoring runs I've been talking about in the first class cricket, list A cricket, T20 cricket, and when you're in good form, you think differently about the challenges, and he's got the patience to play big innings.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's shown that leading up to this game, but it's all about performing. There's one thing potential and there's one thing performance. He's been given an opportunity here in this one-day international. So far, so good. Looks a pretty compact player. Played that short ball rather well in the previous over against Taskin. And apart from that, he's looked pretty good.
Might have came in contact with his studs. Still operating with slip, and third on the boundary, men on the boundary on the onside at deep square. Lovely stroke. Amazing stroke from Atal, and he picks up another boundary.
Well, simple yet effective. Just a nice punch down the ground. Knew it was going to go to the boundary the moment he hit it. Just held the pose ever so slightly, and of course the outfield's done the rest. So boundary number 3 there for Atal, who is sitting pretty on 16 of just 22 deliveries.
It's a historic day here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, hosting the 300th international match. Pulls in front of square, wants the second run, and we'll get there.
Yeah, looks like the young man's getting better and better into his stride now. Nice boundary down the ground, followed by a pull to square leg. Foot picks up 2. And that will fill him with a lot of confidence, the fact that his footwork's working really well. He's leaning into the ball, to the full balls and also the short ones. That's the 300th game here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. These are all games held here at the historic games. I think this will bring him 2 more to Atal as he moves on to 20. An opportunity for some overthrows. Well, no, there isn't.
A lot of ODI cricket has been played at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, 253. Inspiring the next generation or generations of cricketers, 3 or 4 generations of cricketers. Especially remember growing up as a kid, watching Sachin Tendulkar, Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunus in action. That was too far outside the stump.
Yeah, I do remember those days watching Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunus operating at this ground, and watching our fellow commentator Ramiz Raja also showing us how to cut the ball off leg stump. Loved the cut, Ramiz, and of course the dangerous flick.
Lots of commentating on those glorious moments in late 90s and early 2000. Batsmen go outside the off stump. Likes to take time. Rehman Shah. He knows the importance of his presence at the crease. With the departure of Gurbaz early.
$29 for 1, Afghanistan. Shoriful bowling very well into his 4th over. He's got the ball to swing back into the right-hander, got the ball leaving the left-handed Atal, and occasionally manages to get it going across the right-hander as well. So he's really is making the ball talk.
Rehman Shah has been a consistent player for Afghanistan since Asia Cup in Pakistan and Sri Lanka. His resurgence as a batter has been brilliant for Afghanistan, contributing massively in the ICC ODI World Cup in India.
Yeah, he impressed me really in India, the way he played. Really held the innings together a lot of the times. And I think at times Afghanistan needed that. Just needed someone to be able to bat time, really accumulate runs and allow the players, the other batters, to come in and bat around him. And I think he's got his mindset here to bat for a long period of time here.
Oh, what's your favorite memory watching cricket from Sharjah or playing?
Well, those of you know, I was born in Pakistan, and there's only one game that really comes to mind, is the India-Pakistan game where Javed Mirdad managed to hit a 6 off the last ball of Chetan Sharma. Gave him an absolute beauty. A knee-high full toss of all deliveries. He bowled it, and he put it, I think, about 10 rows back. A monster 6, and I think the whole of Pakistan was celebrating. This game was just an unbelievable game of cricket. So I probably have to say that one is my favorite memory of Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
Well in position, backward point, men in the covers. Short cover and mid off on the offside. Third and final leg on the boundary. Clear miss. It's not very often you see Rehman Shah coming down the pitch. Frustration because they've been bowling well.
Yeah, I think definitely frustration for Rehman Shah, because so far he hasn't really attempted any big shot. I tell you what, that was not a million miles away from that off stump. And that's the way Shoriful has bowled. He's bowled it a beautiful line, a beautiful length, and has kept the pressure on Rehman, who has only managed to score 1 run of 10 deliveries.
Not much of pace in the pitch. It's not bouncing either. Reaching for it. Just falling short of the man at gully position. That marks the end of the 7th over. 30 for 1, Afghanistan.
So 7 overs in to the contest, maybe honours even as we get towards the latter stages of this first power play. 3 power plays in all one-day internationals these days, and remember, with 2 new balls in play as well. So that's 1 new white ball at each end. We're going to see Mustafizur Rahman for the first time. Very dynamic and varied bowling lineup this for Bangladesh. Ahmed Fidai is joining me. Ahmed, Afghanistan will be disappointed to have lost Gurbaz, but wonderful scenes of this continued sparkling run of form for Siddiqullah Atal. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Well, spot on. Rahmanullah Gurbaz has been performing for Afghanistan very consistently. Scored a brilliant 100 in the earlier series we saw against South Africa. Was the player of the series. Had a bad start to that series as well. Was out for duck. Oh, he's got him. This is the line that bothers Rahmat Shah, and this time around the pressure built has caused the trouble. Another wicket down for Afghanistan. Bangladesh are enjoying a wonderful time in the power play, Andrew.
Well, 2 in the power play. Say if you get 3, you're right on top. Again, it was just a drive slightly away from the body. Mushfiqur Rahim gleefully takes the catch. He's taken both. That to get Gurbaz, and now Rahmat Shah, who's gone for 2. Afghanistan in some trouble. It's 30 for 2. It's going to be the captain to the crease. He's out there earlier than he would have liked. Hashmatullah Shahidi in at his usual position of number 4. Someone who's really grown into the captaincy in this format. His batting continues to evolve. Something he'll want to change is that conversion rate. 21 50s, but still yet to get an ODI century. Could today be the day? He's going to get to 3 figures. He's going to be doing it under the maximum of pressure, because right now, despite him winning the toss, Ahmed, his side are in real trouble thanks to this 2nd wicket.
Yeah, I think this is one line that has troubled Rahmat Shah over the years. Once again, Bangladesh. Remember in the series that Afghanistan played against Bangladesh, this was the consistent line that Rahmat Shah was troubled. And the problem was there was a lot of pressure building on Rahmat Shah. And Mustafizur doing the job for Bangladesh. Yeah, you're pretty right about it. I mean, saw the wicket, decided to bat first, but it seemed like it's been a good toss to lose for Bangladesh. Got pressure built, 2 batters back into the dugout. A lot of work to be done, especially by the skipper, Hashmatullah Shahidi.
What a sparkling way to get off the mark. It's going to race away across the outfield. Just his 2nd delivery, but the perfect square cover drive. And the captain was off the mark in some style.
Well, yeah, that's a wonderful shot. A fuller ball. You want to bowl full on this wicket and want to bowl it to the pads of the batter, but this time around, right into the slot for Hashmatullah Shahidi. Opens his arm in a beautiful shot. The appreciation from the dugout tells you should ease the nerves a little bit.
His game is definitely evolving, isn't it? It's one that when he first started out on the scene, you think of his strike rates, he was always sort of stuck in the 60s or 70s, but he has added some power, and he looks to me to be very at home there at number 4. He spent most of his time in that place in the order. And when you're captain, you get to choose where you bat, don't you?
Yeah, and especially those winning moments. And when you talk about the winning moments, talking about that match in the World Cup against Pakistan, that was a big moment for the Afghanistan cricket. End of the over, we'll come to that. 8 overs done, 34 for 2.
So you're watching live from Sharjah on a historic day for these two sides, a historic day for the venue, and it's a Firebird production for the Afghanistan Cricket Board here. Great to be bringing you these pictures.
Yeah, so talking about Hashmatullah Shahidi, that winning shot he played against Pakistan, Afghanistan in that ODI World Cup, registering 4 victories, and ever since Afghanistan has not looked back, missing on the semi-final spot in 2023 and then in 2024 making it to the semi-final. That was a rough day, scoring only 59 against South Africa. Didn't read the pitch properly. Again, they had won the toss over there. But what a beautiful journey this has been for Afghanistan. And then look at the emerging Asia Cup. And particularly I'm looking at Sadiqullah, the kind of mental toughness that he so far has showcased. Tells you a lot about how Afghanistan cricket is growing.
Now, a bit of interest. It's come a long way across. Height might be an issue, but they're going to consider this and consider it in a big way. Now, what's the word back to the captain? I think Shariful Islam is interested. He's got 5 seconds, Shanto. What's he going to do? No. Now, for me, on first view, remember you have 2 reviews per innings. It looks straight enough. Was height the issue?
Yeah, you're right. He actually shuffles across. Sadiqullah Atal has that tendency. Looks a little bit interesting, doesn't it? Because on this wicket, the ball hasn't been getting the bounce that you will want. Yeah, I think you will want to look at the wicket-keeper to give you an idea, and probably the skipper looking at him and asking for an advice before deciding against the review.
Yeah, on that second view, we'll see if we can get another look. It looked a bit leg-side-ish, didn't it? Not just the height, so maybe at best, at very best, umpire's call, which means you're not going to get the decision going your favour. You would hold on to the review, though. They did have a long think about it, didn't they? Just that angle down.
Yeah, but the only thing that maybe will have made Shariful very interested in asking the captain to take the reviews, because Sadiqullah has this. He shuffles across, he walks. But he's not got out so often for the LBW. If you look at his record of how Sadiqullah has been out, it's been very rare in his case. Only 4 times, Raj telling us about his performances so far.
Get through for a quick single here. Let's see if we can get a look at the Hawkeye, the projection of where this would have gone, and was it the right decision for Najmul Hussain Shanto to keep the review in his pocket?
You're right, umpire's call, but why not take it?
You say that now. Captain hindsight, Ahmed. Because of that shuffle across the stumps, that's why I thought it was an interesting one. And oh dear, if you're wondering how hot it is for November, I used to live in Dubai, Ahmed, as I've told you before, when I was here with ICC. Usually this time of the year, November, December, January, February, delightful. The rest of the year, well, particularly for an Irishman, a little bit too hot for your liking, but it's 34 degrees today. Is that heat, and there is a bit of humidity? We were sweating out there during the pre-match. Is that a factor in why Afghanistan have chosen to bat first?
Well, there's one thing before I come to that. You're working with ICC, saying in an office, and they're playing out here under sun. That will do the difference. But yeah, I still think it's a little hot. I had a quick chat with Rashid Khan early on before the match started. So he was like asking me, how is the heat treating you? And I was like, it's okay. But then again, the warm-up that you do, the preparations that you do, and then you come here and play 50 overs, and then you come again in the second innings. So yeah, it's going to be a big toll.
In a funny way, Afghanistan are the kind of the two sides here. I know it gets very hot in Bangladesh, different kind of heat. They're more used to these local conditions because they play so much cricket here in Sharjah and indeed up the road in Abu Dhabi. And you can just see that heat, can't you? Maybe the start of November. I know it was much hotter in September when it was Afghanistan versus South Africa, Afghanistan versus Ireland into October. But here in Sharjah, well, you can't stand the heat. Get out of the kitchen of this Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
And then talk about the heat. When Afghanistan went to Bangladesh, they played a test match in June, July. God, that was heat. The fielders literally were not able to stop the ball because they were not seeing it. The sun was just hitting them right on their heads. And Afghanistan had to bowl under that heat. That was some taking.
Wonder, are we going to see a day where we get some kind of a fully covered stadium? I know there's one down in Melbourne that they use. That's mainly an AFL stadium that's used in the Big Bash. Just come back from USA, where Nepal and Scotland, and indeed America, were in action over there. And the latest baseball stadium they're building for the Oakland Athletics, which is going to go to Las Vegas, that's going to have a roof over, because obviously Vegas gets very hot in the summer, so it's going to have a roof over it and be air conditioned inside it.
You know, the interesting thing I'm hearing is there is anything else in Las Vegas? Cricket?
Maybe
in
next
other
time.
games?
Dallas, Texas, the hub of it at the moment in the USA. Sharaful's got through the over despite a few troubles. 9 bowled, 35 for 2. That's the suggested batting order. Azmatullah Armatsai certainly been impressed by the way Bangladesh have started. They've started with discipline. There's always an adjustment, isn't there, for these sides, juggling all three formats. We've seen Phil Simmons come in as the head coach of the Tigers. I believe he's going to be in place till the end of the Champions Trophy. There he is, former Zimbabwe, former Ireland head coach. Of course, did a great job with the West Indies too, didn't he? But he's come in really with a task to get this side prepped for that Champions Trophy in Pakistan. And that's why this series is so critical. Now this must be close and given. It's Mustafizer, 2 and 2 overs. And after such a promising start on his ODI debut for Siddiqullah Tal, I think he's been trapped right in front.
Yeah, see the quality of Mustafizer reading Siddiqullah Tal, how he has been batting. He doesn't take the review. The skipper tells him there's no chance you'll survive this call. All it will happen is that you lose the review. So not the kind of an inning that he will have been looking at, but let's have a look at this. This is plum. Brilliant bowling from Mustafizer, building the pressure on Afghanistan. Siddiqullah Tal, the player of the series from the emerging series, has to go back, make that long walk back to the pavilion. Scored 21 of 30. Afghanistan are 35 for 3.
Real trouble here for Afghanistan. In wonderful form, in conditions that they know and they play well in, winning the toss. And number 5 to the crease inside the first power play. In comes the all-rounder, Azmatullah Ormatzai. He's a dynamic ball striker, he's an attacking player. And look at those career numbers. Still early in his career, very much, but someone with rich promise. If you took those numbers alone as a batter, you'd be delighted. At his right arm, away fast bowling. Such a talent.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the previous series against South Africa, it took South Africa 3 matches to finally get him out. And at this stage of the game for Afghanistan, it's important that these two put together a partnership. Faiz has been bowling brilliantly. 2 wickets. Siddiqullah Atal.
Yeah, really good decision not to review, particularly on your ODI debut. Probably haven't been in this position before. I know he's played some T20s, but hasn't been in that position as to whether or not to know whether to burn the review, listen to his partner.
Can we see
Knew
that
he was
again?
trapped right in front. It was a good piece of bowling. Just nipped back a little bit, didn't it? And probably trapped him in line with off stump. Going to go on and crash in to middler leg. Now, is this an edge? Is there a tickle? Oh, yes, there is. It's the Fizz, and he's on fire in Sharjah. Bangladesh, they've got a raucous crowd cheering them on, and Afghanistan in tatters in the first 10.
Wow, what an over this has been. A double wicket over, and he's yet to bowl another ball before the power play ends. Perfect line, just outside the off stump. Indecisive shot from Azmatullah Ormatzai straight into the hands of Mushfiqur Rahim. Fizz on fire, you rightly called it. Azmatullah Ormatzai departs without trouble in the scorers, 35 for 4.
Gulbari Naib, he comes to the crease at number 6. And these fans, certainly the Afghan fans being outnumbered right now. It's not a double wicket maiden because of the single. It's the end of the first power play, 36 for 4. Well, real trouble. And in Afghanistan's ODI history, this is their second worst ever power play start. Only lost 4 wickets once before for less runs than that. That was against Bangladesh again at Chattagram. Lots of matches between these two sides. And for Gulbari Naib now and the skipper, Hashmatullah Shahidi, they have to rebuild. Good utility player, but Afghanistan will not have wanted him in this early. Look at how far this has gone off the surface. That has jagged. I'm not sure if it's a cutter or if it's hit the seam. But close to unplayable. Just hit the seam, the wobble seam, the modern way. Gets good reward. An interesting move, this one. Not one we necessarily would have picked given the dominance of the seamers in the first 10. As he spin for the first time. Very talented cricketer, Mehdi Hassan Miraz. He'll come in. Is that just because Hashmatullah Shahidi's at the crease, the left-hander?
Yeah, I think the Pacers have done the job. You'll want to continue with the Pacers, but again, because the left-hand batter out there. And also looking at the way Gulbadin Naib bats, he's more comfortable against the pace as compared to the spinners. We've seen Gulbadin Naib at times getting out to the spinners. So might that also have played in the mind of the skipper? Remember, the video analyst with the Bangladesh team now used to be the video analyst for the Afghanistan national side. He must know all those tricks and things, and he must have just informed them, listen, this is what you got to do. Seems like it has worked for them.
Just skidding on, challenging the outside edge. Not surprised to see the end of Sharaful. There's the kids who had a moment to remember before the start of the play. They're out for the anthems. Yeah, Sharaful obviously needed to get off, didn't he? The heat affected him, but I thought Taskin might come in for a second spell and a change of ends. But Miraz so effective. They've gone with spin for the moment.
And straight away, he's bowled 5 deliveries, yet to give a run, build pressure on the new batter. What would you want? And finally a run to end the over, 37 for 4 after 11 Afghanistan.
Bit of an anticlimax for Afghanistan after winning the toss. This wasn't what they were expecting and hoping for. 4 down in no time. Need a partnership. Bangladesh have bossed the first part of the power play and 11 overs. Most part of 11 overs. What do you make of the proceedings so far then, Awais?
Well, slightly concerning for Afghanistan. 4 down, like you mentioned, Ramiz, and a desperate need for partnership. That'll be a not out. I think definitely pitched outside the line of leg stump. Optimistic appeal, however, by Mustafizur, who is on fire. 3 wickets for 5 runs, and he's only in his 3rd over.
Yes, he bowls a lovely slow ball and then he can nip the ball around as well. Very tricky customer really to size up on a pitch like this. That was a cutter as well from him.
Yeah, he's got this interesting flick of the wrist, which really gives him that little bit of an edge when it comes to getting the ball to just jag off the straight. You would have seen there, just runs in that angle going across the right-hander. Of course, the field is set accordingly. However, as a batsman, I would like to see the batsman make sure cover is off stump and negate that nip.
This is going to be a challenge for Afghanistan because when they're upwardly mobile, when they're feeling the ball in the middle of the bat, they're unstoppable as a batting unit. But now the situation demands them to be a little bit careful and play the situation. They've got to do that more now in the next few overs. Rotate the strike, get a partnership rolling.
They certainly do. And I think they'll have to do that on this pitch with picking up the 1s and 2s. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over is really important, and not get bogged down by the amount of dot balls. Because often you'll see bowlers build pressure in these sort of situations when a batsman allows the opposition to bowl those dot balls, and what happens with that is you get a decent delivery in there, and before you know it, you are back in the pavilion.
Deep backward square leg is in post.
I just feel that Shanto is perhaps missing a trick here. I wouldn't mind seeing the third man fielder up in the ring on the leg side. You can afford to be that little bit more daring right now. 39 for 4, the odd boundary is not going to really make much of a difference. But making sure Gulbadi is on strike and not getting away from strike is more important. Build pressure on these batsmen. So I just feel Shanto is perhaps missing a trick here.
That's a nice shot. Gets it past that mid-off fielder, which was a little square. Dive, and it's a boundary.
A boundary, and a much welcome boundary for Afghanistan. Nice looking shot straight down the ground. The skipper looks in a little bit of trouble. Let's have a look. Fairly full delivery, full face of the bat. And picks up four runs for it.
That still has got to be your best option, hitting the ball down the ground. Especially when you're facing a challenge from Mustafiz, because he's got so many tricks up his sleeve, the slow ball, the angle delivery, the cutters. Done, 43 for the loss of 4, and we'll have a break for drinks there. Afghanistan 4 down for 43. The top order has been removed by Bangladesh, and so they need to crawl back into this contest with a couple of good partnerships, good sensible batting. It was their choice after winning the toss to dominate with the bat. It hasn't happened so far. 4 wickets have gone down. Out of the crease, trying to hit the ball sweetly through the offside. It just got a sweet edge to the keeper, then another one falling to the left arm angle. got behind, and the debutant there missing the straight ball and was right in front of the stumps. Another one caught behind. So the mode of dismissal is pretty similar of the top order. Shuraful, none for 12. Taskeen, 1 for 19, and 3 for Mustafizur. More renowned for his T20 exploits than 50 overs cricket, but we saw a lot of variation and guile and befuddle the opposition with good variations.
Well, talking about variation, looks like we've got young Miraz into the attack. So a little bit of spin on offer for the Bangladeshi captain. And up against him is going to be the left-handed Hashatullah. Be interesting what sort of field is set. A slip in, so good to see that. And a bit of protection on the offside, and also a man on the deep in the leg side as well.
Yeah, that Bangladesh need to do well here in this phase. The pressure is on Afghanistan, so field as well as you can. Make sure that there's no easy rotation of strike.
It's an interesting surface. The odd one skids on, the odd one sort of sits into the deck, so it's not always that easy for the batsman to just stroke the ball through the line of the ball and pick up singles. You really got to work hard. Really work hard at picking up ones and twos. If you bowl a good line, a good length, what that will mean is the batsman will have to take some sort of a risk on this pitch.
Afghanistan need to play out the full quota of 50. I think that's got to be the target. The remaining 6, can they last the distance? It's nicely bowled. Bangladesh, on the other hand, need to make sure that they do the job properly here, not look for 50 overs, not try to block the flow of runs. It's about picking up wickets and employ a strategy that allows them that option.
Yeah, it's easy to go in a bit of a defensive mindset in these situations, isn't it? When you're 4 down and you're trying to rebuild a partnership. But I think it's important the batsman remember that when you are out there, you remember what your boundary options are, and if given the opportunity, you've got to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Coach of Bangladesh there, reasonably happy.
46 for 4. Afghanistan 4 down for 46. Field is in, which is good from Bangladesh.
On the money yet again, Mustafizur only conceded 11 runs and he's into his 4th over. Really has been the pick of the bowlers today. The skipper Shanto will be very pleased where he's got Afghanistan at the moment in this game. Leading into the game, there were talks that Afghanistan are favourites going into this series. Well, they've got a lot of work to do in this game at the moment.
Yeah, nice shot. All he had to do was to beat that man at square straight. It was all about timing and placement. Lovely shot.
Yeah, just a little fault. And a beautiful bit of timing there by Hashmatullah. Just punches it straight down the ground and allows the bat to do all the work.
It's a bit of a fighter, Afghanistan captain. Very good in the middle order. It's so difficult really to know what role you need to play in the middle order, because either you're in there trying to score quick runs or you're there to make sure that you play the situation, and he seems to play the situation invariably so well. ODI career has batted a lot of time at 6, at 5, at 4, so middle order player for Afghanistan. Has a calm demeanor, that's why he's been given the charge to lead Afghanistan in ODIs. Used the crease well on that occasion. Mustafizur, he does that so well. It's just a slight change of angle, and that can create a lot of doubt in the batsman's mind.
Yeah, he's a wily customer. Not just the fact that he's got the cutters, like you mentioned earlier, Rami's got the cutters, he's got the one that nips across the right-hander, but also he's got the nous to use the crease, come in tighter to stump, go wider, create the angle, and just try and confuse the batsman to take his focus away from concentrating on watching the ball.
Another very good over from Mustafizur. His figures 3 for 15, 50 for 4 Afghanistan. Projected score 178 at 5 and over 230. I think anything between 170 and 230 would be pleasing for Afghanistan from here till the end.
Well, I guess, yes. I'd imagine they'll be looking to be beyond that. However, yes, from here, you would, of course, take that. And then you'll have to bowl very well and try to pick up early wickets. Meanwhile, Miraz into his third over. He's only conceded 4 runs. Just shows you the nature of this wicket. The ball just sits in. It's not that easy to just pick up 1s and 2s. We're talking about how wily Mustafizur was. I know he's a little bit slower than a particular left-arm seamer you used to play a lot of your cricket with. Many comparisons there, Ramis?
I mean, Mustafiz is more your ODI bowler, your white ball bowler, whereas one Wasim Akram was more a well-rounded bowler, you know, very good in ODIs, very good in Test cricket, very different, more pace, and a master reverse swing. But really to survive as a fast bowler in this day and age is pretty tough. You get batting surfaces. You've got to have solid temperament to go with the skill factor. And Mustafizur does have a solid temperament. Not easy to come in the middle phase of the innings in T20s, in ODIs, and then not only bowl a decent line, but to give your side a breakthrough or two.
Yeah, for me, just he reminded me when you mentioned about using the crease. I remember the great Wasim Akram used to use the crease really well. He used to run in behind, in line with the umpire when you were facing him as a right hand, and then all of a sudden jump out and bowl these 90 miles an hour thunderbolts, which weren't always easy to negotiate. Anyway, that's the end of 15 overs. Afghanistan 52 for 4.
Tough going for Afghanistan at the moment. Previous over. Missed that ball going past the outside edge. Even though a little bit of spin imparted, the ball just skidding off the surface. Or Bangladesh at the moment. Ahmed Fadai alongside me, and it's a long way back for Afghanistan from here, Ahmed.
Yeah, I mean, the way they had thought of the service, it didn't come that way. Thinking that maybe it was a good batting surface, decided to bat first. Hashmatullah Shahidi winning the toss, but it's been a very typical Sharjah wicket from the 90s, as we heard Ramiz and you talking about it in the early part of the innings. Ball is keeping low, there's movement. The key is that you stay focused, play close to your body, watch the ball closely, play late as much as you can, because we did notice it's not coming onto the bat as nicely, and for you to be able to hit around, you're not getting the required bounce off this wicket. So certainly it is a big task for the Afghanistan batting lineup, plenty of whom have gone back to the dugout. A lot will depend on the pair out in the middle, because after them it's only Mohammad Nabi and Rashid Khan to come that can really bat.
Flogged through the offside by Gulbadin. The only blotch on the landscape for Bangladesh so far has been 3 deliveries now from Taskin, which have been punished for 4.
And that's a good, solid looking shot. That'll give a good feel to Gulbadin Naib, a good feel kind of shot with an offer, and played nicely in the vacant area on the offside.
And the indication there of a lack of pace in the surface, hitting that so far in front of square. As Taskin a little earlier was pulled for 4 off successive deliveries by Siddiqullah Atal. And then there was that short ball in this over, which has also received the treatment. But apart from that, it's difficult really to think of too many occasions when the Bangladesh bowlers have erred. They've been very disciplined, they've gone about their business very effectively, and they've had their rewards.
Yeah, spot on. Discipline is the key, and along with that, the skipper is bringing in fielders closer. End of the over number 16, 57 for 4.
Mehdi Hassan Miraz continuing from the pavilion end.
Ball, excellent. Hello.
Yeah, interesting decision. It was into the 11th over of the match when Mehdi was introduced right after the power play, and you will ask, if the Pacers have given you 4 wickets straight on, was there a need even to bring in a spinner? He hasn't conceded runs, but you'll ask, is it that Afghanistan have got a breather? They will almost chop on to the stumps.
Angled bat here from Hashmatullah Shahidi. Have a look at this. Just at 45 degrees, the bat angle there. The call was keeper there from Mushfiqur Rahim. Mamadullah it was at mid-on, but he's throwing at the bowler's end instead.
You know, they say you listen it with your eyes. I really see it here. If you could have noticed, Gulbadin Naib was struggling. A better throw, a better effort, and what Afghanistan didn't need at this stage of the game was a run out, and this could have really tightened the screws on Afghanistan.
Yeah, guilty of a bit of ball watching there, Gulbadin. He hesitated, but the throw went to the wrong end.
Shanto, easy.
Captain Shanto at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I was earlier indicating the close-in fielders is to build pressure on the batters, not to allow him make any singles. You want the batter to stay on the strike. Exactly what happened to Azmatullah Omarzai. On consistent occasions, he was trying to go off strike. He couldn't. And the next ball, he was out. Got perished.
And again, Shanto cuts out the single. The end of the over, a disciplined one. Just 1 run from it. 58 for 4. What a brilliant bit of fielding at backward point. That's Rishab Hossain, I think. In fact, it's Mehdi Hassan Miraz, the vice-captain. Have a look at this. Flying through the air.
Yeah, like a soccer goalkeeper. Putting a full-fledged dive and saving a couple of runs. These moments actually built into the game. Sometimes you don't give run, you keep the batter on the strike, and the pressure takes the batter off the batter. Brilliant work.
Change of angle. And again, Mehdi in very quickly in that backward point region.
Yeah, you brought up an interesting point about Taskin Ahmed earlier. He's been the most expensive of all. But let's have a look at this diving effort from Medias and Miraj. Only it is you get the ball and then you're back on your feet and you know where you got to throw it. Fortunately, the batters were like still at the crease. No, bro, we're not taking a chance. But yeah, will the change of angles work for Taskin Ahmed?
Just the 4 bowlers used by Bangladesh so far: Shariful, Taskin, Mustafiza and Mehedi. Shanto, the captain, I'm sure, will be contemplating who else he has at his disposal. Of course, he's got the leg spin of Rashad Hossain. There's an option as well with the off spin of Mahmudullah. Medium pace of Shumir Shaka as well. So he's not short of options, is the captain.
Isn't it when you are not short of options that you do not allow for a certain bowler to continue to bowl a few more overs? Looking at Mustafizur and the way he's bowled into his 4 overs, taking 3 wickets, wouldn't be that you will want to give him just another extra over just to see. And then right at the end of the power play, when you've already taken 4 wickets and those 2 have been through the Pacers, why would you not want to continue with the Pacers? Are sort of questions that come to mind. But again, when you look at Bangladesh, how the way they have performed, Fizz out there taking some rest, you'll say kind of job well done. Afghanistan own the back foot. At this stage, they are constructing the innings. So Bangladesh should seriously start thinking not to give that to Afghanistan.
A lot of uncertainty over Shanto's future in the captaincy. He indicated during the South Africa series recently he wanted to give up as a 3-form leader. But here he is, captaining the side now in the one-day internationals. It's a period of flux in Bangladesh cricket at the moment, with the change from Chandika Hathras Singh as coach. 18 overs have gone, 59 for 4. Now it's back to 17.5. So 18 overs gone, and the 5th bowler is coming into action. Rashad Hossain, a bowler I really enjoy watching. Leg spinner, tall man. He has been working on his leg break with Mushtaq Ahmed, the spin coach for Bangladesh. Gets a lot of bounce, a lot of skid, attacks wicket to wicket. How's he going to get on here?
He certainly is a good prospect for the Bangladesh cricket. Attacking cricketer he is. He's not only good with the ball, he's also very handy with the bat. He's only got 1 wicket in the ODI, but that does not tell you about his skill. Much better a bowler. Bangladesh been looking for a leg spinner for some time, finally find one, and find a good one.
Yes, it's only his 4th one-day international. His international action so far has been primarily 2020s. Just played 3 matches prior to this in New Zealand. And also in Chattogram.
Bowling! Lovely, Rishu!
It's good to see Ashmat going off strike. He seemed to be a little bit impatient. I earlier heard Gulbadin Naib telling him, just take your time, and this time coming down the track. Yeah, the idea is right. You want to come close to the ball, but again, there are times that you kind of think with yourself that maybe a little more time out in the middle, and then run will flow. Remember, on this track, I think 200 plus would not be a bad total at all. And we know 233 is the average score on this track, day and night matches.
There's a little bit of turn there from the leg break, and I was talking to Mushtaq actually during the World Cup out in the Caribbean in June, and he said that Rishad Hossain certainly has ambitions to play all three formats for Bangladesh, and in fact prior to this he's played a couple of first-class matches. That's been his warm-up for this series.
You know, considering the context of the game, I think he's a better option to bring in as a Bangladesh captain against Gulbadin Naib, looking at how Gulbadin Naib previously has gotten out to Asaranga from Sri Lanka and some of the leg spinners. Look at that. Smooth action, loads nicely. Tall, gets the bounce. But sometimes balls, the deliveries that are outside the off stump and can give you some runs, don't they?
Top edge. The skipper gets away with it. Shumya Sharka out at deep square leg, comes in to complete the fielding. Not a convincing shot this though by Hashmatullah.
Yeah, I mean the change of angles that he started bowling in the previous over, Taskin Ahmed. This time around the short ball rising onto the body. We know that Hashmatullah Shahidi in the past had some issues with the short ball. This time around trying to test him in desperation, really trying to go for the pull and luckily falling in no man's land.
That was rather agricultural from Gulbadin. What a bottom hand, heaving the ball through the onside. We'll get two.
Yeah, it tells you something about the surface. It's not coming on to the bat as nicely. With the power Gulbadin Naib possesses and generated into this shot, you'll tell it could have gone down to the boundary, but not getting the timing right. Will take the two.
Short and flogged over mid-wicket by Gulbadin. If he didn't time the previous one, he certainly timed this one. I wonder if it was a slower ball actually, but it just stood up and asked to be hit, and Gulbadin said thank you very much.
Absolutely waited for it and played it nicely. That's a good welcome boundary to bring the partnership to 34 now. So partnership building for Afghanistan. This is what the Afghanistan will want. And again, Taskin Ahmed among runs. It's 32 that he has conceded into his sixth over.
Captain Shanto at mid-on. Gulbadin, one of the two survivors in this side from the time that Afghanistan played in World Cricket League Division 5. What a transformation it's been for the country in men's cricket. over the last 15 years. Playing against the likes of Jersey and Japan, and now up against Bangladesh.
Absolutely has been a brilliant journey for the Afghanistan cricket. This has not been a bad 10 overs phase for Afghanistan. Importantly, they haven't given away any wicket after the power play. Aftab Alam coming there, watching the game in UAE, played for Afghanistan in the 2019 World Cup.
What a feisty medium-pace bowler he was. If you were batting against him, you knew you were in a contest. Out! Well, Gulbadin played the pull earlier in the over to great effect. On this occasion, he's played it straight to mid-wicket. Another wicket, and Afghanistan further in trouble.
Yeah, just getting too carried away, I guess. Having already scored 9 runs, only Taskin Ahmed finally gets a wicket. A short one, and a fielder placed right there at the short mid-wicket. Safely taken. A very crucial partnership broken now by Bangladesh. Afghanistan half side back into the dugout. Gulbadin Naib making promising 22. Afghanistan are 71 for 5.
Well, a 36-run partnership has been broken. And in what was a 9-run 20th over, final ball of the over, banged into the surface. And Gulbadin just couldn't help himself. It will bring, well, the iconic Mohammad Nabi to the crease. Certainly Afghanistan cricket's greatest servant. I can't really think of many players around all the cricketing countries in the world who have been more synonymous with their nation's rise. He'll have a big role to play here at number 7. And don't rule out Rashid Khan with the bat, who's to come too.
One more here, lads. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Here we go, lads.
Leg spinner will continue.
Ball.
Ramiz Raja joins me. That partnership was a good one. Did he need to play this shot?
It was there to be hit, but obviously the execution bit wasn't great. But you see, the exciting bit about Afghanistan's batting, that was the pull shot that went down the throat of the fielder at mid-wicket. Yeah, the exciting bit about this Afghanistan's batting lineup is the likes of Nabi and Rashid Khan coming in and then expanding their range and making Afghanistan a competitor once again. Because normally when a team is down 5 wickets down for 72, you're fearing for the worst. But somehow Afghanistan takes another giant leap through Nabi and Rashid Khan. They start scoring runs at a pace. There is ferocity and furious charge at the opposition from nowhere, and they end up with a 150, 160. With the kind of score that they have, it becomes a winning score. Because of the spin department, it's a massive spin department that they've got, and they'll use the conditions so well. So I'm just hoping that Afghanistan could get to 150 here.
One run out here, boys.
Look, I can't think of too many better number 7 and number 8 combinations in world cricket. And it won't just be 150 they'll be thinking of if indeed those two get going. And of course the skipper's still there, he's just plodding along. That's all he needs to do for now. Average first innings total here is 225. Now in day-night matches that goes up a little bit to 233. That's one of the reasons Afghanistan are batting first. It does look a good surface, but it's just done enough, hasn't it? And Bangladesh have exploited that well, particularly the seamers.
I mean, it's a straightforward surface, but you have to be canny and you've got to have that ability, that skill work to rotate the strike. It's not a big scoring pitch where you hit 4s and 6s. You've got to work your way through, like Hashmatullah is doing 19 of 39 A's, 5 down for 73.
So these two definitely need to build a partnership. And then what about the man at number 8, Rashid Khan? I often think about him as a leg spinner alone, but you think about his career batting numbers. It's not just he's averaging the best part of 20, 19.7 in ODI cricket, but it's his strike rate. He's striking at more than a run a ball. Some of the VIPs up in the box and some of the Afghan Cricket Board team who've done a brilliant job here putting on their series. Remember, always having to do it away from home. We very much found a second home here in the UAE. But look at that career strike rate too for young Ghazanfar. He hits a big ball. You can see he's come up in the T20 era. What is it, Generation Z now, is it, Ramiz?
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to expand your range. And somehow they pull it off. It's no fair approach. Bordering on craziness, but it works.
I think Gen Z only are ever going to play one way, aren't they? God, of the days of Jeffrey Boycott et al. Change of bowling. Sharaful into the attack and immediately clipped around the corner for what should be a couple. Nabi will have to get going, but we'll get home comfortably enough. Sharaful was off the pitch after what looked like probably a bit of heat exhaustion early. Very warm for November here, Ramiz.
It is actually. Bangladesh have played their cards tremendously well, so no need really to drag this to the 50th over. They've got to finish it right now, and so 5 wickets down Afghanistan. They're not really looking for heroics here. Got to seize on the mentality, and the mentality right now is to survive. So you get your best bowlers in now. Sharaful is a good choice at this stage of the game. 5.2 overs, none for 15. So if they can get rid of Hashmatullah, who's on 19 of 39, he remains the linchpin. He'll probably be the glue from here till the end. Get the fielders in, make sure that they're not allowed an easy passage across to the other end. So kill that rotation of strike, because they're not looking for 4s and 6s right now, unless it's a real ranked bad ball.
I agree with you. I think they could be a little bit more attacking, couldn't they? It's almost what you describe right now as a regulation field. They're almost waiting for the batter to make a mistake. They're just doing their basics right. You can see the shape that Sharaful has generated. That was early. Generally being scrambled seam. I thought Mustafiza was the pick of the bowlers. But it's just almost as though Afghanistan haven't been able to find the pace or the timing or any rhythm with their batting unit. Another sign of that there. Yet another one mistimed. Plenty of time for Afghanistan to get back into the contest, though, and that's one of the great things I adore about ODI cricket. You think about this situation in a T20, the game could well be gone. But 30 overs to bat. Build a partnership here, the fireworks of Rashid Khan, and then the youngster Ghazanfar to come. Afghanistan can still get up above that par total.
Absolutely, they can become competitive once again. it's also important for somebody like Shanto to become a different captain in this scenario, because this is run-of-the-mill kind of captaincy that we are seeing from Bangladesh. So obviously, you know, the field is in, but it's not an attacking field. What he can do is to maybe just experiment just a little bit more from leadership point of view to give himself, you know, an outside chance of a wicket. And this happens with most of the subcontinent captains. You know, they do the killing bit up front, and then they wait and hang in there for the team ready to make mistakes and give them on a platter. 78 for 5.
Rich with promise, isn't he, Rashad Hussain? And he's dispatched. And that is trademark Mohamed Nabi. Tossed up, perhaps looking to tempt Nabi. And all Nabi was tempted to do was hit it onto the main road.
Well, his radar just lit up the moment Rashad came on to bowl and fed him there. It was in the range, and what a mighty hit. Normally when you're under pressure, you tend to lose the target at times. You're so consumed in making it happen, but playing carefully. But this is why Nabi is so lethal and so threatening. Got this great ability to take the game away from you. It's pretty tall, Rashad, so he'll get the ball to bounce and may just feed into Nabi's arc.
I was just about to say, Rashad Hussain, that Rich potentially has been signed in the Big Bash League down under this year. Just the second Bangladeshi player to be signed in that by the Hobart Hurricanes after Shakib Al Hassan. We heard Brian Murgatroyd talking about him wanting to evolve into a multi-format player, and particularly for leg spinners. It's difficult for all cricketers to kind of rotate their game for all three formats. Hasn't played test match cricket yet, but look at how big a hit this is. Is that out in the main road, Ramiz?
I think it'll help him if he plays all the formats, because you learn a great deal as a bowler, as a leg spinner, when you're bowling in test match cricket. Appeal, magnificent appeal from the keeper, but umpire is not shaken. Is Shanto going to listen to Mushfiq? What is he thinking? They've gone for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Appears to be gap between ball and bat. To confirm, ultra edge, please. Just keep rolling, nice and slow. I can see gap between ball and bat. Yeah, satisfied, no bat involved. Can you go back on field, please? Alex, stay with your original not out decision.
Well, one of the best in the business is big Alex Wharf. Got that decision spot on the money. I think what deceived Bangladesh and the highly experienced Mushfiqur Rahim was the fact that I think after missing the ball, Hashmatullah Shahidi's bat hit the ground. So there was a noise. We heard it through the stump mic, but it was well after the ball went by. And he was the one, I think, who convinced Shanto to to go upstairs. So they've lost a review. They have just one left for this first innings now.
Bowling, ball, show. Top class, top class.
Fully agree with your point about young wrist spinners being given the chance in multi-day cricket to learn their craft, to hone their craft. Has played 21 first-class games, but is averaging 45. You get away with the inconsistency, don't you, in the shorter formats, particularly T20 with the 5 fielders in the deep, all the way outside the power play. It's even trickier in ODI cricket, only 4 outside the circle at this stage. 9 from that over, 87 for 5. You're watching us live here from Sharjah Cricket Stadium. It's a Firebird production for the Afghanistan Cricket Board. Andrew Leonard here alongside Ramiz Raja. Great to have Ramiz with us for this series. Ramiz, there's never a dull day in cricket in this part of the world, is there? Lots going on in Pakistan, lots going on in Bangladesh too, but one of the big stories of the last 12 months in the world of cricket has been this Afghanistan side. How impressive have they been between that 50-over World Cup run and now the T20 World Cup run too in USA and the Caribbean?
I mean, it's just magnificent talent that is coming through. They've always been brave heart, very resilient as a cricket nation. Has gone fine for 4. All it needed was an edge. It carried through. The outfield is massively quick.
Ramiz, we were saying it off air, we said it a little bit on air too. This is not proactive captaincy. You've got the opposition in all sorts of trouble. If you've got a slip in right now, all of a sudden it's 87 for 6. And Sharaful and Mustafiz have created enough opportunities to surely deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no threat of them being batted out of this contest. Afghanistan is looking to survive the next few overs. So you've got to look at the mentality, what they're thinking, what the opposition wants to do here. No slip, fine, it works perfectly for them. It allows a captain to experiment with field set, with field positions. And so if you get an aggressive field for a bowler, in fact, I think the bowler should be asking for an aggressive field because only he knows what kind of threat he is to the batter.
Ramiz, is this the same field we would see for Bangladesh right now at this stage of the game if Afghanistan were 100 for 1?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll probably be the same field. Maybe you have a long off in place. But here's a great opportunity for somebody like Shanto to experiment with his leadership skills, because you hardly get such a time out there in a live situation where you can expand your range as a leader. So what you do when you set an aggressive field, you're asking or forcing a bowler to think aggressively also. You're forcing him to think wickets, and the only way to quieten the proceedings is to pick wickets.
For me, it started in the 11th over. It's almost as though they have the template of where the fields are going to be for the 3 different power plays for the 3 phases. They took 2 wickets in the 10th over. And then when it went to the 11th over, immediately 4 fielders went into the deep, the boundary riders went in, and the slip fielders came out. Now at that point, Afghanistan were 36 for 4. And then after they got the big wicket of Gulbadi Naib, another chance to go on the attack. Rather than being proactive here, I just wonder, could Shanto go more on the hunt for wickets?
Yeah, I mean, he's waiting for things to happen. And that can't be right in any format. He's given himself a great chance, really, to topple Afghanistan. First up with the ball.
And that's having lost the toss, of course, as well. If this partnership builds, the game will very much come back into the balance. 24 bowled. It is 93 for 5.
Ball, lovely. Beauty.
Afghanistan winning the toss and batting first, 93 for 5. A partnership developing. Two experienced campaigners in the middle. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra. With me is Farid Fidai. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Devendra. The key absolutely is partnership. You can make one when you have open communication, have good understanding, and a shared vision as to where you want to go. You break your game into smaller patches. Say, let's put together some score for the next 5 overs. Let's take another 5 overs. And next to bat are Rashid Khan, and then you do not want to look further. But Nangyal Kharote can bat, of course. Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar is also very handy with the bat. But again, you want to look at more specialist batters.
Down the leg side, and currently the focus should be on developing a partnership or getting through this passage of play. Rashid to come.
Well, Nabi missed on that. It was wide, yes, but it could have been a 4. It was down the leg side. I think with the leg spinners, sometimes they can bowl strange deliveries. Nabi opening his arm. The call is for 2, and they'll comfortably complete 2.
Taken up spaces in the outfield through the offsides. Focus rotation has been in this partnership about strike rotation, and that's what they've been able to do. 26 of 29 to set batters in the middle. They would like to take this innings to 40th over, and then Afghanistan back in the safe territory. The rest of the batters would like to unfold the bat.
Yes.
It's bowling nicely to Shad after being hit 6 of his first over.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Talking about the feelings that the different fans have. Of course, Bangladesh fans will not want for the pair to stick there longer. Already 26 runs in this partnership. And a free-flowing 6 from the bat of Mohammad Nabi are not good signs for the Bangladesh. So it's important that, on the other hand, Afghanistan stick together and build a strong partnership. 98 for 5 after 25.
Halfway through to the first innings, 98 for 5. Bit of stutter at the beginning for Afghanistan with bat in hand, winning the toss and batting first. What would you attribute to follow wickets? Is that because of the nature of the surface? Is that because batters didn't read the conditions well early on?
Well, I'd love for the fall of the wicket to be shown, and then we could possibly have a look at that. But when you look at that, Rahmanullah Gurbaz, for instance, getting just a little early on the shot, couldn't read the surface well. Yeah, that was the right approach, went close to the ball, used his feet, but I think he was just a touch faster. And then Rahmat Shah, he's been nicking, but when you look at the fall of the wickets, the good thing is some partnership building. This one for the 27 run now, and the previous one between Gulbadin Naib and the skipper Rahmatullah Shahidi. So that will give him some confidence that they can go about scoring 200+ runs. So continuing that, I think Rahmat Shah And those concerns that we saw back in Bangladesh when Afghanistan was playing against Bangladesh, nicking it to the keeper, nicking it to the slip cordon. Azmatullah Omarzai was really stunned the way the ball swung. I think it just swung a little more than he was expecting. And with an indecisive shot, lost his wicket. Gulbadin Naib just sending one straight into the hand of the short mid-wicket. So all in all, I think it has been good bowling from Bangladesh, where we've seen good discipline from him, but at the same time, a few errors maybe from the Afghanistan batters as well. When you look at this, especially from the viewpoint of the fact that they didn't read the surface well.
Nicely bowled. 100 up for Afghanistan, 100 for 5. Hashmat, the captain of the side, 25 for 53. A patient innings from him. Nabi, 19 of 17. Long on the boundary.
Oh, lovely.
End of the over, 100 for 5. Hundred for 5. Nabi holds the key in changing the complexion of the game. He's got the ability to play attacking strokes. I remember that innings against Sri Lanka, accompanied with Azmatullah Omarzai from similar position.
Yeah, and I had the honor to witness that live and commentate on that. 100 for both Azmatullah Omarzai and Mohammad Nabi really put together a strong performance there. Unfortunately, that was for a losing cause, though. But nonetheless, it was a brilliant partnership, more than 200 runs. The second highest six-wicket partnership, I believe it was. This one again in the slot and has been dispatched for a maximum. Mohammad Nabi, what a great-looking shot that is.
Magnificent strike from Nabi. Calculative assault, they say. A lovely tossed-up delivery. Picks the length early and smacks it over long on. Magnificent strike. Will that change the momentum?
And I hope he hasn't done any damage to the vehicles going on the road outside, because with the power Mohammad Nabi has, this was sent out of the ground. Talk about nerves, talk about experience, talk about the quality of a batter that Mohammad Nabi is. And for so long, in 46 countries that Afghanistan has conquered, in every one of them Mohammad Nabi has had a part. What a shot that was.
One country missing, India. They might beat them in the upcoming Champions Trophy if they reach semi-finals or finals. They came very close to beat them in Bengaluru in T20 match.
Well, they've already got one draw against India, Afghanistan. But yeah, they have been waiting for that victory as well. In the T20 format, it was coming, 2 super overs. But let's have a look at that picture earlier on. Mohammad Nabi, I mean, probably talking to the Riz Rasuli, another big slogger off the ball, that what are you doing bringing your head forward? Bring your bat forward, man. I think Bangladesh, and coming back to this, the Riz Rasuli discussing it early on, so he's telling him, Jonathan Trott out there in the middle, the brains of the Afghanistan cricket.
Well, one area that Afghanistan cricket has been blessed, nurturing the young talent coming through. When Rashid came along, Nabi was there. Then Azmatullah coming along. All of the spinners, particularly Ghazenfar, the way Rashid supported in his first outing. And not to forget Noor, the Kohinoor, was nurtured very well by Nabi and Rashid. 27 overs gone. It's Nelson, 1-1-1 for 5. $111 for 5. If they go at the current rate, 206 to make it competitive, 249 at the rate of 6. You expect more, 270 competitive score on this pitch?
I think in the context of the game, 270 is a little unlikely, but can be. It's about how well they stay together. So a bit of a fumble there, probably. Mahmudullah Riyad throwing his hand into it, one of the very fine fielders and one of the very fine servants of the Bangladesh cricket. A decent character, wonderful person, bowls off spinners as well. Hasn't been asked to bowl today. A lot of options with the skipper, Shanto. But again, 270 I think is likely if these two stay there. If any wicket falls, then 270 would be a little far.
Bangladesh were looking for redemption in one-day format, all formats, after what occurred against South Africa, after receiving quite a hammering against South Africa, looking for redemption. Brilliant start with ball in hand. It's about getting through the gears, it's about completing the innings. They started well, but then they allowed the Afghan batters to build partnerships as well.
Yeah, and this has already been the highest partnership. 42 runs now and still going on. They just cannot let this continue, because you know that Muhammad Nabi can really take the game away from you. Skipper Ashmatullah Shahidi just playing that hand, anchoring the innings, and the right hand, left hand combination, making it a little tough for the bowlers. Adjusting the line. Rotation of strike from the Afghanistan point of view is going to be really handy, not to allow the bowlers to settle.
Brilliant. The bowling has been good and excellent support provided by the fielders as well. Like Afghanistan, Bangladesh enjoy good fan following, passionate fans.
Passionate fans, I mean really passionate fans. I remember in Sylhet, I was talking to you earlier, remember? It was raining, it was pouring rain. Athar Bhai was sitting next to me, and the fans are not going to move. They're going to just sit there and wait for the game to start. It started, and Bangladesh ended up winning that series of the T20. 114 for 5 after 28.
$114 for 5. Afghanistan making a recovery, some sort of recovery already. 2 partnerships, and this has been a significant partnership between Nabi and Hashmatullah, the captain of the side. 43 of 49. Change in bowling. Sorrowful into the attack. Mustafizur Rahman.
Yeah, I think this is a good decision. You want Mustafiz to come and break the partnership. Talking about fans, how important they are. Like the 12th man. All the support that you get from your fans, a little bit unpredictable, like the weather. Sometimes they are calm, sometimes they are noisy, sometimes they are shouting, but bring a lot of life into this game of cricket.
Well, Afghanistan is hosting this game here at Sharjah. Gets it fine. Man on the boundary, two men on the boundary on the onside, one at the fine leg, one at the square leg position. We've seen series of deliveries against Hasmat, just dropping it short.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what Fizz will want to do against Mohammad Nabi. Look at how much of a swing he's getting. Fizz is really getting the ball to swing nicely and been in a good touch. Getting Siddiqullah Adil plumb out as well, when we were expecting a lot from after 368 runs, consecutive 550s in the T20 format in the emerging Asia Cup, becoming the player of the series and showing that mental toughness here today as well. He was playing nicely, but I think Fizz set him up nicely. He just bowled a little fuller, and that shot that he goes across went on to hit the pads. Now, change in the field. A fielder's been brought into the third slip region, I guess, probably gully or third slip. You will tell Devendra. They are looking for that edge outside the bat of Mohammad Nabi.
I remember when he appeared on the scene, Mustafizur Rahman, taking the world of cricket by storm, winning series against South Africa, Pakistan, India, bowling a lot of cutters, was picked by IPL team, Deccan Chargers then. And since then, the experience of playing various leagues in different conditions has helped him a great deal. Gets the inside edge, will take a run. Those variations provided him with a lot of success over the years. Today he's been able to collect 3 wickets for 19.
Yeah, you can tell different lengths and getting a wicket at the length and in the short length. Just testing the batters differently and doing the homework right. Earlier, I was talking to Andrew and telling him that Mohsen, who was the video analyst with the Bangladesh national team, used to be the video analyst for Afghanistan, so should come with some experience and some inside information maybe about the Afghanistan batters, and played cricket together. A lot of cricket, I guess. 16 ODIs before this. Bangladesh having the edge, having won 10 out of them.
Wants to run. And have to settle for a single. Nabi has to hurry. Also, Phil Simmons coaching the side. Earlier used to be coach of Afghanistan national side before the 2019 Cricket World Cup. Remember, Bangladesh has never won an ODI at this venue.
And they are coming here and playing after 29 years as per the ODI format is concerned. So quite a history, right? If we could quickly look back all the games that Afghanistan and Bangladesh have played. Do you remember the innings between Asghar, Afghan, used to be Stanekzai at that time, and Samiullah Shinwari, the last 10 overs in the Asia Cup, I guess.
Nicely struck through the offside for a single. 29 overs have been bowled. It's 120 for 5. Drinks on the field. Welcome back to Sharjah International Cricket Stadium on this special occasion where they're hosting 300th international match here. Afghanistan captain winning the toss and batting first. No major contributions, a partnership developing. This is what occurred early on. Early wicket for Bangladesh to celebrate. And crucial passes of play where they lost 4 wickets in quick succession. Playing across the line to a below which was just holding its line. Mustafizur was brilliant, getting 3 wickets, bringing the backbone of Afghanistan and a soft dismissal of Kulwadi Nag when the partnership was developing. So that's the story. No major contribution from the top order. Normally over the years we've seen top order performing admirably well, but not today. Hashmat, 35, captain of the side, taking the responsibility of steadying the ship in the company of Mohammad Nabi, 29 of 26. 120 for 5. A good sign is that partnership 49 of 55 between Nabi and Hashmat. That's giving a rosy picture to Afghanistan cricket. Still Karote and Rashid Khan to come. Has been tremendous support for Bangladesh cricket team. Fans flocking in from all parts of United Arab Emirates to support Bangladesh cricket team. In the evening, we expect Afghans to turn up as well. Mustafizur has been absolutely marvelous today, assessing the conditions and bowling accordingly. Spot on with his line length and variations.
Well, they need to break the partnership because the scale of those partnerships, 164 I was referring to between Asghar Afghan and Samiullah Shinwari. Asghar Afghan scoring those 90 runs and Samiullah Shinwari finishing on 81. So once again, the stage they are setting for themselves. Mohammad Nabi will hold the key, who's on 29 of 26. Can you believe it? He's striking at above 100 under the circumstances where it's not been easy for the other batters to score.
Going down the pitch, he holds the key for the prosperity of Afghanistan cricket team. As Ian Smith mentioned in his commentary in the ICC T20 World Cup in Caribbean nations, there's a lot of history in Nabi, the whole history of Afghanistan cricket. He's aging with Champions Trophy coming up. And that single brings up 50 partnership between Hashmat and Nabi. Doing the repair work, limiting the damage. The strike rotation has been the key in this partnership. 35 and 30 respectively, 2 batters. Where's the contribution coming in from Nabi? Just a slight change in approach. Now they are prepared to use their feet, footwork, against the spin bowlers with ball not quite turning on this pitch.
Yeah, it's very important that they stay calm. And looking at the way the partnerships are built, giving each other the due respect and just utilizing the conditions. At this stage, another 5 overs, I think, need to be calm. Stay at the wicket, don't give away your wicket, and then maybe in the last 15 overs, you might want to take your chances knowing that Rashid Khan and Nangyal Kharotai and even Alam Muhammad Ghazanfar will follow. And probably anything above 230 could be a very, very competitive total here.
Cricket delivery trying to create the angle. He's bowling to the field. 2 men on the boundary on the onside, 2 on the offside for Hashmat. Men at the deep mid wicket on the boundary, men at the long on. Dancing down the track, just knocking it down the ground to take a single. That's been the focus in this over. 4 singles accumulated. 30 overs gone. 124 for 5, Afghanistan. Bangladesh has got a potent bowling lineup, especially the fast bowlers over the years, and replicating those performances, the reputation that they built over the years of taking wickets. Mustafizur getting 3, 2 for Tashkil. Firm stroke to mid-wicket.
Yeah, but I'm really thinking about where from the Bangladesh can get a wicket, because it has now been exactly 10 overs and 2 deliveries since they haven't got a wicket. On the top of that is the partnership that is building 53 runs. And more importantly, Hashmatullah Shahidi and Mohammad Nabi have found their feet. So can you just let go all the hard work that you have done early on? Because anything about 230 and more could be really difficult on this surface, I tell you, Devendra. Now, would it be that you go to Shomya Sarkar, Muhammadullah Riyad, for just an over, for a change? A bit of sloppy work will add to the worries, I believe. A single that shouldn't have been given away have now been given away. Importantly, rotation of the strike, which holds the key in the partnerships.
Just rolling his wrist over. Late. Risha, the leg spinner, was taken for runs today. Nabi in particular. Severe against his bowling. It's a different surface. The ball is not quite coming onto the bat. Lack of pace from the surface, not much of bounce. It's not that easy to take wickets. The ball is not swinging. It's about not making mistake from batting perspective. Oh, that could have been fatal.
Well, 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 now where do you want to hide, Rishad? Because this was a blunder. That single given away is another thing, but how can you miss that? It was an opportunity, and guess what? It has been shelled. And you hear this mic sound, the sound coming from the mics, stump mics. Nabi telling his friend, wake up, wake up. Yeah, disaster. You can look at Shanto's expression. Keep your eyes. Look at the players. Well, you can make any excuses you want, Hashmat, but that was a run out. And that would be the last thing you want after all the hard work as the batters you've done. 56-run partnership, come on. You cannot just give it away. But this is a game of cricket. You can't let such opportunities slip from you.
Afghanistan slowly but surely coming into the game. If they get to the 40th over, no further damage, they can be devastating for Bangladesh in bringing about that disruption that can change the course of the action. Deep square on the boundary. Clips the ball nicely. A conscious effort from the two batters to rotate the strike, take singles. Plenty of spaces available on the onside. Not trying to do anything adventurous. The two batters in the middle. And they don't have to, because there are plenty of spaces in the outfield to work singles and twos.
You know, maybe there was a 2 on the offer early on, but because of that scare, and I hear Hashmatullah Shahidi talking about the saying, it was a little risky, probably, but the ball was still away from the fielder. You know, these small things come into play. Ooh, managing to just get away with that. Well, end of the over, 128 for 5.
Steady in progression with bat in hand, Afghanistan. Flick to the onside in the air. It's a combination of pace and spin. Trying to find a way to take a wicket. He has been really struggled into this innings. At the beginning for Afghans, losing plenty of wickets up front.
Mistake, boy. Coming here, let's.
Nicely worked to the onside for a single. Another single. Frustration building up for Bangladesh captain.
Well, it's been a kind of a similar kind of a show on both ends. You will have a feeling that there are two on offer, but the running between the wickets been a little slow, and after that last scare being a little more cautious. On the other hand, Bangladesh also a little bit sloppy in the field, maybe a little bit of frustration building because wickets not coming, and this is not good.
If you try to analyze the tonal expression from the wicketkeeper or the fielders around, you just can see their sense of anger. Got to be careful, Afghanistan. They cannot afford to throw wicket in form of run out or in some other form. Last wicket fell when the score was 7-1. Looking to attack the stumps. At good pace as well, 93 km/h. Is he thinking about big shot, Nabi? Long on, deep mid wicket, deep square. Nicely driven down the ground for a single.
Yeah, don't be too adventurous, Devinder. I don't think it's really a necessity at this stage. Another 5 overs, or maybe 3, another 3-4, and then you can start taking him on.
Communication between Nabi and Hashmat about the nature of the surface and how they should be playing. Getting the inside edge, wants a run. Bit of a hesitation, single to culminate the 32nd over. Afghanistan developing a partnership, progressing along 132 for 5.
Taskin now operating from the pavilion end. His initial spell, of course, from the Sharjah club end. In his 7th over, 2 for 34. You have to say, looking at the scoreboard now with 18 overs remaining and 2 set batters, it's hard to believe Afghanistan were 36 for 4 at one stage. Here are the wickets to have gone down. I've got Ramiz Raja alongside me. These are the wickets, in fact, that Taskin has taken up to this point in time.
It's been a fight back from Afghanistan, and a good one, partnership of 61. I haven't seen this pitch to misbehave a lot. It still can be assessed as a good batting surface. And you'll see now Afghanistan increase the tempo, because they want wickets in hand in the last 10 overs of this contest with the bat. And so you see the likes of Hashmatullah and Nabi and Rashid to unleash their fury and talent.
You'd actually think that 250 is a very realistic possibility if these two batters can stay together, and Rashid still to come. The lights are on now, haven't taken effect really yet. Only about a third of the ground is in shadow at the moment. Contrasting efforts from these two batters. The captain, Hashmatullah, he's striking at the moment at 56 runs per 100 balls. And Nabi, well, he's almost 98 runs per 100 balls. 1 4, 2 6s. And he's been the man who's really injected some urgency into the Afghanistan batting this afternoon.
It's almost like the tale of two halves with Afghanistan batting. It's not the first time we've seen this rear guard action from Nabi. Possibly later when Rashid is out there also, because they allow the youngsters, the big strikers, to really go and play their natural instinctive game. And then if it doesn't work for Afghanistan, then they have this fallback position through Hashmat and Nabi and Rashid. And Nabi is now, I mean, his strike rate is brilliant, but he's also played the situation so cleverly. 36 of 37, he knew that his role was to inject some aggression and make sure that there's a partnership rolling as well. That's down the leg side, given as a wide. Just good game awareness from Nabi, and Hashmatullah is the leader. We feel that he's got calm demeanor to be the leader, and it's been evident the way he's batted in this tough scenario. 42 of 75. But you have to say that Afghanistan clearly missed the trick, because there was this chance of wrapping up this innings if they had been just a little bit more proactive. They allowed this to spread around and allowed Afghanistan to pick up a partnership. And sadly, that's how usually it's done in subcontinent from leadership point of view. They just do the run-of-the-mill stuff as a leader at times. 135 for 5.
Well, I said 250 was realistic. Just over a runner ball gets Afghanistan to that point in time. Rashad Hossain now from the Sharjah club end. Mohammed Nabi, 2 6s so far. And that takes him to 107 6s that he's hit in one-day international cricket. It's the most by any Afghanistan batter. He's the only Afghanistan batter, in fact, to have cleared the rope 100 times or more in this format. He's a power hitter. Hashmat trying to join in with the fun and games there.
Here we go, boys. Here we go, boys.
Talking about those 6s, Nabi's now hit 51 of them in all international cricket on this ground. Most 6s on this ground is Shahid Afridi with 71. Big shout for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. That's Ahmed Shah Durrani at that far end. It's not a big spinner of the ball, Rashad.
I think the impact outside the stumps. It's wicket to wicket kind of a spinner, not a big tweaker, but he's pretty accurate. Trying the sweep. Where did it hit him? Oh, probably hit his glove, maybe. The impact not outside the stumps.
Excellent,
Otherwise would have been goner.
Well, looking at that last replay, Ramiz, if there wasn't any glove on it, that looked pretty adjacent.
Lovely, lovely, Rishu. One mistake, Rishad.
Well, we're assuming that the umpire read it as glove before hitting the pad. Yeah, Shanto also felt that there was some noise.
Come on, lads, come on, lads.
You're better off hitting him down the ground, like Nabi hit him for a couple of sixes over long on, because he's quick through the air, he's pretty tall, and he's accurate wicket to wicket. So your best chance is to hit him through long on or long off, rather than trying that mid-wicket hike.
Bowling, bhalo.
Gosh, that's terrific cricket by Nabi. Big gap there at mid-wicket. He nudged it into it. The ball barely reached the edge of the 30-yard circle. And he's got 2. Afghanistan at the end of the over, 141 for 5. This partnership now worth 70 in 86 balls, and that's the primary reason for the uptick in the run rate there. The Afghanistan fans, well, they were pretty quiet earlier. They're enjoying themselves now.
Can feel this game is now almost 50-50, because Bangladesh, from a very strong position, have allowed this to meander. Now would have gone on to hit the stumps, not read by the umpire. I don't know whether there was some glove to it or not. Ultra edge. Well, it doesn't blink.
Smashed, no other word for it. Mohamed Nabi brutalising that ball over mid-wicket. Taskin's gone short again, not for the first time today, and not for the first time he's been punished.
Yeah, not the length to bowl on this surface. Doesn't have any bounce, doesn't have any pace. It sat up so nicely for him to play that powerful pull. What a great shot that is. What a great innings. He's playing 44 or 42 in a very, very precarious situation when the innings was dwindling. He's come in and through this partnership given Afghanistan an outside chance. So in T20, obviously there's a set pattern for teams to follow, and there's not a lot of difference whether it's been captained by an Australian captain or a Zimbabwe captain. But in ODI, leadership does matter because it's a longer format, 50 overs. It's almost like in white ball test cricket. So you've got to make things happen, be proactive. I think Bangladesh, from a powerful position, have allowed this game to once again be in Afghanistan's corner.
Two is the call from Hashmat. They've got to settle for one, though. Mustafiza out at deep cover.
And the other great thing about ODI cricket is that it allows teams to make a comeback. It's not a one-dimensional setup where if you fail in the first 5, you're done for the evening if you're playing T20. But in 50 overs, there's this great battle that you can see. That's why it's still so watchable. I don't know why people or some part of the media or critics are rooting for its ouster from the circuit. still gives you so much to view and so much pleasure to view.
So come on then, Ramesh, get your Bangladesh hat on. How on earth do they turn this around?
Well, Mustafiz, get him on again. I think he's been the best bowler. Variation, set a field at short mid-wicket, short cover, get more fielders in, because there's still hope and chance. If they can uncouple this pair, there's still hope for Bangladesh to maybe restrict Afghanistan under 170.
End of the over, 35 gone, Afghanistan 1, 48 for 5. Last over, a very effective one for Afghanistan in continuing this excellent partnership. Really is a terrific atmosphere here at the Sharjah Stadium. It's a weekday here, and in normal circumstances you wouldn't expect much of a crowd, but I'll tell you what, the Bangladesh fans have turned up in their numbers, and the Afghanistan fans, they're building up and building up. I think we may get even more in this evening. Hashmatullah then on 46. And Mahmudullah into the attack, the 6th bowler used, operating from the Sharjah club end, the veteran.
Yeah, this could be a difficult gig for somebody like him, being fed to a partnership that is rolling.
It's interesting they've gone with Mahmudullah rather than the medium pace of Shumir Shaka. Just have a look at Mohammed Nabi's grip here. Both hands right down the bottom of the bat. How much handle there is above his hands there.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting option, because when you've got a grip like that, you're usually very good at playing the pull shot or the flicks away to a square leg. Sachin Tendulkar used to, I remember, have a very low grip as well. I tried my hand once or twice, but I just couldn't get the balance right, because you almost became a bottom-handed player with that grip. You tend to lose a little bit of force of your top hand.
Oh, misfield by Taskin, and in fact they'll come back for 2. Really good running by Nabi, but not the best out cricket from Bangladesh.
150 comes up for Afghanistan. What a fight back, what a turnaround. Afghanistan need to do, Bangladesh need to be a lot more proactive in the field. Got to understand the value of making it tough for Afghanistan. Clearly not happy.
Nabi will keep the strike. 152 for 5. What an amazing turnaround in this match. Afghanistan 35 for 4. That was after they won the toss and decided to bat. It was a tremendous fight back.
Bowling, Rishad. Muka TV na, bhaiya, muka TV na. Dui pabe wicket, Rishad. Come, Rishu. 6 and 7, Rishad. Come on, lads. No mistake, lads. Bowling, Miraj.
Mushfiq is trying to keep his side G'd up in the field. But it's an increasingly difficult task at the moment. Plenty of chat from him behind the stumps. Two is the call from Nabi. He'll come back for those 2. And that will bring him a 16th one-day international 50 to go with the 200s he's scored. It's his first against Bangladesh in this format, and his 3rd here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. What a tremendous innings.
Yeah, you got to admire his presence of mind. He played the situation. 50 of just 52 balls when 5 wickets had gone down. It's a partnership of 83. He's got another 50. And it's been a scratch-free 50. It's been so watchable.
Yes, our graphic actually saying 17th 50 in this format. Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. Is it going to land safe? Yes, it is. Well, I'm not convinced that Mahmudullah hurtled in there from long off. He seemed to take it a little bit easy, and that cost him.
I think there's a chance for a mid-on fielder really to track this down, because he was in the ring. And somehow there's confusion. Maybe because of Mushfiq, because he's been chirping behind the stumps. But he was a long way away from the flight of that ball. Had no chance in the end.
I just wonder, Ramiz, and you'll know all about this, whether Mahmudullah hung back when the ball went in the air thinking it was going to get to him, and then all of a sudden he realised it wasn't, and he had to come in, and he was too late.
Yes, I mean, you've got to really target it aggressively, and you're right, because it was always going to be difficult for him to get underneath that ball. So there's a chance of a mid-on fielder really to get across. But for that to happen, they needed to call early. 37 overs done, 5 down for 157.
This pair came together when Gulbuddin Naib was out with the score at 71.
It's been so good, this batting from Nabi. Couple of sixes over long on. And he was very, very good against the left arm angle of Mustafiz, because Mustafiz was a real threat. And in between we saw a lot of good shots, very good singles, and the idea was to build partnership, and through this partnership Afghanistan are now building pressure.
Yes, and Bangladesh in the field aren't necessarily responding all that well. Here's Nabi's wagon wheel, always strong over long on, deep mid-wicket. A legacy of that grip of the bat that we were highlighting a little earlier. Mahmudullah, who's retired from 2020 internationals. He did that after the India series last month. He's also retired from Test cricket, so just playing this format now for Bangladesh, ahead of course, the Champions Trophy in Pakistan next February. Edged, and it'll go down to the boundary for 4. Luck running with Nabi and Afghanistan at the moment. Fortune favours the brave.
Yeah, it was a wider angle from Mahmudullah as well, not targeting the stumps, so an easy shot in the end because it was extension of arms from Nabi. There you see, firing it away from the stumps, and an edge, and 4.
Yeah, just looking at that replay, Ramiz, don't think that was an orthodox off spinner, was it?
Yeah, it appeared like a leggy mixed with a bit of offie. $164 for 5.
Really good partnership, a few moments of fortune, without doubt, particularly for Mohammed Nabi, but he's somewhat riding his luck to play ever so well. Afghanistan's greatest servant, one of the world's great all-rounders. Showing his true worth yet again here. Owe Shah has joined me. I know he's had those few moments, the LBW that could have been given, and a chance that could have gone to hand to Mahmudullah, got nothing on it, but he's playing ever so well.
He certainly is. If you look at it, 71 for 5 down, and when he's walked to the wicket, took a few chances and really announced himself with a couple of sixes over wide mid-on against the leg spin of Rashad, and since then really hasn't looked back. And now the run rate is operating at just over 4.3 and over. Just shows you the quality of the player, his experience, and this partnership. Beautifully poised, 7 shy of 100. Afghanistan will be looking at these two to take them right down to the end. And if Nabi's there in the last 3 or 4 overs, let me tell you, you're going to see some fireworks.
And don't forget Rashid Khan still to come. He's almost getting a bit of pad rash there, watching on this partnership.
Yeah, I don't think Rashid would mind that. I think he would like this partnership to go deep into the back end of the innings, which allows him to come in and play a little cameo. A cameo perhaps in the last 6 overs, which suits him nicely. And what that means is one of these two are there in the say the 44th over. It gives Rashid Khan the freedom to come in and really light up Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
There is such a good atmosphere out there as well. 2 incredibly passionate fan bases. Afghanistan the hosts, and a huge Bangladeshi contingent here. I use that phrase, pad rash. You used to bat number 3, number 4, sometimes number 5, number 6. Was there an occasion you remember where you had them on for 20, 30, 40 overs or more?
Not in a one-day game, no. Yeah, perhaps in a longer format of the game, yes. At times, watching someone put on a first wicket partnership, yeah, and I did not mind that, because what that meant was when I would get an opportunity, the ball will be rather old. So I did not mind that, but now in one-day cricket, I was in there relatively early.
That's going to be 50 for Hashmatullah Shahidi. It's been a critical innings from the captain. This is 22nd in this format. He'll have to play really well to double it up and make it his first one-day international century. Nabi's taken the aggressive role in this partnership, but the captain's role has been just as vital. They put on 95 together. They have Afghanistan into a good platform to get up to 230, 240, if not more than that.
A real captain's knock, that. Only operating at 57.5 strike rate, but I tell you what, he really held the innings together and was probably just waiting for someone to come in and support him. Meanwhile, Nabi has helped himself to yet another boundary as Afghanistan move on to 170 for 5 at the end of the 39th over.
Well, it's been a fine rearguard, hasn't it, from Afghanistan, and no surprise it's the captain and the former captain, the iconic Mohammed Nabi, joining the current captain Hashmatullah Shahidi. They put on 99 runs. It's come at good time off 116. It may be Shahidi's second slowest ODI 50 in his career, but it's a horses for courses situation, isn't it? His country needed this innings, and this was the moment that he got to 50. Big celebration too, a look to the heavens and some thanksgiving. He's really enjoying the leadership role.
Yeah, if you cast your mind back to the World Cup, the 50-over World Cup that was in India, he played similar role in the middle order for Afghanistan. He was captain then, and he's a kind of player who sort of holds it together. He's not in a rush compared to some of the other Afghanistani batsmen. Tend to try and play their shots, but this man is quite happy occupying the crease. A little bit of an old-fashioned 50-over cricket where he's happy just to get stuck in and then allow the other players to come in and back around him. And tell you what, he could be in a bit of bother here.
We have indeed been sent upstairs for an umpire review for run-out.
Umpire review for run-out at the striker's end. Your best angle for run-out, please. Yeah, keep rolling, nice and slow, nice and slow, nice and slow. Yeah, one more frame. Because I just want to confirm whether bail's completely removed from the top of the stumps or not. Can I have split screen for this, please? Yes, please. Yeah, with zoomer, please. Yes, thank you. Keep rolling. Keep rolling, nice and slow. Still bails intact, still bails on the groove. Yeah, one frame more. Yeah. Now, frame back. Yeah. One frame more. 1 minute. Yep. Yeah, it's satisfied. My decision for big spin.
Well, by the very barest of margins. Remember, the bail, one of the two bails at least, must be removed and dislodged from its groove, and it wasn't. Brilliant work by our third umpire, Hassan Raza, to spot that, particularly with the split screen evidence to help. That Shahidi got back just by those very barest of margins. It was a surreal passage of play, wasn't it? Because Shahidi felt it was a simple single. Cover fielder got the boot out, got the throw in. Direct hit definitely would have been gone. Mushfiqur whipped the bails off quickly, but not quite quick enough. Doesn't come much closer than this, does it? Have a look. Nabi goes nowhere. And Shahidi just almost a little bit lazy in the turn. Lucky to survive.
I think a little bit guilty there, ball watching Nabi rather than watch his partner. But as it's turned out, he's got back and he's still amongst it with the partnership.
Yeah, it was Rishad Hussain, wasn't it, with the throw. He actually just got the boot out. It was almost a lazy piece of fielding, but nearly created the partnership breaker. Instead, the 100 partnerships being brought up. And there's still the third power play to come, and that's where the acceleration will come, the slog overs, if you will. Oh, ace 5 fielders allowed out in the deep, but with 2 set batters, Rashid Khan, and then the youngster Gazanfar, who's known in and around this Afghan squad as hitting a big, big ball. Afghanistan might be thinking of 250 plus.
Well, yeah, it's tailor-made for Rashid Khan to come in and really light up the stadium. However, these two have got to be careful not to throw their wickets away. Try and take it as deep as you can. We'll see what the tactics will be at the end of this over, because that means there's 60 balls left after this. And if they are going to try and get anywhere in excess of 250, they will really have to try and get that run rate up around 5.5 and over.
Real chance to do it. They get 8 and over or more, they'll get there in the last 10. Power play 2 is done. It's 174 for 5. So here we go, into the third and final power play. This is where the captain of Bangladesh, Nazmul Hussain Shanto, has the benefit of 5 fielders in the deep, and he's going to use all 5 immediately. He's also going to go back to pace. Mustafizer has 3 left. Have used the 6 bowlers, so do have some flexibility. And immediately Nabi says time to go. He's had a few moments of fortune like that, hasn't he? Somewhat riding his luck, but playing brilliantly.
Yes, he has, and I think this will be an interesting contest, as the partnership is of 104 of just 123 deliveries. Nabi 66 of just better than runner ball. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting contest. Why? Because Mustafizer's got all the tricks, got the cutters, got the slow balls. He's got a decent Yorker against the experience of Nabi, who we all know can hit the ball to all parts of a cricket ground.
Chopped on. Always action in the third power play. And the Fizz, he's got 4. Shahidi was nearly run out in the previous over. This time just looking to guide one to deep third. All he can do is help it onto his own stumps.
What I mentioned is tailor-made for Rashid Khan. Meanwhile, Hashmatullah can be very proud of this innings. He's carried his team from 71 for 5, where they were struggling to even make perhaps 150 at that time, as you have to be sent back to the stadium as Rashid Khan walks out. That's the end of Shahidi for 52. Afghanistan 175 for 6.
Well, the crowd are reaching fever pitch here. The Afghan fans are screaming for their idol, this man, Rashid Khan, the global superstar that he is. And the Bangladesh fans are echoing around this historic stadium with chants of Bangladesh, Bangladesh. Look at the strike rate, career over 100, averaging nearly 20. Maybe in an over or two too early for Afghanistan's liking. Beautiful scenes in Sharjah. And he's immediately into his work. Plays so positively, does Rashid Khan. He won't take on the third. Good way to get off the mark, Oasia.
Yeah, it looks a good touch. Well, that's one way of announcing yourself. Let's have another look at that wicket. Little drag on. He knows it. It was just a half-hearted shot, wasn't it? Didn't quite manage to open the face of the bat to guard it down to third man. And of course, that little ball nipping back into the left-hander cramped him up. And that was the end of Hashmatullah. Meanwhile, like you mentioned, Rashid Khan has really announced himself with that little punch through the offside for two.
And again, immediately flies into action with the pair of doubles. It looked a tired shot from Shahidi for me. You have to remember, he's been out there a long time, came to the crease in the 8th over, and the oppressive heat out there certainly paying its toll, even on someone as fit as Shahidi. Khan is going to add some real impetus here, particularly with his running.
Yeah, he will. Just look at him, he's a real superstar. But what I love about is his attitude. Runs the first one hard and makes that second one. Well, he really is a class act, a real leader of men.
Well, probably the dream pairing in many ways for Afghanistan to have in now. You think about these final 9 overs, it could go an awfully long way to dictating the fate of this first ODI in the series.
Well, yeah, for sure it does, and we talk a lot about momentum in sport. Both teams will be aware if they can win that first one-day international, really does help build momentum towards the rest of the series.
Another good over from the Fizz. He's got 4. He'll be thinking of a 5-wicket haul. 41 bowled, 179 for 6. He's prolific, isn't he, in one-day international cricket, Mustafizer. It's an 11th time he's taken 4 wickets or more in one-day internationals. As Miraz will come in for his 10th and final over. He's been very economical. Are Rashid and Nabi just going to see him off here, or will we see some fireworks from Rashid Khan early in his knock?
Well, for me, it makes sense to see him off. I don't think spin is that easy to hit on this pitch because sort of the ball sits in. And what also Rashid Khan will realise, he is probably the last of the recognised all-rounders in the lineup, and it will probably make sense for him and Nabi to take the game deep and perhaps start the onslaught with 6 overs to go.
Just a bit of natural variation there. Was the off-break, but just skids on. Clearly a sign that Rashid Khan agrees with you. He thinks pace on the ball is what they should target. There is the possibility of going with a bit more of Mahmudullah maybe, or going back to the leg spinner, but Mohammad Nabi's taken a real liking. And Rashid Khan takes him on, gets a good piece of it, and will get 4. Dances down the track. Innovation at its best from Rashid Khan.
Well, Rashid Khan said, enough of the dot balls, I think I'm going to get amongst it. So be it, he's bowled beautifully today, Miraz. However, gives himself a little bit of room at that time and opens up the offside.
The ability to hit 360 degrees, almost A.B. de Villiers-esque. I know that at a slightly different level possibly, but such a dangerous player. Late in T20s and late in ODIs. Great use of the feet. Able to get it inside out over extra for a boundary. That'll close out Miraz's spell. He'll finish with 10 overs, none for 30. It's 185 for 6. It's a Firebird production, this, for the Afghanistan Cricket Board, as we've seen throughout the year, those historic series against South Africa. So really enjoyed the Tour of Ireland earlier in the year. That was a multi-format tour, Ireland winning the test match, but Afghanistan coming back in a big way in the white ball games. A quite incredible 12 months, haven't they, between the ODI World Cup, where they so nearly got to the semi-finals, the T20 World Cup, where they did get to the semi-final, and then plenty of fine bilateral performances too. These are halcyon days for Afghan cricket.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're real impressive way of, since they've been introduced to international cricket, the way they have improved, it's been remarkable. They have, like you mentioned, made the semi-finals in the World Cups, and not too long ago turned the mighty South Africa over at this very stadium. Great bit of running there from Rashid Khan again, comes back for 2. And just ever so slightly, there's an increase in the run rate since his arrival.
And if you think about what these two sides have in this format to look forward to, that Champions Trophy coming up in Pakistan, it's a return for the Champions Trophy after an 8-year gap. Since it's been an 8-team event since 2009, Bangladesh have only got to that tournament once. They actually got to the semi-finals in the last edition in 2017. But for Afghanistan, it will be a debut in the Champions Trophy. And if you think about that being the kind of the elite of the elite, there's 20 ODI teams in the world, only 8 in that Champions Trophy. It shows just how good they are and just how well they've been playing.
There you go. The road to ICC Champions Trophy. Really is remarkable how well Afghanistan have done. And to tell you what, it wouldn't surprise me if they get to the final this time. Go one better.
Hooked and straight to the man. Mustafizer's been in the wickets. This time he takes the catch. And it's off his left arm partner. Almost trying to play some kind of a tennis stroke from above his head, Rashid Khan. But Sharaful gets the short ball in and gets the big breakthrough.
A huge wicket in the context of this innings. Banged in. Rashid Khan trying to swat it almost. Well, all he's managed to do is give Mustafiza a rather simple catch. And Sharaful, his first wicket of the game. Khan departs for 10. Afghanistan 189 for 7.
Well, an interesting little tactical shuffle here from Afghanistan. Originally, we had Gazanfer listed at number 9 on our order, but he's a very aggressive hitter. So they're going to send in the more defensive Angelia Karote, probably just to try and bat for 3 or 4 overs, get Mohamed Nabi on strike, and then Gazanfer can provide some fireworks right at the end. Here's the dismissal. Almost like a tennis forehand, wasn't it? Never freed the arms, paid the price.
Yeah, exactly. That is way too high. And Rashid Khan was trying his best to keep it down. Like you mentioned, a little bit of a tennis forehand. Unfortunately, not easy to control the ball when it's that high. As that's the end of the 8th over for Shariful. Afghanistan, 189 for 7.
Wow, just at the very right time, Bangladesh take yet another wicket. Maybe to the disappointment of the fans. Doesn't matter if they are Bangladesh fans or Afghanistan fans, they will have wanted some firework from Rashid Khan. Rashad into his 8th over. He's been wicketless. The call is for 2 straight away. They will keep it to only 1. With the sloppy work in the middle, that has been the story in the field for Bangladesh. There's been some catches taken, but also they've been a little sloppy. What do you make of the total so far, Ramiz?
Well, it's a fighting score. Afghanistan will have to bowl out Bangladesh, so I think the strategy will have to be around that angle. Because 4 and over otherwise should be not a difficult task for Bangladesh if they get to 200, that is. But I feel that Bangladesh have allowed an opportunity to slip away, 4 down for nothing, to allow Afghanistan to get to 200.
Yeah, a couple of partnership, particularly the one between Mohammad Nabi and Hashmatullah Shahidi, both completing a 50. A bit of an unlucky dismissal. Nangyal Kharote will always be on the run. He will not stay at the wicket. Just keep an eye on him. Watching him in the Shpagiza Cricket League, he alongside Siddiqullah Pacha were on fire. Quick run. Talk about the batting skills. It's also the running between the wicket that can put pressure on the fielders and on the bowler.
It's the energy from Afghanistan, the inspired performers. I mentioned earlier, it's a great dugout to engage some of the young talent. Afghanistan played the semi-final of the World Cup in tough territory. They have the temperament, the skill and the talent really to beat the best in the business.
Well, absolutely, and the important thing is how they bond as a team together, and how it is for everyone wanting for the other to perform and even outperform the other. Goes for a heave, but that'll only be to 1 to keep the strike. Mohammad Nabi, after 44, Afghanistan are 194 for 7. 6 in an over can take them to 230, and anything beyond 230 will be what Afghanistan should be eyeing from here. Mohammad Nabi holds the key. If Afghanistan have to score anything above 230.
Such a well-crafted innings. Nabi 75 or 74. Innings was almost in a tailspin, and he came to the crease and allowed a bit of calmness and common sense to take over. He's got 2 ODI hundreds to his credit. Once batting at 3, once batting at 6. In fact, 7. This goes on to show his skill as an all-rounder. Solid temperament, plays the situation so well. And he's talking to his young gun here. It's all about giving them clarity, I think. At this stage, it's all about making sure that you play out the 6 overs as smartly as possible.
Absolutely spot on. That's what the experience bring in the form of Mohammad Nabi, and he's already talking to him that there will be chance and you will be able to cash it out. Seems like he hasn't been listening. Sometimes it is, you gotta wake the person up, shake him up. Bro, listen to me. You'll get your chance. He's not bad with the bat, Nangyal Kharote. I like for the fact Mohammad Nabi walks over to him and talks to him. He was making his international debut against Ireland and he was hit for a 6. He's a good bowler as well, left arm orthodox. Nabi went up to him and said, listen, I was hit for a 6 in my first match in IPL as well. Take it easy. And he really performed nicely in that game. With the ball in hand, though, this time around, expectations are that he should perform with the bat because he seems to be the final hopes for Afghanistan. Looking at how you look at the roles of batters that should perform at this stage. Alam Mohammad Ghazanfar can hit a few, but then you really want for Mohammad Nabi and Nangyal Kharote to take it as deep as they can from here. Probably spread out field, knowing that Nabi will want to open his arms. Everyone on the boundary. Plays this nicely. For all the effort put into this, that'll only be a single.
He's played that shot extremely well, the pull shot. But Kharote needs to do is to make sure that Nabi feels a little bit confident at the non-striker's end. You don't want helter-skelter at this stage. It's got to be a straightforward device plan for Kharote. Make sure that you don't get out, get a run. If not, then allow Nabi to hog the limelight, give him maximum strike.
Well, he's offered Nabi the strike not to score a run with the last ball of the over. It's 197 for 7. Well, the last 5 overs are that the Bangladesh have made a comeback. The 2 wickets have really haunted the cause of Afghanistan, trying to score past 250. These 30 balls, they're going to be the decisive factor in telling how Afghanistan go about this.
He is very good through that area of long on, square leg. Strong bottom hand grip, and so he's played the pull shots, he's worked the singles. It really has been a very, very entertaining, crafty and situation-rich innings.
Yeah, absolutely. The 77 runs he scored are really crucial to the fact that Afghanistan are closing down on 200, just a run shy of it. In this beautiful, iconic Sharjah Stadium, you see he's played all around the ground, mainly towards the leg side, and especially those big hits that we earlier saw, but he's been playing all around the ground, working it out nicely. Muhammad Nabi Isa Khail, 30% coming from that long on and cow corner region.
And add ingredient of temperament to that wagon wheel, and so you get a great innings from Nabi. He's trying to hit the ball a little too hard. We understand he's young, he wants to get cracking, but at this stage it's about doing the basics well. Rotate the strike, give it back to Nabi. He's been out there for a very long time, he's eyeing them well, so let him be the aggressor right now.
Yeah, and it's exactly what Nabi's been telling him, watch the ball. Probably seeing him playing with the hard hands. It's important that you do not frustrate your partner. Sometimes you can play a hand in getting the partner out. It's interesting, a lot of things should be playing in your mind as a batter. If you are Nangyal Kharote, you look at the scoreboard, you see 9 deliveries, you've only scored 1 run, and worst of it, if it is you get your partner out or you get out.
Well, right now it's about partnership, it's about exposing the strike to Nabi, and so holding your end. Don't worry about 4s and 6s, because if you're not able to hit the 4s and 6s, then got to make sure that at least there is rotation of strike.
Yeah, you hear Muhammad Nabi talking to him again, picking that from the mic, stump mic. Courtesy to this technology, bring you so many things. Get to see the different depths in the game. Telling him lagra khasha, meaning get a little better. You can see the ball. And probably just showing him that he trusts in him. I've seen Muhammad Nabi bringing the best out of the others. Partnership alongside Azmatullah Omarzai, more than 200 runs in Sri Lanka, where Nabi and Azmat both scored 100. And on so many other occasions, Najibullah Zadran, one that comes to my mind. The fielders are in the circle, and they're not giving him anything, Nangyal Kharote. 4 dots on the trot.
The last 20-odd balls are going to determine the fate of this game. This innings, this game is on a knife's edge right now. Let's not forget the value of another 20, 25, 30 for Afghanistan. So his role has got to be to make sure that there is rotation of strike. And once again, I'll be repeating myself, leave it to Nabi for those big shots.
Wow, finally a good shot. They want the second. Nangyal will want it, but Nabi denies it. So he will keep the strike. 200 up for Afghanistan. 4 overs game left. Afghanistan are 200 for 7. So another 24 deliveries. I love the way you put it. How many maximum can you hit, right? So if you hit a couple of boundaries, a couple of 6s, and all of a sudden the score will look 230, 230 plus. Yes, it's 24 deliveries to be bowled, but you just look at it from the viewpoint of the fact how many big hits you can score runs with. Well, it's against the best in the business today, Mustafizur. How beautifully is he bowled today. They're rushing for the second. Nangyal Kharote will beat it. He's very quick between the wicket. Talk about his batting skills. That is one thing. He's a good batter, I tell you. A little bit of pressure. But running between the wickets, God, he is really fast. Just look at him. The energy. It's only about that energy. You need to come out onto the bat in the hands. hit a few big ones. He did that in the Shpagiza Cricket League. He used to come in bat at number 6 and 7 for Bande Amir Dragons. They played final under Hashmatullah Shahidi. Soft hands. The wicket keeper's after it, and they're running for it again. And Nangyal Kharote on the danger end, but the wayward throw, which has been the story, right? On this day in this innings, unfortunately, Bangladesh have missed a few opportunities with the wayward throws.
Well, he may have been scrappy with the bat, but nothing scrappy regarding this running between the wickets. Look at him go. Had to get around Mustafizur, and in the end, he was there with time to spare.
Have you seen, have you ever seen with the batter running in and the bowler coming in their way, pick him up alongside and say, let's go and complete the run. Now this will ease the nerves because he's got 4 runs in the first 2 deliveries. Slower one, the cutter from Fizz, nicely negotiated. So 5 runs coming off the first 3 deliveries.
Mustafizur have bowled splendidly well, and you've got to admire his art, because he bowls in the power play, he bowls in the middle phase of the innings, and now he's been asked to come and do the job at the end of the innings. The cutter there, no pace on the ball, just the ideal ball to bowl on a surface like this. The 3-4 parts to his bowling repertoire. That's why it's so impressive.
Oh, that is high in the air. Will this clear the boundary? Yes, it does. Mohammad Nabi breaks the shackles and hits this nicely into his favorite region today for a maximum.
Yeah, he read it brilliantly. I think this slow ball was always on the cards. The off-cutter being attempted, it sat up very nicely, almost like a top spinner, and went over mid-wicket for a gigantic 6. What a knock he's playing, 83 now.
Good batting. Hit in a 6 and then taken a single. Textbook cricket, isn't it? In the modern cricket, they say if you hit one, hit the second as well.
Well, he could have done that, but I think the larger target is to get runs for Afghanistan. So if they can get to a 230, 240 score, it'll be very, very competitive.
Yeah, the instructions are from Mohammad Nabi to Nangyal Kharote. Watch out for the slower ones. So many you bowl as a bowler that you get that reputation that you might just be bowling every second ball as a slower one. Well, this has been a good over for Afghanistan, not for Bangladesh. 13 runs coming off it. Momentum that Afghanistan needed, 213 for 7. Well, 13 runs coming from Mustafiz's over, meaning that that was the most expensive over of the innings. What a time to get that. And what a shot this is from Nangyal Kharote. Slices this beautifully away from the fielder for a boundary. Welcome boundary for Nangyal Kharote.
Used the pace of the skin so well, and it was hit so hard. Fast hands through the ball, creating a little bit of width himself, staying inside the line, clearing the front leg and hitting it ever so smartly and sweetly. Finally finding his range, Kharote. And Taskin seems to be hit quite hard. This is his last over, 2 for 51.
Yeah, he's been a little expensive, but remember, he was the one who gave the first breakthrough, took the wicket of dangerous Rahmanullah Gurbaz. And then of Gulbadin Naib, another hard hitter. Unfortunately, he's been a little bit expensive today. Into his 10th over, already 52 runs, a little bit uncharacteristic of Taskin Ahmed. He's got good slow ball as well. It's very deceptive. He bowls it with the same action. It's very hard to pick when he bowls him. Another 4 deliveries left. Can Mohammad Nabi hit another one, or will he show him the respect knowing that already 1 boundary's been hit in this over? And let's wait for another 12 balls that are still left after the over.
Is there a term like double wide? Because that was one.
Yeah, there are different ways of how we say it, but let's look at how he got the 2 wickets. First off, Rahmanullah Gurbaz, and then a soft dismissal maybe. Gulbadin Naib getting a little too carried away. He's already hit a boundary in that over. And then trying another one straight into the hands. Yeah, there are different ways of how we define this in our own language. Sure, people watching will have certain terminologies. Wouldn't mind for them just feeding us in with that. What you call those big wides. Oh, this is high in the air. This might be the wicket number 3, and that too of Mohammad Nabi. Taskin Ahmed is given runs, but the experience of Taskin Ahmed takes the crucial wicket of Mohammad Nabi Isa Khail.
Well, let's appreciate the great innings that Nabi has played. Obviously, it was well bowled by Taskin. Probably a slow bouncer. Didn't have any timing on that one, even though he's been punishing that length so regularly, so nicely. Got the top edge and landed safely into the hands. So a very timely blow, because Nabi was looking to run away with this innings. With a powerful innings, still ends on a high, 84 to 19 for 8.
Well, that has been a crucial breakthrough. Not the one Afghanistan and not the one Mohammad Nabi wanted. Deserved 100, I must say. The way he constructed his inning and how beautifully he scored at the strike rate of above 100, where all the other batters were scoring at under 100 strike rate. Ada Muhammad Ghazanfar comes in to bat at number 9. And he's been sent back straight away. A quicker, a fuller from Taskin Ahmed means thank you very much, go back.
Well, a tremendous strike, a Yorker. And what an over it's turning out to be in the end. He was hit for a 4, single, a wide, couple of blows now, straight as an arrow. Thank you very much for coming. He's gone. And so it's 2:19 for 9 now.
The crowd is loving it. Taskin is on hat-trick. Can he get it? No, he will not. Response, Fazalak Farooqi. Remember, he's got a hat-trick against Sri Lanka in Dambulla back in 2017. This time around, what a brilliant comeback this has been from Taskin Ahmed. First the wicket of Mohammad Nabi, and then, thank you very much, Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar couldn't do anything about it. He was expecting a little shorter length, maybe a good length. Seam up and rattled the stumps. Yeah, loud appeal and is given. Taskin Ahmed finishes it off for Bangladesh in style. They will take a review for sure. But umpire has given it out. So what an over this has been for Bangladesh. We talked about the importance of runs. As
I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery front on, please. Alan, can you hear me? Review for LBW. Original decision is out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery front on, please. Ball is close to the bat to confirm ultra edge, please. Just keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line, roll up to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching outside out. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Ahmed, change your original out decision. Stand by, I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Well, it is missing. Ahmad Chadurani will have to reverse his decision, but what an over this has been. End of the 10 over of Taskin, finishing for 4 for 53. Afghanistan 219 for 9. Different times. At one stage we were talking about Nangyal Harotai to be off strike, and now we'll want for him to be on strike. Oh, what a shot that is! Beautiful maximum into the crowd. Nangyal Harotai, you little beauty. I'll take the cue from you, Ramesh. You always say that, and how much we've enjoyed listening to that. What a shot!
Absolutely nailed the cutter. Absolutely straight. A big 6. And against the run of play, Harotai has played a brilliant shot. He was going nowhere. He was only interested in running. This time it was a big heave down the ground. Oh, it's a quicker ball. I think that's a better ploy from Mustafizur. Pace off is going to help Harotai because he wants to clear the front leg and hit him down the ground, mid-on. Sorry, there's mid-off, so nobody at long off. That's a fair target. This one came back strongly. Seam-up ball.
Yeah, I mean, you want to keep the fielder inside the circle, to inside the batter, to go for the shot, get one wrong, slower ball, misread it, and then hand it right into the hand of the fielder inside the circle. But Nangyal Harotai was up for the task. I remember the Afghanistan domestic cricket director, Nazim Jar Abdurrahimzai, posting about Nangyal Harotai and saying, listen, he's good with the ball, he's a good fielder, but he's a good batter as well. And now all hopes on Nangyal Harotai. Can he get Afghanistan past 230? Remember, certain things are like psychological factors in cricket. 230 might just look a little heavier on the look versus less than 230. So Bangladesh, after the 40th over, have been among wickets. 4 wickets coming into the last power play. Yeah, cut nicely and cuts this for 4. What a shot. 10 runs off the first 4 deliveries of Mustafiz's last over.
I mean, it's no mean achievement hitting him like that. Mustafizur is such a crafty bowler. This was in the range. He's played a cut shot earlier also. I think it was off the scheme. This one raced to the fence in no time. It has happened first time for Bangladeshi pacers outside Bangladesh. Mustafizur, Taskeen, both with 4 wickets. So the only fast bowlers to have picked up 4 wickets outside Bangladesh. In the same match, that is. Afghanistan have given themselves a great chance here. From nowhere, they've come back so strongly to be 229 for 9. And this fight back will keep them in good stead in that period where they take the field. So there'll be a little gap, team talk, a huddle, and I'm sure this is a great reference point for the skipper to lead them into action with the ball.
Yeah. With a single off the last ball, Mustafiz completes his 10 over, giving 11 in this last over. Afghanistan are 230 for 9. Nangyal Kharote will keep the strike. Well, Afghanistan save the face for the last 6 deliveries. At one stage, it looked like maybe Afghanistan won't be able to get to 150. Then came 2 partnership. And then, on the back of quick wickets, Nangyal Kharote is still out there in the middle, who's batting so nicely now on 22 of 25. At one stage, he was finding it very difficult. Now, all the hopes for the Afghanistan fans are on Nangyal Kharote. Can he get another 10 runs from here? Yes, you talk about the 230-run target, 233 being the average on this Sharjah wicket. But then with another 5 deliveries, and they can be very crucial, can you get another 10 runs? Nangyal is going to get 2. Already talking in between to Fazal Faruqi. He's very far away. The presence of mind, the running between the wicket, but at the same time keeping an eye on where the ball is dropped. Some helicopter shot, not getting the elevation, but still getting enough of a distance to make sure that he runs too.
Turning out to be one priceless innings, 24 of 26.
Another one, wrists coming into play. He will run for 2. Fasarak Faruqi is on the fighting end, and they run for it, and they take it. That is the pressure. You'll have to talk about some sloppiness by the Bangladesh. Once again, I believe they have shelled a chance.
Yes, Kharote there was willing to take the risk, pausing big time and then rushing back and then diving full length. Had that hit the stumps on the full, it would have been curtains for him. But you've got to admire the tenacity, the way which he's handled himself. You know, we know that he's no mug with the bat, but obviously he's not a genius as well. But he's outperformed himself. 26 of 27.
Change of times. Don't listen to what we said a few overs earlier. Another helicopter shot, another 2 on the card. He's now, this time it's on Fazal Faruqi's end, and this might well be a run out. So finally, that presence of mind in the field coming into play, doing the job nicely, making sure that you throw it at the weaker end. It has to be out. We'll just wait for the confirmation.
This time it was a much better option for a Bangladesh fielder really to go hard at the non-striker's end. But Afghanistan putting up a great fight. You expect this from Afghanistan team these days. 235 for the loss of 9. I think it'll be given as out again on the replay.
Yeah, now let's have a look at Fazal Farooqi. He's still holding his bat in at the non-striker end, waiting. And what are you waiting for? See, these are small things that can really bring that big change, and that is the reason why he's not even in the frame. Now, imagine if he had already started running, this will have been a comfortable 2. But for some other day, Afghanistan have taken 5 runs off this over, and they're all out for 235, meaning when Bangladesh come to chase this down, they will need to score 236 against a strong bowling unit of Afghanistan led by Rashid Khan and Fazal Farooqi to register their first win playing in ODI in Sharjah after 29 years.
Yeah, I mean, innings of 2 halves. The top order did not function until Hashmatullah and Nabi came together as a pair. 27 from Kharote in the end, a fantastic comeback and a turnaround for Afghanistan with the bat. 235 they got in the end.
Let's go downstairs to Jonathan Trott. Let's hear his thoughts.
Jonathan, thanks so much for joining us. First innings that really was an innings of 2 halves. You were in early trouble. Are you pleased with the way in which you fought back?
Absolutely, yeah. If you'd given us that after 10 overs, I think we were 4 down after 10 overs, would have been in your hand off. So very pleased the way they played. I thought Mohammed Nabi, the way that he played, and the partnership that himself and the captain put together is what got us to hopefully what is a defendable target. But we're going to have to bowl really well and field just as well.
What is it about Mohammed Nabi? Which way can he just continue to do it? He's 39 years of age. How good is he?
Well, let's. How about we talk after the game, but he still has to bowl. So it's a true credit to a guy who looks after himself, trains really hard, talented guy, but makes the most of his talent and is still turning out here at his age for his country and dominating international cricket at times. So. Still halfway. We've given ourselves a good chance, but we've got to play well.
The captain's anchor role in that partnership was just as critical. It's something he does very well in this format.
Yeah, for sure. And we would have liked their partnership to have gone on a little bit more, but wasn't to be. And you know, we thought that he played well. There's lots of areas still that we need to work on with our batting, and hopefully we get it right.
Finally, just very quickly, will 235 be enough for you?
I hope so.
Okay, Jonathan, very best of luck. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
It's been a good bowling display from the Bangladesh bowlers. Mustafizur and Taskeen for the first time, 2 Bangladesh bowlers taking 4 wickets each. But Miraj has been economical for his 30 wicketless. Rishad couldn't get a wicket as well. And Shariful taking just 1 wicket. With 1 run out, Afghanistan were all out for 235. So the target for Bangladesh to win the first of these 3 ODIs is 236 of 50 overs. Join us shortly when we come back for the chase.
Welcome back to the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, where we're getting ready for the second innings of this first one-day international, the first of 3 to be played between Afghanistan and Bangladesh. Afghanistan, they won the toss and decided to bat. They were in a disastrous position at one stage. They were 36 for 4 in the power play, but then they recovered. Hashmatullah Shahidi, the captain, an excellent half-century from him. But Mohammad Nabi it was who led the way, 84 from 79 balls. And off the back of their contributions, 235 was the final score. I've got Owais Shah alongside me. Owais, it was an innings of several parts, really. The first part dominated by Bangladesh.
Certainly was dominated by Bangladesh. The seamers, interestingly enough, picked up the wickets. There were 8 wickets taken by the 2 seamers, Mustafizur and Taskin, 4 wickets apiece, nicking off some of the top order batsmen. And of course, after that partnership you mentioned, the captain and of course Nabi showing his experience, putting together a formidable partnership of 100+, which I felt was the real turning point and getting that momentum back towards Afghanistan after they had lost early wickets to end up at 235 from 49.4 overs.
Yes, it's only the second time Afghanistan have added 200 runs to the total after losing 4 wickets in the first 10 overs. The other instance was against Sri Lanka earlier this year in Palakkale, and they went from 27 for 4 to 339 for 6. And Mohammad Nabi there, that was his half-century, and he was part of that recovery against Sri Lanka. Hashmatullah with his 50, and then that was a nothing shot really to get out against Mustafiza. That was Rashid Khan's dismissal. Nabi continued to hit. He loves hitting sixes, he really does. He's got over 50 of them on this ground alone in international cricket. But that was a top edge, and that was the end of his innings. 4 fours, 3 sixes. And then when Ghazanfur fell, next delivery, it was almost the end. A couple of good blows from Nangiala Karote, right at the back end, a left-hander. But the last wicket to go down was that of Faisal Haq Faruqi. A run out. And in the end, Afghanistan were 2 balls short of using their full 50 overs. There's the partnership statistics, and that key partnership between Hashmatullah and Mohammad Nabi really got Afghanistan back on track. And if anything, they might be a little bit disappointed they didn't get up to 250. There's the bowling, and again, confirmation, as Owais Shah mentioned, of Taskin and Mustafiza, the 2 seamers, so effective. But Bangladesh, they just allowed the game to drift a little bit after they'd reduced Afghanistan to 71 for 5, and I'm sure they'll be sitting in the dressing room and reflecting on the fact that perhaps Afghanistan have got more than maybe they should have got at one stage. Hashmatullah talking to his players, making it absolutely clear what he wants from them. They've given themselves a chance here, have Afghanistan, in this first match. They've got a total that they can work with. But the question now is, what will Bangladesh do in response? 2 openers on their way out to the middle. Tanzid Hassan, his international career still very much in its embryonic stage, but look at that strike rate. He can play his shots early on. That 84 he made was on debut. And Shumir Shaka, we didn't see him with the ball today. That best of 169, that was against New Zealand in New Zealand, and again a highly impressive strike rate. So these 2 batters aren't going to die wondering, that's for sure. They're going to play their shots, and it's a good time to do so, Owais Shah, because in the first 10 overs the ball will come onto the bat, you would anticipate. A hard new ball at each end, but they're going to be tested here. Faisal Haq Faruqi, the left-arm seamer, he is a master with the new ball.
He certainly is a master, and watch out for how he controls that ball through the air, because there'll definitely be a little bit of swing on offer this in this Sharjah evening. And I think it'll be a really good contest between bat and ball.
Are you ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Let's play then, says Alex Wharf. Half stop by the keeper, that's Ikram Ali Kale. Now he's come in behind the stumps as a substitute fielder, because earlier on, Ramanullah Gurbas, we saw him having some injury issue before he was dismissed, and he is not on the field for this Bangladesh innings. Shumyasaka on strike now. Upish, but timed beautifully through the covers. Well, we've commented already on the fact that these two Bangladesh batters, they like to get on with it. What a gorgeous shot to get off the mark.
What a beautiful bit of timing. Doesn't try and overhit it. All he was trying to do is get it, make sure you got it wide of mid-off, got it in that gap, and he knew the outfield would do the rest. That will give Somya a world of confidence. Nothing better than getting a boundary early in your innings.
Two slips in position. You know, for the series we've seen here recently, either side of the summer that Afghanistan have played, against South Africa in September and against Ireland in March, this man swung the ball prodigiously, Faisal Haq Faruqi, in the first couple of overs, and then when it stopped swinging, he'd go round the wicket, change the angle.
Well, you've got to be able to do something when you haven't got the ball swinging around through the air. You've got to try and create some sort of an angle to try and force some sort of a mistake from the batsman. And it doesn't surprise me that he has got that up his sleeve. Tries to vary his pace sometimes. But like you mentioned, also the use of the crease is critical, especially in this part of the world.
He really has had a fantastic year, Faisal Haq Faruqi. He was the joint leading wicket taker in the ICC T20 World Cup in the USA and the Caribbean when Afghanistan made it to the semi-finals. 17 wickets, an economy rate of just 6.3, and that included 5 for 9 against Uganda. Goodness me, how has that missed the stumps? It's just run down the face of the bat and bounced over off stump.
Pretty skiddy. He is through the air. He's got a pretty relaxed run up, and then it all explodes right as he approaches the stumps. Boy, oh boy, that was very close indeed. Somya trying to make sure he plays the ball late.
There's that swing. Won't last for very long. So that's why Afghanistan have got those couple of slips in at the moment, trying to take advantage of it.
Certainly have to take advantage of it. However, I just want to see how long it takes Afghanistani skipper to introduce his spinners into the attack. I really do feel that they hold the key for Afghanistan, especially under lights. All three of them are extremely unorthodox, bowling quicker than your average spinner, which means that the ball does sort of tend to skid onto the bat, but also doesn't allow the batsman to think too much about what's coming down. That's the end of the first over. Bangladesh 6 for 0.
It's interesting actually because in those games against South Africa, they opened the bowling with Gazan because he was playing the Mujib role. Because Mujib not around, he was in and so at least one of the games I remember he bowled his 10 straight through.
But also South Africans are big players.
In fact, here he is now. He's going to do it again.
Makes sense. They've got to get early wickets.
So just the one over gone so far in this innings. And Afghanistan doing what they did against South Africa in September with Gazanfar opening the bowling, playing the role that Mujib has played for so long. Mystery spinner with the new ball.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how these two tackle the flight and gull of Gazanfar. Here he is, Gurbaz sitting out. I'm not sure what injury he's done to himself, Brian, do you know?
Yeah, we haven't received any clarification on that. Gazanfar opened the bowling against South Africa in all three matches in September, and in the first of those, 3 for 20. This is why Gurbaz isn't on the field. This was the last ball of the first over, jogging through and indicated that he had some sort of issue. He was treated by the physiotherapist, completed his innings, which didn't last very long, and we haven't seen him since.
Yeah, there wasn't any obvious time or particular point in his when he was running that he had done something, but clearly he has. And of course was treated by the physio, and of course sitting out and not being able to keep in this innings now.
It's a really skillful bowler, Gazanfar, with the new ball. It's not an easy art to perfect as a spinner.
Well, I'm not sure how much purchase he's going to get off the track at the moment. The ball's, of course, brand new. At the moment, all he's probably trying to do is skid it on with the arm, both wicket to wicket, and try and see if he can force a mistake from the batsman.
He's just got the two fielders, of course, allowed outside the 30-yard circle in these first 10 overs. He's opted for a long off and a deep backward square leg.
Have a look at this delivery. You've got to be really careful when you're batting it. That's the one that goes front of the arm, but if you get that seam right, which he did, just got a little bit of a way swing almost through the air from the left-handed Tanzid.
Into the gap. Chase for Nabi. In the end, he's outpaced by Azmatullah Omarzai. A couple of runs, and Bangladesh, 2 overs gone, 10 without loss. Really good atmosphere here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium this evening. The 300th men's international match hosted at this venue. One of the slips has come out now for Faisal Haq Farooqi. It's gone to short cover. That's Nabi.
Still a little bit of shape there for Farooqi. Rather full. Somya haven't really trying to climb into that one. The conditions do favour Farooqi out here in Sharjah, especially when he bowls under lights. Definitely does get a fair bit of amount of swing through the air.
It's the swing he gets from over the wicket. Less swing round the wicket, and the reason he goes round the wicket is generally because the ball stops swinging. So that graphic tells its own story there, really. 2 new balls in one-day international cricket, 1 from each end, so the prevalence of reverse swing later in the innings tends to be reduced because of that fact. But he's absolutely spot on the mark here in this over.
Yeah, better start to this over compared to his first one. He's been on the money. I think Afghanistan has got to be careful here and not allow Bangladesh to get away. They've got to try and get those dots on the batsman, try and create some sort of pressure. They've got that slip in, which I like. I wouldn't mind seeing maybe perhaps another catcher in there, maybe a gully line or maybe a man on the drive, just to put some sort of doubt in the batsman's mind.
There's a lot of rattle out there at the moment from the Afghanistan fielders, a lot of noise, a lot of chirp, a lot of encouragement. As always, Shah says, they're looking for early wickets. They need that boost because in the modern era, a target of 236, if Bangladesh bat anywhere near their full 50 overs, you would expect them to get up to that target quite comfortably. Well, that's exactly what Oais Shah was mentioning a little earlier. The drive wasn't all that far short of Nabi.
Yeah, exactly that. If you do get Nabi perhaps on the drive there, that could well have been the end of Somya. Slightly uppish. The reason for that was because the fact that the ball does tend to sometimes skid on and sometimes just sit in the deck a little bit. So it is a little bit difficult for the batsman to trust the bounce and just throw their hands through it. And sometimes do end up hitting it slightly uppish.
Well, he's thrown his hands at that, Shumia Shaka, and the ball's plugged. And the batters have just taken 2. End of the over, 3 gone, 12 without loss.
Shabba boy, Shabba boy! Come on, come on, come on! Come on, come
This
on,
is
bowling!
how Afghanistan reached their 235 half centuries for Nabi and the captain Hashmatullah Shahidi. Bowled! Townsend goes. He went back. Perhaps, on reflection, he should have gone forward. The ball skidded on. And even though I think he got a bit of bat on this, he couldn't keep it out. The early wicket that Afghanistan wanted.
Yeah, brilliant bit of bowling. Wicket to wicket. Forced the batsman to go slightly so back. And you knew it. The ball does skid through. And that's the end of Tanzid as he departs back to the pavilion for just 3. Bangladesh 12 for 1.
So Afghanistan wanted an early wicket and they've got it, and that brings Najmul Hussain Shanto, the captain, to the crease. .300s in one-day international cricket. One of those was against Afghanistan in Lahore in September of last year in the Asia Cup. On that occasion, he was batting at number 4.
Well stopped.
That was 104. His best score, 122 not out, and this is the reason he's here.
Yeah, have a look at that. The ball just goes straight on with the arm. And although the batsman did go back, he knew he was in trouble because the ball does tend to skid on a fair bit here at Sharjah. Line and length is absolutely immaculate at the moment from Ghazanfar.
Bowling. Come on. 2 minutes, boys.
How difficult as a batter is it to force yourself to come forward in that sort of situation?
Yeah, it really is challenging because your mind's geared to as soon as you see the length, and if you think it's just short of a length, you tend to go back just to allow yourself that little bit of time to make a decision. However, I think on this pitch it will be a cardinal sin to go back because you know you could well be in trouble if you miss the ball.
Bowling.
You've got to almost make sure, perhaps adapt your stance. That's something I did. I almost had a wider stance than normal, which meant that I could not go back. The only way I could move was forward.
Good bowling, Ghazanfar. Lovely.
2 different releases here for Ghazanfar. That's the orthodox off spinner on the left of screen. And there's the carom ball. Little flick with the middle finger.
Yeah, sort of flicks it, but he doesn't get many revs on his carom ball. Almost tends to try and swing the ball away from the left-hander. That's another over gone. Bangladesh 12 for 1.
Really good start this for Afghanistan. The Bangladesh batters haven't got away from them, and they've taken a wicket as well.
Somya taking his time, looking pretty much in control and pouncing on anything full from Faruqi.
He's thrown the bat at that, Shumya Sharkat. And once again, fortune favours the brave. If you're going to swing, swing hard.
Yep, there we go. He threw everything at it and manages to get that thick nick for a boundary. Would have had his heart in his mouth for a second because he knows there's a slip in place. However, it was nowhere near the man standing at slip. So 4 more to Somya, and Bangladesh move on to 16 for 1.
Oh, that's delightful. It really is. Lovely bit of timing that through the onside. Faruqi just straying onto the batter's pads. But Shanto, delightful.
Yeah, balance real key there. Realise it's going to be full. Doesn't take a huge stride and just allows those wrists to take care of the ball.
Good comeback by Faisal Haq Faruqi. Actually did him a bit of a disservice there with that last delivery. I reckon Shanto took that off about off stump, but it was just with the angle coming in, left arm over the wicket, that allowed him to play that shot.
Yeah, it did, but international batsmen, as soon as you get too full, it doesn't really matter what line it is. They're so good at it nowadays. Geez, I mean, those days of playing in the V are gone. I mean, they're flicking balls nowadays from off stump through mid-wicket all day long.
Again, a little bit of swing for Faisal Haq Faruqi to end the over. Bangladesh 21 for 1.
Bangladesh 21 for 1. 5 overs have been bowled in the chase. Gazenford to continue with slip in position in the commentary box. I'm Devendra. With me is legendary caller from Pakistan, Ramiz Raja.
Yeah, so the real test will be how they play spin, because they've negotiated the sideways movement. Bangladesh need a good start here, a partnership to get them rolling towards that score.
With given. Yes, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Sporting the jersey number 19, it's always Rashid Khan.
Such a great advert for not only Afghanistan cricket but world cricket, the way he plays the game. A willing worker, always does well for Afghanistan. Tremendous strike force.
I remember having chat with him just before the ICC T20 World Cup in West Indies. What are you thinking about? What are your chances of reaching the semi-finals? He said 100%. It's about mindset. What a character. What a champion. He's been dominating the world cricket everywhere, in Australia, in India, in Pakistan. Nicely bowled. And also nurturing the players, young players coming through the ranks like Gajanfar.
Come on!
A very likable personality because he has done so many dugouts world over. You know, plays a lot of league cricket and is usually the #1 choice for all these leagues.
There has been a lot of talk about playing various leagues and still available for playing domestic cricket in Afghanistan. He participated in Sharjah Cricket League. Despite injury, he played inside Afghanistan to inspire the young generation to pick up the cricket. At the same time, wanted to compete with the young players.
Bowling!
Tremendous character. He is to Afghanistan what Sachin Tendulkar used to be for India. Beautifully bowled. Runs coming in singles, 6 overs gone, 24 for 1, Bangladesh. .24 for 1. Farooq is searching for wicket. In general, he takes wickets with a new ball. In the air, over the top. Should run away to the boundary for 4. Risky, but a boundary nonetheless.
Yeah, he's a massively attractive player to watch, especially through the offside. Gifted as far as timing is concerned, but every now and then he lets himself down after settling into the act. He throws his wicket away. A couple of lovely shots through the offside. This was delectable. Lazy elegance, as they say, on that occasion from the left-hander.
Talking about lazy elegance, earlier used to be right-handed batter and decided to become a left-hand batter because he wanted to emulate the likes of Saurav Ganguly and Brian Charles Lara. So he's been in and out of the game for quite some time for Bangladesh, played a significant part in those impressive victories against South Africa, Pakistan and India in 2016. So now he's found his line. Fazal Farooqi can be devastating, especially with the new ball.
This is forte swing. He doesn't have a lot of pace, but he's got a big heart. And he does the job up front for Afghanistan. That allows the spinners to come in and do their act.
Afghans were known for fast bowling early. Hamid Hassan, Shahpur Jadran, Daulat Jadran. Excellent delivery. In line with the stumps, mild inquiry. Not entertained by the umpire. Smile offered by Sonu Sarkar.
Well, he felt that there was pad before the bat. That's why the bowler appeared to be excitable, enthused. Now the bat hitting the pad, and so it's close, but not close enough.
There will be due. And that's why it's important from Afghanistan perspective to strike early. A lot of expectations from Fazal Farooqi. He's into his 4th over. They expect at least a couple of wickets from the fast bowlers. And the spinners will come on. Plays it late. Just a single. So they're playing with 4 spinners. Nabi, Rashid Karote. Karote has been instrumental in changing the course of the actions in many tough matches here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Played a good cameo today as well to finish the innings. And Gajanfar, what a find in the absence of Mujibur Rahman, who is nursing his injury, right finger flanks sprain. Afghanistan would hope that he would be back before the Champions Trophy. Inside edge, lucky. Away from the stumps.
Gajanfar is a great replacement for Mujib because it's very similar in style. Off cutters and leg cutters at pace. It's pretty tall as well. Big inside edge, perilously close to the stumps.
It's humid, he's sweating. Also the possibility of dew. What's an offer of the last delivery of the over? Clipped it to the man at mid-wicket. Dot ball to finish the over. A boundary coming from it. 7 gone, 29 for 1. Change in bowling. Mr. President, Nabi into the attack. 170 wickets. Played an attractive innings today. Early today in the first innings, getting a half century to bail Afghanistan out of trouble situation.
Can he bail himself out? Seems to be cramping up. Starts out with a harmless delivery. I think, he's stretching his hamstring also. I'm not too sure whether he's in great shape out there.
Could be cramped because he spent a lot of time in the afternoon, hot afternoon, humid afternoon, running between the wickets. He's an aging cricketer, the father of Afghanistan cricket.
Calf seemed to be giving him a bit of a concern, and not a typical Nabi fireball. He absolutely hurls them into the stumps, into the wicket. Just a very casual follow through, very ginger-like movement.
His spell is going to be vital to turn the fortunes for Afghanistan in this game. Lofted stroke away from the fielder. Long chase. He gives it up. 4 runs from Shomi Sarkar.
I don't think it's going to work for Afghanistan, this pace from Nabi, because that's not his style of bowling. That's not his forte. He really rips them into the surface. This was another floater that was dealt with quite nicely in the end by the left-hander. Wants to probably come in because of the left-hander's angle. A couple of floaters really will not do Afghanistan a lot of good. They need Nabi to be in a better physical condition. He's taken his cap from the umpire. Obviously, it's going to be a very, very short stint. Just 2 balls and he's off.
If it's cramps, then fine. He might get some water, electrolytes to hydrate his body and back. He's not happy. He never likes to leave the field. He knows the importance of his spell in today's game for Afghanistan. He's heading towards the culmination of his career as well. Darvish Rasuli comes out to replace him. The skipper for the emerging team, the Afghan winning the emerging Asia Cup recently in Oman. Wonderful bat. He's been scoring heavily in domestic cricket as well, Darvish Rasuli. So waiting for his opportunity in the middle order for Afghanistan. So the ball has been given to Azmatullah Omarjai. 19 wickets in 31 matches. Remember that fantastic spell against England. Ramesh, we were there in the ICC ODI World Cup.
He's a very fine all-round cricketer. Bats in the top order, bowls well, good pace, good variation, movement off the surface.
It's a trophy they are playing for. 3 one-day internationals at Slab Cup, Afghanistan versus Bangladesh series. Especially his wrist work was spotted by legendary Sachin Tendulkar about what he can do, his potential as a bowler. Gets it behind the square on the onside. The fielder will certainly give it up. It's gone for 4.
It's an impressive start by Bangladesh, not really pushed by the status of the opposition's bowling prowess. Every time they've got the ball to hit, they've been able to hit. A little ungainly on this occasion, Somir Sarkar. Normally he's a very fine-looking batsman, especially through the offside. Got cramped up just a little. And still the impact was a good one, a boundary.
Pensive, concerned captain. Nabi is out of the field now. Off the edge, it's a single. Also, they have to keep in mind the possibility of Duke setting in later in the innings. A lot of expectation about taking wickets with the new ball, and that's been the story. That's been the success story of Afghanistan cricket here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. He's got the ability to swing the ball around. Omarjai.
No.
Misfield. Runs. Pressure releasing runs. 2 boundaries coming from 2 different bowlers in over number 8, 39 for 1. Bangladesh in the chase. .39 for 1. Faruqi going for 22 in 4 overs. Ghazan for 1 for 7. Impressive. Ghazan for to bowl from the pavilion end. Men on the boundary on the onside at deep square. Wants a run. Sent back, rightly so. 2 batters searching for redemption when it comes to performing in one-day cricket for Bangladesh. Shanto, after having fantastic year 2023, struggled in 2024. Some coming back in the side. He's got a good start, 28 of 30.
Well ball.
also, Ramesh, they're searching for history. They have never won a one-day international here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, and they're playing after 29 years.
The sample size is pretty low. I mean, just 5 ODIs in 29 years. That is 29 years ago. It's hardly played ODI cricket here in Sharjah, Bangladesh.
Gazinfar from round the wicket. Nicely tossed up delivery, easy singles coming through.
Well, Bangladesh have started off very, very nicely here. Professional outlook to this run chase. No dramas. It's just about playing everything on merit. Soumya Sarkar has flown through the offside. He's really been impressive. Shanto needs a big knock, 7 off 17. Partnership of 23. And I think the real test will be how Bangladesh play Afghanistan's spin attack.
Well, they've got lots of experience playing on the spin-friendly pitches in Bangladesh against high-quality spinners as well, also playing test match cricket, so the batters are conditioned. It's about summoning up those skills because they haven't played one-day internationals since March 2024. It's been a long period.
They have another 3 after this series, Bangladesh. They play West Indies, I think, after the finish against Afghanistan. So there's still an opportunity for them to tweak the combination before the Champions Trophy.
Free hit on offer. Wants to run another wide. Wild throw. It's all happening here at Sharjah. Another wide. It means the free hit will remain. Marginally overstepping. He's a tall man. Gazinfar hails from Paktia province. It's a mountainous place. Wanted to become a pace bowler, then is suggested by his coach to become a spinner. Taken cues from Ravichandran Ashwin in developing the Kerem delivery. Launches it downfield. Glorious hit straight down the ground for 6. Shanto is setting the stage on fire for Bangladesh fans to celebrate.
Yes, flexing his muscles. Bangladesh's skipper hitting it very, very sweetly and neatly for a 6. Free hit 6 will make him feel just a little bit more stronger, more firmer at the crease.
Effortless. In the mold of Nicholas Pooran from West Indies. 6 was the demand. And it's fulfilled already in this over. Crowd is getting behind the batter. Nicely turned away on the onside. He's found the gap. He's played it so fine. He picks up another boundary. They're mounting pressure on Afghanistan. Bangladesh 50 up, 53 for 1 to the delight of the Bangladeshi spectators here. 9 overs gone, 53 for 1.
Well, the most expensive over, not just of the innings, but of the entire match. As Bangladesh get the chase, really starting to motor. And if Fidai joining me, Afghanistan just a little bit off. Here's the boundary from the final ball of the previous over. Don't have much margin for error, do you, as a spinner up in the power play?
Well, I think to start with, Shanto enjoys batting against Afghanistan. 200s in the test match. Afghanistan played against Bangladesh back in 2023 and was also among runs later on. And once again, back into form, really cashing out on the free hit and then guiding that one nicely down to the fine leg for another 4. So quite an expensive over that was. 14 runs. Previous highest over was from Mustafiz, 13 runs into the death overs. Well, Ghazanfar has been brilliant. He's filling in for Mujib Zadran. Remember what a bowler for Afghanistan he has been. He's bowled with the new ball back in the days, and now he's still recovering.
Still plenty of time for Afghanistan to get back into this game. We still haven't even seen Rashid Khan get the ball yet, and we would imagine that he'll have a big impact. But have we just seen a few signs maybe that you win the toss and you bat first? Was it definitely the right decision?
You also have to look at how Afghanistan gave away their wickets. It was also to do with the poor shot selections as well. But then again, it's a tricky call, isn't it? Sometimes you win the toss and then you really get the reading wrong, and all of a sudden you find yourself into some trouble. You're right, with Dew coming in, batting second, it will come out nicely onto the bat because there will be more moisture on the surface then.
We've also generally seen a bit of a trend in recent times. First game of the series, you go on with a bowl first. But I think what it spoke volumes about for me, Hashmatullah Shahidi's decision to bat first, was how much cricket they've played here at Sharjah. And they were aware that they feel as though they know the conditions better, and they know that actually 230, 240, even if you only get that here, with Afghanistan's bowling attack, that is very defendable. If you're an Afghan fan watching on back home in Kabul right now, you might be thinking, oh, well, this game is drifting away from us. There's a lot of twists and turns yet in this first one-day international.
Well, you got it right. It's a little bit early to tell. But Bangladesh have certainly put on a very good start, and especially for Shomia Sarkar. The man in the frame, Rashid Khan, you indicated earlier, will be very vital if Afghanistan are to win the first match. Well, with this, the power play is done, and Bangladesh finishes it off nicely for 54 for 1.
So Bangladesh well ahead of where Afghanistan were. At this point, there's the indication, the signal of the power play ending. That's the first power play ending into power play 2. So Hashmatullah Shahidi now has 4 fielders that he can place outside the 30-yard circle, and he's immediately going with them all. And it's going to be an introduction of Gulbuddin Naib, medium pacer. Can be very effective, particularly in these middle overs of ODI cricket.
Yeah, he's got some impact spells, hasn't he? Different format, T20 World Cup against Australia. All of a sudden, the man came and took 4 wickets, that too of Glenn Maxwell as well. Yeah. It'll be important to see how the medium pacers actually play on this wicket. Straight away into the air, but that will run down to the boundary. 1 bounce for.
Just for a moment, as the ball impacted the bat, you wondered as to whether or not this was just going to go straight up and give the mid-off fielder Rashid Khan a chance at getting to it. Not out of the middle, but chunky enough to get it over the head of mid-off. And a bounce away. There's the stand-in keeper, Ikram Ali Keel. Big concern for Afghanistan. Not about Gurbaz's glove work being missed in the second innings so much, because Ali Keel is an outstanding keeper. But will Gurbaz be okay for game 2 and game 3? Good news, there is 2 days before the next game. So maybe that little break up to Saturday, to when we're expecting probably close to a full house here, maybe they'll be able to get Gurbaz back. Here's the best of the power play. It's really belonged to Bangladesh.
Well, absolutely, they've been among runs, and especially for Sharjah Circle, 1 wicket to Allah Muhammad Rakankar. But other than that, Bangladesh have batted nicely. Shanto coming in, number 3, and alongside Sharjah Circle, the partnership is still going on. That was a no ball, that was smashed for a 6. And all of a sudden, the momentum is on Bangladesh side. Another 4. So two fours already in this over. 50-run partnership up.
What a glorious shot. This is, well, it's a bit bludgeony, but it's good enough. He's got a very good piece of it, isn't he? And Shanto knows that whilst the ball is still hard, the 2 new balls find a way to get ahead, well ahead of this chase. I wonder how much of the Rashid Khan factor is playing in the heads of these 2 batters. They would rather get ahead of the chase right now. And then that therefore can lessen the impact of the X factor, the star man for Afghanistan. I'm not sure it's going to be much longer before Hashmatullah Shahidi says, okay, Rashid, let's go. Let's get you into the game. Let's impact the game now.
Well, I think he should be bowling next. As far I am concerned, if you are the Afghanistan skipper, you will want your best bowler to come into play as early as you can, looking at the context of the game, because this partnership is taking the game away, far away from the reach of Afghanistan. Slower one, well disguised, but nicely negotiated. 9 runs coming off the first over of Gulbadin. Bangladesh are cruising 63 for 1.
Well, a historic series, this one, on a day to be celebrated at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. First ground ever to host 300 men's international matches. And this is a Firebird production you're watching for the Afghanistan Cricket Board. Delighted to be bringing you these pictures. It's been a really entertaining contest, isn't it? Has been some concerns, though, for Afghanistan after the brilliance of Mohammad Nabi's innings. How much of a toll did that take? He's gone off after just 4 deliveries. Ramanullah Gurbaz not on the field right now. Lots of questions for Hashmatullah Shahidi to answer.
Yeah, especially Mohammad Nabi, looking at he could be handy with the ball, and usually with the due factor coming in, the skipper looks at Mohammad Nabi getting him bowled out early in the early overs. So yeah, his overs can be crucial. But it's also important that you as the bowlers, for instance, get to bowl with more discipline. I believe the Afghanistan bowlers have also given away a lot of runs to the Bangladesh batters, taking nothing away from the Bangladesh batters in the way they have been executing themselves. But it's also that they have been bowling more towards the pads, down the leg side, giving away a lot of free runs. And on the top of them, if you are bowling no balls, that's just a cherry on the top. Fizz today among the wickets, he's got 11 times 4 or more than 4 wickets. Mustafizur Rahman, really a skillful artist of his art, Mustafizur Rahman.
Now a hook shot, he's been rushed on this, the keeper goes after it. Oh, and he's put it down. What an opportunity for the man who's not in the starting 11. Remember, he's only out there because of that injury to Ramanullah Gurbaz. Ikram Ali Keel did all the hard work. If anything, he slightly overran it. He got there, but he could not take the catch.
Well, opportunity created, that due to the Bangladesh skipper, but I think he jumped. That glorious jump before taking the catch, is what actually troubled the focus, because when you are catching it, you gotta stay focused, keep your head focused, your eyes still, follow the ball and pouch it nicely. Now that is a big opportunity with the gloves. Catch dropped.
Well, one more look. You're spot on, aren't you, Ahmed? It almost leapt into the air. Didn't need to. Now look at the reaction. I'll tell you who's the best poker player of those three. It's Jonathan Trott. You could not tell in any way. What about the other men in that shot?
Yeah, I think you're right. The poker face also. But the biting of the nail tells you the story. He didn't like it for sure. Now asking for a leg before wicket, not to be probably pitching outside the leg stump, but they're still coming together, asking the question if they should take the review or not. Remember, there are reviews available. The skipper can take it if he may want. There are 4, 3, 2, yeah, taken.
Okay, let's go upstairs and see if this pitched in line as the first port of call.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. I can see gap between ball and bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching outside leg. Can you go back on field, please? Ahmed, stay with your original not out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Well, great use of the technology. Really good decision from Ahmed Shah Durrani, and Hassan Raza, the third umpire, does everything right immediately. You always just felt it pitched outside leg, didn't you? I'm not even sure it was definitely going to go on and hit the stumps either. Not a lot going for it, that one, I'm afraid, Ahmed.
You know, you get blinded because of the opportunity missed. And then
is
it's
this
in the air.
Chance it is, and it's taken. And it's that man, Fazal Faruqi, down at fine leg. And Afghanistan, they strike back. There's always going to be a twist and turn between these two. Shomia Sharkar, he's got to 33. He's just given it away.
Yeah, once again, a good use of short pitch delivery. Earlier it was Shanto who survived, but this time around, Fazal Faruqi pouching it nicely, making sure that there's no connection with the rope. Azmatullah Omarzai looks pumped up, and why not? It hurts when the opportunity is missed. Will feel better to send back a very dangerous looking Shomia Sarkar. Bangladesh are 65 for 2.
Well, big moment of the match. You just felt Bangladesh were building up momentum in the chase. And in comes, well, he's still a young man, but he's a very experienced one. Fine all-round cricketer. Seems to get better and better and better. Mehdi Hassan Miraz, and that's across all the formats as well. But a new role up the order, up at number 4, if you will. A kind of tailor-made replacement for Shakib Al Hassan in due course, whenever Shakib finally calls time on everything. I was just about to make a prediction to you, Ahmed, because there's no Nabi right now, and because there's 2 left-handers at the crease, or there was, we might have seen a wild card like a Hashmatullah Shahidi, but inside edge. With the right-hander at the crease, although he's at the non-striker's end, in comes Rashid Khan immediately. Big moment this wicket, and it goes to Ormatai.
Yeah, see, you missed your opportunity. You should have made that prediction. Then I could have come to you and say, listen, you didn't get it right. Yeah, no, but I think it's good to have brought Rashid Khan. Afghanistan need to put pressure. I'm a little surprised why Mehdi Hasan Miraj has been brought as number 4. Why not Fahid Al-Goy? But it probably might be that Mehdi has been not bad against Afghanistan. Let's have a look at the wicket. The short pitch delivery doing the trick for Afghanistan. And what a good catch. This is how you take it. Keep your eye on the ball. Follow it nicely right into your hands.
Also, just a cheeky look. You might not have actually seen it on that shot, but from our commentary position, you could clearly see he set his feet to make sure he was inside the playing area. Didn't want to step on the rope. And now Rashid Khan has the right-hander that he would love to bowl to. And all of a sudden, the matchup is a good one. I sense as though this total is going to take an awful lot of chasing, despite that flying start from Bangladesh.
Yeah, and I think the reason why Mehdi is out there is because they want to tackle Rashid Khan. They want to play him safe. And they can, because they've given themselves the cushion. 66 for 2 into 13th over. Chasing down only 230 odd runs, another 170 required in 37.2 overs, so they can watch Rashid Khan and negotiate him safely.
That's the googly out of the back of the hand, well picked by Miraz. He's batted at every position 1 through 9, this man, and this is just the 2nd time he's ever batted at number 4. The reason for that is it's almost always, for as long as any Bangladesh fan can remember, it's been that man, Shakib Al Hassan, at number 4. But now, in this series, it's Miraz. He's off the mark. It's 67 for 2.
So Bangladesh need 169 runs in 37 overs. They've given themselves a great chance here. Very good opening burst from Shoumya Sarkar. Good partnership with the skipper. Still feel it's going to come down to how they play spin. Looking at how they played Rashid, I think the idea is not to allow him any breakthroughs, not giving wickets. Just try to play as sensibly as possible and look to attack from the other end.
Well, that seems to be the tactic, and I think I agree with that. You wouldn't want Rashid Khan to be picking up wickets along his spell. We all know he's a phenomenal bowler. His control on line and length is immaculate, so you don't allow him to get his tail up. Just go at perhaps 3 runs and over. If you can tick along at those sort of rate against Rashid Khan, and then, like you mentioned, Ramiz, attack at the other end. That would be the way. I tell you what, not be the way. Has that been a drop catch? It looked like it carried.
Absolutely it did. Well, his calves were cramping up earlier on. Well, that was a definite drop. Is that Mohammad Nabi? It is Nabi. Is his hands cramping up now? That should have been taken.
Well, that could well be costly. You get rid of Mehdi there, all of a sudden, 67 for 3. And the momentum back towards Afghanistan. However, Miraz Mehdi survives. Bangladesh 67 for 2. And like you mentioned earlier, Ramiz, Somyu in particular has given that lovely start to Bangladesh in pursuit of this chase.
They're trying to slice the ball off the front foot rather than playing it through mid-off. There you see him just opening the face of the blade, and that really should have been taken. He's in the slip because of his quality as a slip catcher. Chance grasped.
Yeah, it often happens that at Sharjah, because you're trying to get forward, even to deliveries that you would normally play back. You're trying to tell yourself, no, get forward, because of that lack of bounce in the pitch here. And in doing so, sometimes you realize that the ball is not quite there to drive, but you still throw your hands at it, hence resulting in an edge. And unfortunately this time, Nabi flooring the opportunity.
The other option available to Afghanistan is to maybe that jump in required run rate. So right now it's 4.62, take it to 5 and over. And then certainly Rashid Khan in his second spell will become that much more difficult. It's now 4.98. So that'll be interesting how they cope with that scoreboard pressure. No one in the slips. Got to target him outside that off stump. Maybe have a slip in place. They need wickets.
No.
After 14, 2 down for 68. There's one more ball left. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more of an attacking field here, because Afghanistan got to really try and pick up wickets at a regular interval. Yes, you may say that the bowler Umazai just got an outside edge, only a few deliveries earlier. But then for Shanto, who's only on 23, I don't see why he can't have a slip in against him. Definitely against when Rashid Khan is bowling, you've got to try and create a bit more pressure on the batsman.
Change of angle round the stumps for the left-hander. So probably looking to bowl a straighter line. Defends well, and after 14, 2 down for 68. Bangladesh shoot on for 68. Great thing about Rashid Khan, obviously there's so many things to like about his cricket, is that he can be used as an offensive bowler, as someone who can defend runs also. Very good against the top order. In a run saving situation, he could absolutely ace it.
Well, of course, he's a treat to have as any captain. You can use him in a defensive or an offensive role, and that's the beauty of Rashid Khan. I mean, he really is a class act, not just with the ball. That's what impresses me about this young man. He's a phenomenal bowler, but then also he is trying his best to improve his batting all the time. And we all know he's a natural athlete in the field, a complete cricketer.
He wants this ball to grip just a little bit more. It's skidding off the surface. There could be dew factor as well. But the ball coming onto the bat quite nicely so far. A couple of drives, good shots from Bangladesh batsmen. That's more like it. He's got to target that good length area. Let it to grip, or maybe if it's to skid, then that's the best length to bowl.
Yeah, smart batting though. The batsman recognizing good line in length. Not looking to just defend, but also trying to rotate the strike. Not allowing the pressure to be built on them against Rashid Khan.
Gets it past the infield for a couple of runs. That's good batting. Picked up the length very early.
Yeah, he's looking quite good, Shanto. Good footwork was the key there. Just a slight press forward and then jumps back into position to pull the ball wide of mid-wicket. 73 for 2, Bangladesh.
Oh, beautifully bowled. Slower in pace. I don't know whether there was got behind or not. It was messed up behind the stumps by the keeper. He's already dropped one. How close was this to the outside edge? Have a listen.
Yeah, I don't think it touched it. However, Rashid Khan thought it did. Just judging by his reaction. Desperate for wicket, Afghanistan at the moment.
Yes, one.
Right, 15 overs have been bowled. It's 2 down for 74. We'll have a little break here for drinks. Welcome back. 74 for the loss of 2. Bangladesh started the innings very impressively. Soumya Sarkar was on song, hitting the ball sweetly, especially through the offside. He's got this ability to time the ball elegantly. And then unwound by a ball that just zipped off the surface. With flashy shots. And then a flick through mid-wicket. To warm the hearts of the fans, and quite a few Bangladeshi fans out here to watch this contest. The Shanto of a free ball, a free hit was put away for 6. A very good, decent partnership that allowed Bangladesh to settle down. This was a catch that should have been taken by the keeper. Another bouncer attempted, and this one was caught just by the boundary rope. Nabi there in the slips, dropping the right-hander Miraz. And so a few hits and miss for Afghanistan in the field. 235 is a good score in the end. They were really in trouble when 4 wickets had gone down in, what about in the first 30 runs. Then Nabi played a great innings. Afghanistan still very keen to use pace. They feel that there's something in it for the paces.
Well, 8 wickets in their innings went to 2 seamers, Mustafizur and of course Taskin. So perhaps they're trying to take a leaf out of Bangladesh's book and allow their seamers to have a longer spell and see if they can pick up 1 or 2 wickets and try and stem the flow of runs here for Bangladesh.
Five men in the ring, no one in the slips. So idea is to keep it as tight as possible. Short ball attempted. Possibly 2 runs. They'll pick up 2.
Yeah, nicely played. Nicely kept down was the secret to that shot. I quite like that.
Come on, boy! Come on, boy!
Have another look. Banged in. Shanto rolling his wrists beautifully. Knew that if he got it in front of square, he'll easily cruise home for 2. Bangladesh move on to 76 in the 16th over for the loss of 2 wickets. And Shanto is looking very comfortable at the moment.
So the plan here from Afghanistan, it appears, from a distance, is to keep things tight from the pacers end and let Rashid then worry about the wicket-taking option. Get back required rate up to around 5.5 in the next 10 overs.
Have another look at this stifled appeal. I think the bowler recognising the fact that it pitched outside leg stump. They did waste a review earlier. Omazai being the bowler earlier too. The ball pitching a foot outside leg stump.
No!
Probably played it as well. Not only did it pitch outside the leg stump.
Good to see someone's digging a hole.
No!
Yeah, that is good. Targeting the stumps. At times you need to keep it, most times, well, you need to keep it simple because there can be a technical error from a batsman to a straighter line delivery. Break his wrist or play across the line, do something which is not supposed to be done on a surface like this. So you keep it at an honest length. Good length area, hitting the stumps. Oh, that's whack for 6. Magnificently played in the slot, and he really gave it his mighty full. 2 down for 82. Shanto now absolutely in control. 35 of 37, including this great 6 in the last over, the last ball.
Well, this was a 6 earlier. A tactic my fellow commentator is baffled at. Why bowl short balls on this pitch when it's as easy as that to help yourself to runs? Meanwhile, Rashid Khan operating at the other end. Yeah, Ramiz, it's an interesting tactic, isn't it? Trying to bowl short balls on this pitch. I know in Afghanistan's innings, 8 wickets fell to seamers. And I know they picked up a few wickets off the short ball. I wonder if that's the reason why they've opted for that tactic.
Yeah, I mean, right now the idea is to help develop a strategy, a theme which can help Afghanistan win this contest. So right now I think being sensible regarding your line and length is the way to go, because there'll always be a Rashid Khan or another spinner that'll be looking to dominate from the other end. So if you're not picking up a wicket, you've got to make sure that you're quite precise with your 6 balls that you want to bowl. Oh, that's gone through. Gulbadin this time in the slips. You've got to be very, very smart in the slips when you're facing up to the challenge of a Rashid Khan delivery. It's quick through the air, it's difficult to predict. You never can tell whether it's going to be a leggy or a top spinner or a googly. That's well stopped. That really is a very good stop. Desperation is what is needed in the field.
Yeah, smart fielding. However, yet another chance goes begging. It was a faint edge, but that should really have been taken.
Strong appeal. Is that out? Rashid Khan feels that he's got a case. What are they thinking? What is he thinking? He's asking the skipper to take the call. Has he asked for it?
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Ball is close to the bat. To confirm outrage, please. Keep rolling nice and slow. Nice and slow. I can see gap between ball and bat. Satisfied? No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching outside leg. Alex, stay with your original not out decision. Stand by. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Right, they burned their DRS options now. More out of desperation than anything. Rashid Khan just following through, feeling that he's got the batsman leg before, not realizing that the ball had pitched outside the leg.
Desperate times for Afghanistan. They were keen to get rid of the captain, Shanto, who has looked in decent form since the moment he walked out to bat. Oh, another appeal. The bowler's not interested. That's the end of the over. Bangladesh 86 for 2.
Catches win matches, right? And in here for Afghanistan, not only it is that they have shelled the opportunities, also in the process, I think they got carried away and got to their reviews burnt. Right off the catch that was dropped, Azmatullah Omarzai took a review where it looked very clearly having pitched outside the legs. I mean, even this one for Rashid Khan, I think, was evident there was pitching outside the leg stump. Well, Nangyal Kharote has been now brought into the attack. He's bowling with the left arm. He bowls quick. This could be an opportunity, but had to have been picked first. Quick run.
Well, Kharote's spell is going to be crucial in determining the fate of this game. From Afghanistan perspective, this has been a happy hunting ground for Kharote. His performances against Ireland, against South Africa, turned the matches on their heads, the way he bowled.
That's actually spot on. He's bowled brilliantly. We saw him in Oman. He wasn't as effective as a bowler there. Probably you'll think that maybe he likes bowling on this surface where the ball just stops a little bit, just a little bit. The way he bowls, he usually bowls wicket to wicket to the pads and sometimes fires them quicker. Trying the sweep shot, I think that is one way to go about the business when the ball is keeping low.
It's not very often you see desperation setting in for Afghans. They got 4 world-class spin bowlers. There's tremendous talent in the spin department to change the things for Afghanistan. Too far down the leg side. Another extra conceded.
It's also very crucial for Afghanistan to get together as a team and say, all right, whatever has happened. Let's start focusing on the game from here, because there's still a long way to go. 148 runs are still there for Bangladesh to register a history in 29 years that they are coming here and playing one-day international cricket to register a win, and they really need it, because for some time after that big win against Pakistan in the test match, and that too in Pakistan, fortunately haven't had really good outing, especially against South Africa. Losing to South Africa in Bangladesh. It's not very often you see right on your home turf. You kind of boss the rules. So they really want that momentum.
Talk about the losses in Bangladesh against South Africa, against a very, very potent bowling lineup from South African Test match cricket. Also, a lot of changes in administration. At the same time, captaincy changes, key players going out, key players getting injured as well. That contributed to not so convincing performances from Bangladeshi cricketers.
Continue to attack with the fielder in the slip. That has not been a bad over for Bangladesh, taking 4 runs off it. End of the over, 90 for 2. Well, seven bowlers been used by Afghanistan, more too of the desperation to take wickets, because when you have only 230 odd runs to defend, there's one way and only in it is to take wickets. A little bit of a sloppy work, pushes it for 2, and they complete it nicely. So Afghanistan will have to regroup and think about the catch. With wickets, you develop that momentum, and that too for Rashid Khan. We saw a couple of chances been shelled. Imagine if he is among wickets, he can be really lethal. We just recently saw his fiver.
This combination of Rashid and Karote, how well they perform. Can they take out a couple of wickets here for Afghanistan to turn the things around? Because at the moment, two batters looking secure at the crease, which is not a good sign for Afghanistan. But we know the quality that Afghanistan possesses in spin department, particularly Rashid Khan. Nicely driven. Another easy single accrued.
Yeah, well, talking about the quality of the bowling that Afghanistan has, you should not forget that these two batters out in the middle also have a nick of batting against Afghanistan. Mehdi Hasan Miraj has done it a couple of times, and Shanto too, in that tour of Afghanistan in Bangladesh. He was phenomenal with the bat, and once again, he's back in the form. 37 to him now. Building up nicely, putting together a good partnership of 29 runs. Yes, they were given opportunities, but who cares? They're still out in the middle.
Afghanistan, they need a wicket. Rashid Khan, can he provide them with the breakthrough? Nicely tucked. He's waiting at the crease. He's making sure that he's milking the ball into the gap on the onside, cutting those fine angles to collect singles.
Yeah, and I think about Rashid Khan, it is that the teams have done their homework and they play him as a googly bowler. Know that he doesn't bowl leg spinners so often. And milking him for runs, just a single and 2. On the top of some support with the fielders not given opportunities to him. End of over number 19, 95 for 2. Well, with all the 9 wickets falling to the pacers from the Bangladesh, in Afghanistan, interestingly, bringing in 4 spinners. Do you think they should continue with Rashid Khan? He's already bowled 4 overs, and he's gone for 17 without a wicket.
I think there's sense of comfort. Nabi is reintroduced now. Went out of the field, getting some treatment. He's back again. Pedaled it around the corner. Just a single. They should be thinking about keeping his overs back, because Rashid likes that competitive spirit. When there is a competition and when the match is tense, that's where Rashid can deliver. And that's the story with most of the Afghan spinners. So ideally, they would like to keep his overs back. Things can change. Bangladesh can crumble under pressure. But history beckons for Bangladesh. Can they register their first victory here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium?
Wow, that's beautiful from Nabi. We know Nabi enjoys bowling at left arm batters. That one just going away delicately. Unlucky for him. Not getting an edge, but Hashmatullah Shahidi continues to attack. 2 fielders close in inside the circle, short mid-wicket and short cover, and then the 2 fielders on the edge of the circle at the short third man and short 5 and a slip.
Nabi is bowling slow through the air. He's tossing the ball up and getting the ball to turn as well. It's skidding through. It's not biting off the surface. As he employs a reverse sweep, good connection, and Shanto picks up a 4.
Well, that's been a beautiful matchup. Up for the task, Najmul Hossain Shanto, the skipper, searching for form, bring up the 100, plays the reverse to perfection.
There has been a lot of talk about employing the reverse sweep in conditions, and especially looking at the target they're chasing at the moment. Shanto is confident. He's not only playing the reverse sweep, also using the crease well to nudge the ball around to take singles. He holds the key for Bangladesh, is on to 42, approaching another half century. Someone who's looking for redemption after quite a year, 2024, with bat in hand. Shanto. Miraj has been promoted up the order, 14 of 21.
Well, safely negotiated. Mohammad Nabi gives away 6 runs in his over. Bangladesh are 101 for 2. Well, Nangyal Kharote will continue. In his solitary over, he gave away 4 runs. I think he bowled well. And the skipper will certainly be looking at him to see if he can give him the breakthrough, because Afghanistan will need to break this partnership. 36 runs so far. This can take the game away from Afghanistan. Yeah, it's still a big chase. But another 50 runs from here. And I think Bangladesh will feel the comfort of having won their first one in Sharjah, in the iconic stadium of Sharjah.
Hits him on the pad. Was there an inside edge? He's bowling quick, 96 km/h. Nabi was bowling around 82. At this stage, Afghanistan were tottering around 72 for 5. This is the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Loads of memories watching cricket in the 90s, early 2000 as well. Sachin Tendulkar dismantling the Australian fast bowlers, hitting Shane Warne out of the stadium.
I'm looking for Tino Mawayo, who comes and asks you, how often is it that you don't talk about the legendary Sachin Tendulkar? And we see the stand been named after the legend. What a player. What a player he was. A delight to watch. Beautiful cover drives, wonderful full face off the bat, straight down to the boundary.
Many centuries, match-winning centuries, particularly against Australia. Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunis, Saeed Anwar, Saeed Afridi, Sean Pollock. Many legendary players performed well. They lit up the one-day format of the game in particular, 253 one-days already played on this ground. The contribution of Sharjah Cricket Stadium in popularizing the one-day cricket has been monumental. Nicely tucked away. Easy singles coming through. 21 overs bowled. It's 103 for 2, Bangladesh.
Well, the warm is heading ahead of that of Afghanistan for Bangladesh. Going along nicely. Remember the wickets doing the trick. Afghanistan at this stage had lost 5 wickets. Well, Ikram and Ikhil has certainly been struggling a little bit behind the wickets today.
And Nabi is getting more purchase from the surface as well. He's bowling slow through the air, 80 km per hour. He's getting the ball to turn. Miraj has off-stump guard. Nabi can fire one in as well. Down the track, straight down the ground. Magnificent ball striking. It's gone all the way for 6. Miraj with a magnificent hit down the ground. And Bangladeshi fans are jumping in joy in the Isles of Sharjah.
Yeah, becoming a little predictable, I think, Mohammad Nabi, tossing it nicely into the arc of Mehdi Hasan Miraj. That should give him a lot of confidence coming off the meat of the bat and hitting it with the bounce straight for a maximum. What a shot that was.
Footwork is a crucial element when we play spin, going back or coming down the pitch. This time around, just going deep in the crease. Predetermined stroke from the batters, just waiting for the ball to come. Magnificent ball striking. I've been talking about long way down the pitch, keeping his shape and slathering it down the ground. A flat 6. And he's using the angles really well, playing with the tide, taking singles. Bangladesh putting pressure on Afghanistan. How well they will respond. They got the champion bowlers to come and change the course of the action. Phil Simmons used to be coach of Afghanistan cricket team before the 2019 Cricket World Cup. Now he's changed his sides with his inputs about the Afghan players, but plenty of new players coming through the ranks for Afghanistan.
Yeah, but it's good to see Bangladesh playing with the intent, making sure they keep the scoreboard at check. The run rate right now is above 5. The required is under 5, and they will want to keep it under 5, because imagine if this goes above 5, it could be a little bit tricky as for the chase under pressure is concerned. Remember, they don't anymore have the services of experienced Shakib Al Hasan in this ODI. So his experience really matters. End of the over, 110 for 2. I think he's still got one more ball to bowl. Am I getting a little excited? Well, it will eventually end, and it ends 110 for 2 after 22. Afghanistan looking for wicket. Bangladesh going along nicely. It's been a well-constructed partnership of 46 of 64 between Mehdi Hasan Miraj and Shanto. They both have a history of playing Afghanistan bowlers nicely and doing it once again here out in the middle. Afghanistan skipper have used 7 bowlers so far, searching for that breakthrough.
Well, the pace of the pitch has improved. No wonder it's just skidding through, it's not turning sharply. That's why they've been able to make those adjustments of coming down the pitch, jumping down the track, or going deep in the crease and playing almost from the stumps. He's trying to attack the stumps. He's not getting the ball to grip. Short cover in position, short extra cover and short mid wicket. Playing with the tide, sort of chirp going around the bat. He's bowling accurately. Excellent temperament from two Bangladeshi batters, playing according to the merit of the deliveries. Once again, just nudging and pushing. That's been the story for the last couple of overs for Bangladesh.
Nudging and pushing and coming down the track and hitting one all the way for a maximum. You got to give him that credit. That was a good shot. That was a shot of an intent, which I really liked. Because that's how you chase things down. You just don't only take singles and double, but you also try to boss things.
Well, the most critical element about batting is strike rotation, taking single or manufacturing single. Legendary sports writer and broadcaster Peter Robert was of the opinion that taking single is the toughest task. A magnificent hit down the ground. Footwork was crucial, so was the timing and shape. Excellent head position coming way down the pitch. Beautiful ball striking. 23 gone, 112 for 2.
Well, Mohamed Nabi just trying to find a way. He's the one who's generating the most turn. And the reason for that, he's going significantly slower than the other spinners. He's tossing it up, trying to tempt particularly the left-handers. But it hasn't been successful just yet. Still early in his spell, of course.
Yeah, you make a valid point there. He is getting the ball to turn a little bit, probably more than any of the other spinners. It's because of the fact that he probably bowls it so slowly. I think the other spinners are all quick, skiddy bowlers, really quick through the air, don't really allow the ball to go up and down. It's very much into the deck. However, Nabi is more of a conventional off-spinner, a bit more old-fashioned off-spinner is what I call him. He has got great control over the flight of the ball.
He's always been like that. He's always been a brave bowler. That single from the last ball actually brought up the 50 partnership. It's been a really good fight back. Now Miraz has had real fortune. Dropped not once but twice. Once by Nabi at slip, and then the other time by Gulbari Naib at slip. But he's done his job, and the captain anchoring things really nicely.
Yeah, fielding's been a little bit sloppy for my liking. Two key catches going down. Miraz dropped early when he came to the wicket by Nabi at slip off the bowling of Umar Zaid. And of course, Rashid Khan creating a chance. But the catch was not taken. 24 overs gone, Bangladesh 115 for 2.
Down the leg side. Now, this must have flicked something because Alex Wharf has not given it a wide. You're talking about those drops. This was the first one, maybe the easiest of the lot. That was Shanto, wasn't it? That was put down. And Nabi, well, regulation at first slip. And even that one, I know it's come quickly, but you could see from Rashid Khan's reaction, he felt it should have been taken too. None of them overly easy, but at this level, Oase, you'd all expect them to go into the hands and to stick.
Well, certainly the first two, in my view, should have been taken. The keeper's got the gloves. He, I felt, made a bit of a meal of it. And then, of course, a regulation catch by a right knee of Nabi, which was, of course, flawed. But also in context of the game, I think if they get Miraz early, all of a sudden, Bangladesh are 3 down, 65 for 3. I think that was one of the first deliveries that Miraz faced. And if you got them 3 down, all of a sudden, the pressure is back on Bangladesh. However, they have done pretty well from 65 for 2. These two have put on 51 of just 77 deliveries. Make that 52. They're going to try and come back for second. No way, sir. Get back in your crease. Bangladesh 117 for 2 so far.
Yeah, we're so conditioned, aren't we, watching the modern T20 game? You look at a required run rate of underneath what they're actually going at right now. The required run rate's 4.67, current run rate 4.78. So you think in your head, just as well he didn't deliver this, it would have been a no ball with 5 outside the circle. Good thinking from the president himself. That was Nabi who spotted it at extra cover. Don't think Shahidi saw it at mid-wicket. But we're conditioned to think this is an easy chase. They're just going to canter home here, Bangladesh. I think we'll see a twist or a turn or two. I know ultimately Australia got over the line the other day at the MCG, but that's kind of a similar ODI, wasn't it? 220, 230 score that you might not get that easily.
Yeah, low scoring affair the other day, and of course so that is what we've got here in Sharjah as well. However, conditions a little bit different. Slow low wicket here in Sharjah, bit tacky, and balls not that easy just to maneuver into gaps. However, these two have made it look pretty good in the last 40 odd minutes. That's the end of the 25th over. Bangladesh 118 for 2.
Bowling! Come on, Nabi, 1 wicket, boy!
And that's the state of play at the halfway stage of this chase. Loving this from Mohammad Nabi. It's an exhibition of off-spin bowling. Don't be surprised. He's already found the edge once. If he pries out Bangladesh's captain and gets one of these 3 men to the crease. Now, there's so much experience here. Ridoy's had a great 18 to 24 months. And then number 6 and 7, as good as there's been in the green of Bangladesh. I sense one's coming here, Oase. You can feel it.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if Mishfiqur is promoted up the order. He's a very good player of spin, sweeps, reverse sweeps, and also just takes the attack to the bowlers. So it wouldn't surprise me if he comes in next rather than Tawheed. But that's something we'll have to wait and see. However, these two are very much in control of the innings, operating at ever so slightly above 4.7 and over. Bangladesh certainly are ahead in this game.
And the question for me here, as we spoke about in the first innings with Shanto's captaincy, where he just kind of went to the template and didn't get any more creative or aggressive than that. Is will Shahidi change something? Will he say, okay, hold on, we know Miraz isn't scoring fluently, let's get an extra man, or who knows, maybe even one under the helmet, in to put pressure on number 4. Shanto's playing nicely, more fluently. Have to change something up. You can't just expect the wicket to come.
Well, for me, that's the obvious tactic right now, is you've got to bring in the odd fielder in and try and say to the batsman, you think you're looking good, then why don't you go after us? And in doing so, if they can entice a mistake, and that's where, like you mentioned, a twist will come into the game. And can Afghanistan capitalize on it? Well, we've got 2 slips in. that's the change they've made. That man on the deep square leg boundary has sort of now come in now to second slip. Still got the 2 men stopping a single on the offside.
It's brought about a chance. Brilliant captaincy, juggled and held. Oh, it was almost telepathic, the connection, wasn't it? Nabi got into the head of Shanto. I said a wicket was coming. You knew it was coming this over. And that's brilliant from the man who was the best with the bat today. And now he strikes with the ball too.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, weren't we? Need to bring a change in the field to entice a mistake. And unfortunately, the captain perishes. And here's how he's gone. Got a top edge. And Rashid Khan almost... Sorry, not mind you, not Rashid Khan. The skipper almost made a meal of it. Just manages to hold on to it and sends the captain back to the pavilion for 47. Bangladesh, 120 for 3.
نبي ونبي انت والبراسه ما ورده انت ده لرنوي راسه ما قوم دينا غادي ها قوم ده قلت سلبكي لك سلبكي قوم في الدره ولدنا ده بريدا
What a brilliant moment in the game. It's a turning point. Bangladesh's captain is gone thanks to not just a clever piece of bowling, but a brilliant piece of collaborative cricket from the captain, their most experienced player, and their X-Factor player, Rashid Khan. The Brains Trust came together. In comes Tawad Ridoy in at number 5, and now comes a leg slip into place. I really love these middle overs in ODI cricket. You can almost see the chess match playing out in front of us. 26 bowled, 121 for 3. Now, change of bowling. They've got the wicket, so back comes Rashid Khan. Now, Owais, talk me through this. This is quite brilliant, isn't it? We saw a long conflab between the experienced players. Rahmat Shah came in to Mohammad Nabi. They had a word with Shahidi. They got Rashid Khan into second slip. Now, that's not where the ball has gone, but it's almost the mind game. It's brought Shanto into a different mindset. He's played across the line, and it's got the wicket.
Yeah, the game was dictating that, wasn't it? Where I think the batsmen were very comfortable cruising along, and something had to give. I reckon that was the discussion. Let's make a change. Let's make the batsmen do something a little bit different. And that's exactly what happened. Shanto goes for that sweep and manages to gift his wicket to Nabi. So a smart bit of bowling, good bit of cricket, and like you mentioned, Lenny, it's exactly what the doctor ordered.
We can assure you we have no earpiece out to the Afghan team. You could just sense it though, couldn't you? You could feel that firstly Nabi was on the brink of breaking the game open. Secondly, they had to win a mental battle. It wasn't a technical battle against Shanto, it was a mental one. And that's the brilliance of the ODI format. 3 different power plays, and they're all very different, aren't they? You have to innovate in these middle overs, whether it's with bat or with ball, or with your strategies as captain to change the game. They needed that wicket desperately, and it brings the game back more towards a 50-50 right now.
2 runs off this over so far. Being very watchful, the batsman against Rashid Khan. Looks like their tactic is not to let him get a wicket. That's the end of the 27th over. Bangladesh are 1-2-4 for 3.
It's the state of play. Again, you may feel as though Bangladesh hold the aces. I just sense we've got a, fittingly, on the occasion of the 300th men's international match at this ground, we've got an old school classic ODI in our hands here that could go either way. Now, Mohamed Nabi has been taken out of the attack. Karote's had a change of ends. Oais, 2 slips in place, 2 right-handers at the crease. Is this purely a matchups piece of thinking from Shahidi?
Well, it certainly looks that way. However, for me, I think Karote bowls the ball far too quickly through the air. So trying to build pressure on a wicket which is clearly dictated. The slower you bowl it, the tougher it is to get you away and the more purchase you're going to get off the wicket. So I'm not quite sure if the skipper of the Afghanistan team have got this right. Nabi, for me, was bowling beautifully, picks up that wicket, and then all of a sudden finds himself at mid-wicket fielding and not bowling the following over from the same end. Bizarre.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually. I think the data scientists will say, oh, that's the matchup, you've got to spin the ball away. But as you said, Karote's bowling a very defensive, sort of holding trajectory and a pace that, okay, he's probably not going to go for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and over. He'll keep things tight. But surely it's wickets here in the middle overs that Afghanistan continue to need to pry out. However, having said that, maybe Shahidi's saying Rashid Khan will attack from one end, Karote will keep it tight from the other, and try and squeeze Bangladesh to death. Pressure just starting to build a little bit on Mehdi Miraz. 28 bowled, 127 for 3.
The match is interestingly poised. Bangladesh need another 109 runs to win from 132. Afghanistan just getting the wicket. Rashid to continue. Lovely tossed up delivery. There's a sense of urgency amongst the Afghans. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra. With me is Farid Fidai. Both Afghans.
Yeah, I just have to complete your name. Ikram Ali Khair thinking that this might have come off the boot, so let's try and catch it and ask for a wicket. So, Devinder Kumar. Barakzai, that was. But yeah, the match is poising nicely. And it was a good move to bring in Rashid Khan back into the attack. I will actually want Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar to come and bowl a couple of overs as well. He's the mystery spinner and he's only bowled 4 overs. He's already taken a wicket. The thing that Afghanistan want to do is not to allow for this partnership to flourish and grow. That's already made 8 runs for Bangladesh. However, this is a very, very crucial stage of the game. They should not give away another wicket. Maybe 40-odd runs, and they could feel that they can win this match.
Huge appeal from Rashid Khan. Not entertained. They have burned both the reviews. Afghanistan, they cannot take the review.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. It was out, but Alex Wharf is unmoved. Yeah, let's have a look. It's interesting. It's the googly Rashid Khan bowls, and I think it's close call, isn't it?
Can he find a wicket for Afghanistan? Straight to the fielder. His sense of urgency, sense of positivity. He's so concerned, Hashmat, before they claim that wicket of Shanto. Mirage 28 of 46. Again, straight to the field. 29 gone, 128 for 3 Bangladesh. Two crucial partnerships between Shanto and Soumya, 53 of 55, and Shanto and Miraj, 55 of 87, negating that early threat from Fazilak Farooq in particular. At this stage, Afghans were 120 for 5. The biggest concern for Afghanistan is that they're getting the singles easily.
Yeah, the important thing is that you restrict the opposition and not give him singles and put pressure on him. Not to forget that it has already been 47 balls since the last boundary was hit. So there is pressure building after the loss of wicket. There's a bit of a pressure that you can tell building up there, and the required run rate is now jumped above 5. It's a matter of time. If it is around 5.5 and 6, could be tricky.
It's been 48 deliveries since the boundary was hit. Gets it fine. That's a single. Leg by signaled.
I wasn't doing the counting, I guess. 49 deliveries since the last boundary was hit now. Let's see if it is 50 balls since last boundary, is it? And it is. A half century. But I like the approach regardless. I mean, they know the importance of staying at the wicket. They know that if you have wicket down the order, you can always cash it out. Mushfiq is yet to come and bat.
There's a long history. Bangladesh versus Afghanistan. So they know how to exert pressure on Bangladesh. If you remember that match in the ICC T20 World Cup in Caribbean nations. Defending is a small total in a very, very tense environment.
Was that 115? The ticket to semi-final for Afghanistan? History.
Where is Gulbuddin Naib? He's right there in the slips. 30 overs gone, 131 for 3. In last 10 overs, getting just 30 runs. Gradual decline in scoring rate for Bangladesh. Afghans staging a comeback. Good, accurate bowling, good discipline. Captain brings on Gazanfar into the attack. A trump card, 1 for 21 in 4 overs. Very close to the body and stumps to cut.
And they will keep asking themselves this question, what if we had reviews? Because there was some sort of a sound that he heard, but maybe it was falling into the gloves. Well, the eyes, the asking eyes from Ala Mohammad Ghazanfar will tell you, they think that maybe there was something onto it. But this is a good move to bring in Ala Mohammad Ghazanfar, because Tawheed Ridoy and Mehdi Hasan Miraj have not seen much of him. They've played a lot of cricket against the likes of Rashid Khan, Mujib Zadran, Muhammad Nabi. But it's good to bring a new variation. And we know Ala Mohammad Ghazanfar, for the height factor that he has, he can create the bounce. He's also got good sliders, a carom ball that he bowls nicely. And he attacks the stumps and also reads the mind of the batter. He varies his pace nicely, so shoots the quicker ones and also bowls a slower one.
The off break and carom delivery. There's a discernible change in pace. Off break at the 98 km/h, 89. The carom delivery. Top edge. Fielder takes the catch. Amazing catch from Azmatullah Omarjai. He's pumped up. Captain introducing Ghazanfar, and he has broken through. Afghanistan is striking at the key moment.
Well, survived Mehdi Hasan Miraj a couple of times, but this time around, what a catch that was. Azmatullah Omarzai may be making a statement to his teammates, Muhammad Nabi and Gulbadin Naib. Again, a carom ball. Remember, this is a slower one, so he didn't get the timing right on it. Nothing wrong about the execution, but couldn't get it right. And the top edge, and a wonderful catch taken from Azmatullah Omarzai. Departs Mehdi Hasan Miraj after making 28. Bangladesh are 132 for 4. Can we bring
Afghanistan reading the state of the game really well. Claiming wickets, 2 quick wickets. Mahmudullah comes to the crease. 104 to win from 116. Pressure is mounting on Bangladesh. Excellent career. Stellar career with 5,000 plus runs for Bangladesh. There has been a talk about introduction, captaincy from Ashmat to introduce Ghazanfar with a carom delivery. Slow through the air, getting a top ace, and Azmat was always in the business. Great commitment, great concentration, brilliant take.
Well, everything has been right about it. First, to start with the ball, the way he bowled it away from his reach, varying the pace, bowling it a little slower, and then the catch. Now, that was a good change by the skipper, Hashmatullah Shahidi. Talks about the experience for so many years now that he's been leading the side. End of the over, number 31, 133 for 4.
Two new batters at the crease. 133 for 4. Dramatic change in atmosphere, dramatic change in momentum. 2 quick wickets in Afghanistan back in the game, big time. Rashid to continue. Should he be bowling now? Should they keep his overs back?
Yeah, for some twist down there, then you want his overs. Bangladesh maybe losing their way just a little bit. Quick wickets, back-to-back wickets. All of a sudden, this 102 looks like a lot more than 102. And interestingly, it's only off 113 deliveries, meaning the required run rate is touching 5.5. Now that too, with Rashid Khan having another 22 deliveries to bowl, could well help this required run rate reach 6 and more. Skipper Ashmatullah Shahidi doing the right thing, exerting pressure, keeping a slip on for so long.
Brilliant captaincy and good response from the bowlers as well. First Nabi getting the wicket, then wicket from Gajanfar. He's been leading the side for quite some time. Stability as a captain, making contribution with bat in hand. Brilliant in the field as well.
Yeah, started his stint as a captain from that series. Oh, he's bowled him! Rashid Khan! What a wicket this has been! No clue whatsoever for Mahmudullah Riyad. And this is the floodgate open for Bangladesh.
Magnificent from Rashid. He's expected to take wickets. He's expected to win matches for Afghanistan. Googly. Beautifully bowled, well disguised, broken through. Rashid Khan is celebrating. Whole of Afghanistan is celebrating. Captain is happy. It's paying dividends. The bowling changes. Mahmudullah goes for 2. Bangladesh tottering along, 135 for 5 now. Welcome back to Sharjah International Cricket Stadium on this very special occasion as they are hosting 300th international match. That's a story for Bangladesh. after a bit of stability in the middle stage of the innings. They're faltering along. 135 for 5. Spinners dominating the chart here, the Afghan spinners. The wicket fall, given for beautifully bowled. He's known for his ability to take early wickets. Then Azmat coming along. Well, this guy's shot delivery. Mr. President in action. Brilliant captaincy, brilliant catching. With the current delivery, with an outstanding, outrageous catch from Azmatullah. Rashid, he always takes wickets. With a special delivery, googly getting the wicket. And Rashid has now dismissed Mahmudullah 8 times in international cricket, more than any other bowler in the history of the game.
Yeah, and I have a confession to make. I thought that maybe Rashid's over could be handy later. But Rashid Khan and the skipper actually knew the stats. They'd done their homework because Mahmudullah was out there and he's already got him out 7 times before that, making it the 8th time. In comes Mushfiqur Rahim, who was held back for so long. Probably now is the stage set for him. End of the over, they want a single. With a bit of a hesitation, they will take it. 136 for 5.
Bowling, 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 bowling! Come on, boys, come on, boys! Hey, one more turn!
A Firebird production for Afghanistan Cricket Board. It's going global. Such is the beauty of Afghanistan cricket. 136 for 5. Mushfiqur Rahim, a wicketkeeper batter with loads of experience in the middle. Beautifully bowled, magnificent delivery from Allah Mohammad. He's amazing. He's winning the match for Afghanistan. A cracking delivery to get the most experienced batter out. Afghans, they're delighted. They're winning this game.
But for all the weight Mushfiqur had to do, come down to bat and meets a carom ball that he didn't read, goes away. Great glove work, quick work by Ikram Ali Khail, and the Cristiano Ronaldo style, sort of a style, comes into play. Some soccer celebrations out here in the cricket field. Mushfiqur Rahim departs after making only 1 run, and Bangladesh are in some trouble now. 136 for 6.
Bangladesh falling apart, 136 for 6. In comes Rishad Hussain.
Let's get him, boys! Good one,
Amazing from Allah Mohammad. 3 for 23 into his 6th over. Brilliant captaincy from Hashmat. 48, his best score for the capabilities with bat in hand. 2 slips now. Wants a run, he will take a run. Marvelous, great captaincy and brilliant bowling from Allah Mohammad.
Yeah, absolutely superb captaincy. Rashid Khan first, bowling a googly. Mahmudullah Riyad didn't see the deviation. That was 18 centimeters. And then Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar, a carom ball and quick glove work by Ikram Ali Khail. Tawheed Ridoy doing the right thing, taking this strike, running it hard and making sure that he faces the remainder of the over.
Come on, boys. Come on, boy.
Complete control exercised by Afghan spinners. It's not very often this wicket loses wicket in form of stump. Last time he was out stump in an ODI was in 2015. It's ball that is coming back into the batter, taking wickets. One that goes away taking wickets. Now the straight ball. Bit of hesitation, two fielders in position as he takes a single. Afghanistan in total control at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of uncharacteristic. As for the batting order for Mushfiqur Rahim is concerned, I was waiting and waiting and waiting to have him come, and I mean the coach will have his plans, but I was wondering why he's been held so long. And then coming down, you shuffle the batting order, and this is what happened. Something that hadn't happened since 2015 had to have happened in 2024. In 9 years, it is now that he has again been out stumped. Probably didn't read the ball, and maybe the pressure building, trying to score quick runs. But a very crucial breakthrough for Afghanistan. Oh, this is well bowled, and he's getting out. That is another wicket. They will ask for the review. And review has been taken.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Ball is close to the bat. To confirm ultra edge, please. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. I can see gap between ball and bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Yeah, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. Alex, stay with your original out decision. Stand by. I'll let you know when you are on screen. You are on screen. Make a signal, please.
Excellent call from Alex Waugh, the former English cricketer, officiating today. 138 for 7. Rishad goes for 1. Allah Muhammad striking. $138 for 7. Tashkeen Ahmed comes to the crease. Earlier there was Rashid Khan. Then came Mujib, and now new sensation in Allah Muhammad. Tashkeen Ahmed, 21 being his best. So got man at the slip, leg slip, forward short leg. What's an offer? Magnificent delivery. Allah Muhammad shining brightly here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. A new sensation, a new hero for Afghanistan. They continue to dominate. 5-wicket haul for Allah Muhammad Ghaznfar here. at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. He's wrecking havoc. He has been absolutely sensational. Another carom delivery, breaching the defense, rattling the Shams and Afghans, rattling the hearts of Bangladeshi fans.
Well, Ala Mohammad Ghazanfar completes his fifer, and what a way to bring it on. Sends back Taskin Ahmed without bothering the scorers. 138 for 8 Bangladesh.
Rashid Khan to continue. This has been a dramatic comeback from Afghan spinners, Ala Mohammad in particular. He has been absolutely brilliant in the absence of Mujib. Shariful Islam comes to the crease, averaging 7.55.
Well, when he comes back to bowl, he'll be on a hat-trick, but I'll have to give credit to the skipper as well, putting pressure on Taskin Ahmed, getting the field around, the slip, the leg slip. This was the 2-wicket. The first to fall was the leg spinner to a carom ball, and then to come was Taskin Ahmed. A delight for the bowler whenever they see the stumps rattled. And as I was saying, the pressure is pulled in. Rashid Khan, he is finishing it in style, and this is the wicket of Tawheed Ridhoy. Bangladesh losing their way in this match from 120 for 2. They have lost 7 wickets since then.
Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. This has been one of the most dramatic comeback from Afghanistan in one-day international cricket. Rashid Khan knows, Afghanistan know that they are on the verge of victory. 139 for 9, Bangladesh. Playing almost from the stumps. So much belief in the bowling lineup, and also the bowling changes from captain Hashmat Rahman, who was brilliant with the ball in hand today. He knows how to take wickets with the googly once again, striking the timber. Shane McDermott, the fielding coach, Gurbaz celebrates, Hashmat celebrates, Rashid celebrates, and the passionate fans of Afghan. Launches it downfield. Firm strike. Just a single. They're waiting for the formality now.
Yeah, absolutely. A very strong comeback by the Afghanistan bowlers, led the way by the young Ala Mohammad Ghazanfar. Tells you heaps about the work that is done at the domestic level in Afghanistan. So much hard work is put there to bring such talent on the show. Ala Mohammad Ghazanfar first doing wonders in the Emerging Asia Cup, and this time around getting a fifer For the first time, he didn't even have a four-fer, turning it into a five-fer. Mind you, if they survive this over from Rashid Khan, next over that he comes to bowl in, he will be on a hat-trick. Can that young lad, Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar, get his first hat-trick?
Well, in domestic cricket, he plays under the captaincy of Hashmat, so he knows his capabilities. He has trust in his ability to bowl in high-pressure situations, and he has delivered once again, living up to the promise. Brilliant bowling performance from Allah Mohammad. Can Rashid Khan strike? So Allah Mohammad will have the opportunity to take a hat-trick here at Sharjah. 142 for 9 Bangladesh.
Well, I was saying that the pressure was built by the skipper when the wicket of Taskin Ahmed was taken. Fielders closing in, putting that pressure on the batter, and sometimes batter lose their mind. And adding to that, the beauty of Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar. He first got the leg spinner out plumbing GW, and then Taskin Ahmed not able to read that count. So what will that be? Will it be Karam? Will it be quicker? Will it be an off spinner? I bet it will be a quicker one.
Two slips, a leg slip in position as well. And he avoids a hat-trick. And he takes a single, anti-climax. Last 22 deliveries, generating 10 runs and 6 wickets. It's been a remarkable downfall for Bangladeshi batters.
Yeah, Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar didn't hear me out, I guess. I would have wanted him bowl that quicker one that he bowls. Shoots one fast. But what a turnaround this has been. The camp, the dugout looks very happy. Always you will see the poker face. Jonathan Trott, the head coach, he's done wonders. And he goes for a big shot, misses it all together.
Mixing up his pace nicely, bowling those variations, the Karam deliveries, the leg spinning deliveries, the off spinners. Can he finish the job for Afghanistan? This has been a commendable performance from young Allah Mohammad. Knocks him over! Rightly so! Yesterday, today and tomorrow, Afghanistan cricket continuing to script history. Sharjah Cricket Stadium is a fortress. They managed to beat South Africa. And the wait continues for Bangladesh. It's been 29 years and more to register a solitary victory here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium from that position of strength of 120 for 2 to 143 all out. Credit should be given to quality of spin, great captaincy, brilliant teamwork. This has been amazing come from behind victory for Afghanistan. A young star is born, hails from the Paktia province. Wanted to become a fast bowler. His coach suggested him to bowl spin. Taken inspiration from Ravichandran Ashwin, is thriving big time for Afghanistan. The coaching staff is happy. Jonathan Trott, he still does not react.
Well, a remarkable turnaround this for Afghanistan. 236 is what they were defending, and they have defended it nicely. He finishes it with 6 for 26 in only 6.3 overs. Changes the complexion of the game altogether.
And these are the best figures in Bangladesh versus Afghanistan ODIs. What a player, what a wonderful player on this very special occasion. Taking 6 for 26, 3 for 20 versus South Africa, and taking 1 for 38 versus South Africa. What a brilliant start to a career. Afghanistan finding replacement for Mujib, continuing to produce wonderful spinners. There's a factory of spin bowlers in Afghanistan, and they have been delivering on big stage. They know how to perform in pressure situations. Amazing performance once again. Congratulations, Afghanistan. Bangladesh, the story continues. The wait continues. The trouble continues. The pain continues. Will they stage the comeback in 2 days' time? Only area for concern for Afghanistan in today's game is losing 4 wickets early, 4 for 35. Then Mohammad Nabi, Mr. President, with the bat getting a brilliant half century to stabilize the sinking ship and putting a competitive total in the chase. Bangladesh cruising along nicely, 120 for 2. Then Afghan spinners came on the scene, Allah Mohammad in particular, and destroyed Bangladeshi lineup with its variations, with its mystery. And the bowler has been congratulated by one of the greats of Afghanistan cricket, Amir Hassan. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Procession of wickets. 33 from the blade of Soumya and Shanto. When both of them were batting, it looked like that Bangladesh winning this game, but since their departure, Rashid and Gajanfar inflicting massive wounds to the Bangladesh batters. Bangladesh all out for 143. Bowling has been magnificent. Spinners in particular, outstanding. Amazing from Allah Mohammad Gajanfar. 6.3 overs, read it again, 6.3 overs, 1 midden, 6 for 26. Remarkable figures. So Afghanistan captain winning the toss and batting first today afternoon, 235 from 35 for 4. Brilliant recovery. Mohammad Nabi with a brilliant half century, 84. Hashmat also contributing 52 of 97. Taskin 4 for 53, 4 for 58 for Mustafizur. Fast bowlers doing the damage from Bangladesh perspective in the chase. Bangladesh all out for 143. Afghanistan winning by 92 runs. We take a short break, then we come back. Post-match analysis and presentation to follow.
Here's the winning moment, and what a moment it was, and what a turnaround this has been. Absolutely incredible, really, because Bangladesh were 120 for 2, and they seem to be going oh so nicely, and then all of a sudden the spin of Gajanfar and Rashid Khan ripped them to shreds. Mohamed Nabi, 84. What a crucial innings that was from him, after at one stage Afghanistan were 36 for 4. Hashmatullah as well, the captain, a really important contribution from him. A half century, 52 from 92 balls. Mustafiza and Taskin, 4 wickets apiece. Fascinating, really, that the seamers did the damage for Bangladesh, and then it was the spinners who really wrought havoc in that Bangladesh innings. Najmul Hussain Shanto, 47. It was all going so nicely for them, and then all of a sudden the wheels came off in absolutely spectacular fashion. Well, goodness me, we're just about catching our breath here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. The 300th international that's been played here in internationals for men. That's T20s, one-day internationals and tests. I've got Owais Shah and Ramiz Raja alongside me. And goodness me, gentlemen, I'll start with you, Owais, if I may, because that was 8 wickets for 23. Incredible.
Yeah, incredible, exactly. I mean, it was going along so nicely for Bangladesh, and all of a sudden, young Ghazenfur got the ball, and all of a sudden wickets kept tumbling and tumbling, and I thought, okay, well, he's picked up a couple. Of course there's going to be a twist in the game. Well, he just kept on going, and it was bizarre how much the ball's starting to turn, and the batsmen were absolutely bamboozled by it. And we're talking about a fairly experienced middle order here.
Ramiz, could you have seen that coming?
Yes, because this is an all too familiar kind of a setup by Afghanistan. You see, they don't really function that well most times with the frontline batsmen. Then the middle order comes to their rescue, and then Rashid and Nabi will provide them with impetus, get them to a competitive score, and then they unleash the superlative, the superb spin bowling department. It was just unstoppable stuff from them.
What went wrong, though, for Bangladesh's batters? Because once a collapse like that starts, it's very difficult to stop, isn't it?
You see, with the mystery spin, you've got to read it off the hand. And I think they're just not good enough. And it was all about, you see, when you're chasing a score, it's important that you develop partnerships. We didn't see that after that. Shanto and who was playing with him?
Shanto and then Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah. So that was the crunch, really, in the end, because they couldn't pick up the spin off the hand, and it was always going to be that contest. Bangladesh's spin versus, Afghanistan spin versus Bangladesh's batting. How well they play, and it was all over in a matter of, few balls.
Well, it was remarkable, wasn't it? And it was remarkable as well because it was an incredible fight back by Afghanistan when they batted. They were 36 for 4, let's not forget that.
Yeah, and then, of course, the captain and the experience of Nabi came together and put together a total which I think they knew that if they get anything above 200, 210, they are definitely in the game. Look, it's always going to be an examination through spin in this part of the world, especially with the way Afghanistan team is. How they're going to react from here is going to be hard work, because like Rami said, you've got to read it out of the hand, mystery spin, because all of their bowlers tend to bowl fairly quickly, and you don't have much time to read the revs of the ball.
Yeah, Hashmatullah Shahidi, 52 from 92 balls, and yeah, it was an important contribution from him, and a nice combination with Nabi as well, wasn't it? Because the captain was happy to sit in, and it was Nabi who was playing the shots.
That's right. I mean, we saw a lot of calmness when the skipper was batting. I think he's probably gotten the charge to captain them because he's got that calmness, that calm demeanor. And then Nabi, we know, he read the situation to a perfection, and he batted beautifully. I mean, it was restrained sort of aggression that made a lot of sense. That partnership really meant everything in that score of 230 plus.
Yeah, 235 was what Afghanistan got in the end. But let's have a chat as well about the Bangladesh approach with the ball, because they had Afghanistan 36 for 4, then it was 71 for 5. And I guess you could argue that they didn't really nail down the coffin there, did they?
Yeah, look, that's easy said than done. They didn't nail down the coffin. I thought they did a lot of good stuff out in the field. I thought the skipper perhaps just allowed the game to drift. And I could sort of understand that a little bit because the wickets were coming themselves at regular interval. They had enough pressure on the batsman and the wickets were coming along. So perhaps he just let it meander along, but didn't realise that, of course, the partnership of the skipper and Nabi was going to be the one that's going to defy the whole innings, and it certainly has done as we look back onto the game.
Ramiz, did Bangladesh let it drift?
Absolutely. I think you got to understand that Bangladesh, that Afghanistan needed anything around 200 because then they have the spinners really to seal the deal, and somehow just waited and waited for that partnership to grow, and in the end it did hurt them quite badly.
Interesting, though, when Bangladesh batted, Najmul Hussain Shanto, the captain, he came in at number 3, got 47, played pretty well as well. There's been a lot of conjecture around whether he's going to continue as captain, but when he was in, everything looked calm, didn't it, Owen?
Yeah, it did. Like I mentioned, I thought he looked really good. I think Somyu laid the foundation for him to allow the skipper to come to the wicket and play his way. He seems quite an attacking batsman. However, once you lose wickets back-to-back in the middle order, under these lights in Sharjah, the way the wickets are here, you've got to read the ball out of the hand because the ball does tend to occasionally skid through, the occasionally just sit in. And it's not easy for a new batsman to come in and start scoring runs at perhaps, 4-5 runs and over. So you've got to really brush up your skills of reading the mystery spin out of your hand.
And one more point. I think it's a problem with Bangladeshi batsmen because they get off to a good start, they get to a good 30, 40, and then lose the script, lose the plot completely. So they need to finish the target, the chase. If somebody gets to a 40, then he's got to make sense of the start that he's just gotten. But it hardly ever happens. That's why the record is pretty sort of up and down all the time.
Well, it was a remarkable end to today's match. There's no question about that. But let's now go over to Andrew Leonard because he's going to take us through the presentation ceremony.
Yes, many thanks, Brian, and you're welcome to the post-match presentation for this Etisalat Cup powered by Walton 2024. What a first one-day international we have seen, and fittingly for the 300th international here at the Sharjah Cricket Ground. We've had an absolute thriller with Afghanistan taking the win by 92 runs. Before we get started with the presentation, we would like to say an important and a sincere thanks to our sponsors, to Etisalat, to Walton, to Supercola, to Marhaba Auctions, to Tylox, to Adina Perfume and to Rue for their valuable contributions towards our sport. I'd also like to introduce you to my presentation party to my left, starting with Mr. Abdullah Pakhtani, the media in charge for the Afghan Cricket Board. Next to him is Mr. Kefiatullah Nabakil, the Marcom Director for Etisalat Afghanistan. Then next to him is Mr. Akbar Pakhtian, the Commercial Manager for the ACB. Next to him is the investment partner for Marhaba Auctions, that's Mr. Abdullah. And finally, we've got Mr. Saeed Badshah, the owner for Adina Platform. Gentlemen, you're all very welcome. Great to see you all and great to have you with us. We've got plenty of awards too for this historic occasion. We're going to start with the most sixes of the match check. That's going to be presented by Mr. Saeed Badshah. It'll be a check for 50,000 Afghani, and it goes, well, to the President himself. He's hit 3 sixes today, he's played a fine innings. It goes to Mohammed Nabi. So Mohammed Nabi will receive his check for 50,000 Afghani for Mr. Saeed Badshah. An outstanding innings, a crucial rearguard, as always, from the former captain of Afghanistan. Now it's time for our stylish player of the match. This is going to be a check also for 50,000 Afghani. That'll be presented by Mr. Abdullah. He played a crucial hand of 52 off 92 balls, and he put on a very important and valuable century partnership with Mohammed Nabi. The stylish player of the match, it's the captain of Afghanistan, Hashmatullah Shahidi. So Hashmatullah will receive his check for 50,000 Afghani as well. Many congratulations to him. Okay, our next award is for the game changer of the match. And it wasn't just for his performance with the bat, where he batted so well, the top scorer of the entire game, but he also picked up that critical wicket of the opposition captain, Najmul Hussain Shanto, a clever piece of bowling, foxing Bangladesh's captain into a sweep shot. So this is going to be presented by Mr. Akbar Paktian, and the game changer of the match is going to receive a cheque for 50,000 Afghani. Again, it's Mohammed Nabi. Mohammed Nabi is going to come up, if we can find Mohammed Nabi. Might be collected by Hashmatullah Shahidi. And then the big award that we've got to come is going to be the player of the match cheque. And that is going to be, well, obviously presented by Mr. Kefiatullah Nabi Keel. So Kefiatullah, if you could step up there, and alongside the cheque for 50,000 Afghani, the trophy will be presented by Mr. Abdullah Pakhtani. So that's going to go for his 6 for 26. Career best figures. Big round of applause. It's Mohammed Ghazanfar. And now he'll be presented with his trophy as well. That'll be presented by Mr. Abdullah Pakhtani. And I'd like to call then upon Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar to come up and join me for a bit of a chat. Up you come. You can answer in Pashtun, it's no problem. Congratulations. How happy are you?
اول سر کې خو دې الله تعالی نه شکرګزار یم چې په نن هم دې میچ وګټو او ښه پرفارمنس مې وکړو. مننه.
You only got 1 wicket in your first spell, and then you came back and got 5 very quick wickets. How did you do that?
سر کې چې زه رالم نو ډېر ښه ریدم مې ولګېد او یو مې آوټ کړو، بیا یو 2 بوله غلط رانه وسو، بیا چې کله بولینګ نه ما سټاپ سو ځان سره مې سوچ وکړ چې انشاءالله خپل سکلز به ښه جي کې استعمالوي او انشاءالله ټیم لپاره به میچ ګټې. هغه اوس بیرته رالم سټرانګ رالم او ښه ایفرټ مې وکړ او میچ مې ټیم لپاره پندم کړو.
Amazing fans, aren't they? How enjoyable is it bowling with Rashid Khan and with Mohammed Nabi, legends of the game for Afghanistan?
راشد خان که تاسو ته پته ده د ورلد سټار ده او محمد نبی هم، نو دی رول ما سره ډېر مهمې دی، ما ته ډېرې ښې مشورې میچ منځ کې راکوي، نو هغه رزلټ بیا ښه.
Final question, is this just the start of something special for your career, and how excited are you right now?
د یو لوبغاړي ارمان دی چې په یو میچ کې 15 یا 16 لوبغاړي آوټ کړي او هغه هم د خپل کنټري لپاره، نو د ما هم ډېر غټ ارمان او هغه ارمان مې پوره سو، د الله تعالی نه شکرګزار یم.
6 for 26, the best figures of your career. Check for 50,000 Afghani, player of the match. Many congratulations.
Thanks.
Okay, a very talented young man who we're going to see a lot more of in the future. That's Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar, the player of the match. Okay, time to speak to both captains. We'll start with the captain of Bangladesh, that is Najmul Hussain Shanto. Najmul, commiserations. It looked like it was going to be an incredible game of cricket, a very close one. Talk to me about the first innings first. Were you happy with your bowling performance?
I think we started very well. First 15-20 overs we bowled really well, but in the middle we didn't execute our plan, and the way Nabi batted, I think he batted brilliantly.
Would you like to have been a little bit more attacking? There was a couple of balls that went through the slips in those kind of middle overs, or were you happy with how you managed your bowlers?
I don't think we need to attack more, because the wicket gives us a lot of low bounce, so we just need to bowl that right areas for long period of time. But as I mentioned, Hashmat and Nabi batted brilliantly.
Okay, what about the batting performance? You were in a great position, weren't you? 120 for 2. I thought you looked really good and really comfortable. Where did it all go wrong from there, I suppose?
I think my wicket is very make the difference today's game. I think because I was the set batter, and after that Miraj, even Shomo, we all scored 30-40. So in this kind of condition, we need to bat longer. So probably that is the main issues today's batting.
How good were Afghanistan? Were you really impressed by their spinners, the mystery of young Ghazanfar? He's a special talent.
Yeah, obviously, I think Afghanistan always have some lot of mystery spinners, but everyone bowled really well, and especially that guy bowled really well.
Okay, final question. It's a short series, sharp series. Saturday is now must win for you. You must have been really grateful for the amazing Bangladeshi fan support tonight. Can you turn it around in 3 days' time?
Yeah, obviously. I think the preparation was brilliant, but today it is not in our day. But I hope the next match will come back strongly.
Really want to thank you for talking to us. We'll see you on Saturday.
Thank you.
Okay, that's Najmul Hussain Shanto, obviously a little bit disappointed. Time to speak to the winning captain. That's the captain of Afghanistan, Hashmatullah Shahidi. Hashmat, many congratulations. That was a really special performance, but with the 12 months that you've had, just a bit more of the same for you.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Yeah, quite happy about the performance, the way boys played today. So it was good and looking forward for next 2 games.
I asked your head coach at the halfway stage, Jonathan Trott, I said, is 235 going to be enough? He kind of gave me a wry smile and said, I hope so. Did you believe it was going to be enough?
Honestly, yes, I was believing when our 5 wickets fall down. So when Nabi came, he was very positive and he played really good. So our discussion was, I was telling him that if we score 220, it will be good enough score on the board. So we played really well. I think 238 was 236 was a good target here. And then bowlers did their job. Brilliant performance for the all team, and bowlers, the spinners ball was very amazing.
Well, they did more than do their job, didn't they? 6 for 26. How special is the youngster, and how do you keep unearthing such amazing talent in Afghanistan?
I think he's a special talent, good kid, good future for Afghanistan, and I trust in him, and that's why he is in the team and he is playing. In first 3 hours also he bowled really well, but after that no ball, I came to him and told him, why are you doing this? You have to not do this again. He said okay. Then in second spell, right from the first ball he did his job, and hopefully he do it in future for our team.
Just do want to ask you 2 final questions. One about the growing depth in Afghan cricket. Of course, you know Ibrahim Zadran, no Mujibur Rahman right now, but you seem to have the players coming in to replace them. How is Ramanullah Gurbaz, and how pleased are you with that depth? Because obviously there's an injury to Gurbaz, but that growing depth for Afghan cricket right now.
I'm very happy. We have a lot of youngsters, and if you see other options we have available in the backups. So it's unfortunate for me that Ibrahim is not with us. He's the best player right now in Afghanistan as an opener. And also, if you see what Mujib did in the past for us was brilliant. And today, Gurbaz was also injured, so that's why he didn't keep, and hopefully he recovers for the next game, and hopefully as a team we do well.
Hashmat, I want to thank you for your time. Always love to see you smiling. Your team were outstanding today. Winners by 92 runs. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, that's it from the post-match presentation. The star of the show, that youngster, Ala Mohammed Ghazanfar.
Thanks to Andrew Leonard for steering us through the presentation, and this is why we're at that presentation, because the match ended in a real hurry. Bangladesh 120 for 2, then 143 all out, and AM Ghazanfar finishing with 6 for 26. That's the second best figures for Afghanistan in one-day international history, only beaten by Rashid Khan's 7 for 18 against the West Indies in the Caribbean. So a breathless end to the match. And I've still got Oais Shah and Ramiz Raja alongside me. Gentlemen, let's reflect on that spell from Ghazanfar. First of all, he was brilliant with the new ball, and then brilliant when he came back with the older ball too.
Yeah, I thought really impressive with the new ball, not to allow the batsman any room. He bowls wicket to wicket. He's got this ability to get the ball to swing in late into the left-hander. And then, of course, once the ball gets that little bit older, he can get it to grip and just take it away from the righty, which means you've got to read the ball out of the hand. If you're not, you're definitely going to be in a lot of trouble. This was game 1. Well, they need to work hard in the nets, I think, in the next couple of days, Bangladesh, and really get their reading the ball out of their hand up to scratch if they're going to challenge Afghanistan here in Sharjah.
Ramiz, it's quite incredible, isn't it? Because this young man has come in. Mujib was filling that role for such a long time for Afghanistan. He's injured now, and because of Ghazanfar, they've not missed a beat.
Absolutely. If he continues to bowl like this, I think his initials will have to be changed from AM Ghazanfar to I am Ghazanfar, because that was a massively impressive performance. And what was noticeable about the follow wickets when he was bowling, he was targeting the stump, so either it was bowled or leg before. That's a tremendous going for a young kid. He's got a repeatable action. He's got the device really to upset any season campaigner. I mean, Mushfiq didn't read him at all. We were talking earlier about, off camera, I think, we were talking about, how good these Bangladeshi batsmen had been over the years against quality bowling attacks. But this kid is pretty special. And so it showed in the way he got and absolutely demolished Bangladesh.
Yes, Mushfiq, as we said on commentary, the first time he's actually been stumped since 2015 in a one-day international. And Ghazanfar, 5 for 5 in his last 15 balls. Absolutely sensational, and it's meant a crushing win for Afghanistan. 92 runs, the final of margin of victory. And who would have thought that when they were 36 for 4 earlier in the day? So we're all done and dusted then here at Sharjah Cricket Stadium for this first one-day international. Thank you very much, Oes. Thank you very much, Ramiz. And in terms of what we've got to come, we've got another game coming up on Saturday, the second of these 2 matches. Well, can Bangladesh get back into things, or can Afghanistan seal the series? We'll find out on Saturday. So thanks very much for being with us this evening, and we look forward to your company again next time. Good night.
I actually didn't know whether I was supposed to be listening or not. Say it again.
Hold the mic a little closer.
Yeah, all good. Yeah. Yep. So I'm kind of talking over your vision here. I'm kind of talking over your vision here. I'm sort of saying, as you can see, the toss was won by... Yep. Yeah, runs on the board, always valuable here at Sharjah. Yep, the big news. Yes, okay, lovely. What's my intro line? Is it like welcome to the highlights or something here? Or no, at the very start. That's it. Yep. This is the first ever ODI series between these two sides in the UAE. It's a yeah. So give a bit of that. That gives you time to name me, and then I'll just follow your cue on the screen in front of me. You'll show. I've got the screen. Yeah, you just show all the stuff, and then I'll pick up off that. The first one-day international between Afghanistan and Bangladesh here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Yeah, the first ever ODI series between these two sides here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Special day for this ground too, as it becomes the first cricket venue anywhere in the world to host 300 men's internationals. We saw Afghanistan win the toss, and they decided to have a bat first. The reason for that, usually a good idea here at Sharjah to get runs on the board, and then with that spin attack of Afghanistan, try and defend whatever total they could get. Here were the two 11s, and the big news, and really no surprise given the performance he put in the ACC Emerging Teams Cup. Siddiqullah Atal was in for his ODI debut. Big day for him. And of course the youngster, still very fresh in his career, Ala Mohammad Ghazanfar, definitely one to watch alongside those two left-arm seamers for Bangladesh, who make up quite the duo, Mustafiza Rahman and Sharaful Islam. So the first inning highlights are coming to you now with Brian Murgatroyd and Ramiz Raja. More to go. So I just again talk over these cards with you. Yep. Thank you. Check, check. Always. Target was 236, correct? Well, what a fight back from Afghanistan. Don't rule out Hashmatullah Shahidi's role in the innings, but certainly the star of the show was the president himself, Mohammad Nabi, with 84 of just 79 deliveries, and a good little cameo at the end from Karote too drove Afghanistan up to 235, and given that they lost 4 wickets in the power play, they'll be really pleased with that first innings total. The stars with the ball for Bangladesh were the two left-arm seamers, Taskin Ahmed. I've got to do that again. Taskin Ahmed's not a left. I'm sorry, I've got to do that again. Taskin Ahmed's not a left-arm seamer. Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah. My bad. I can hear myself, funnily. Do you want me just to voice it? 236 to win. Yeah. Yeah, I will pause after the bowling card, and then I'll give the target. So and I'll just say the target is 236. Here's the second innings highlights with Brian Murgatroyd, who's joined by ODI Shah. Yep. Well, what a highly entertaining first innings that was. Bangladesh had the best of it early. They picked up 4 wickets in the power play, in fact, but then it was a fight back led by Mohammad Nabi, the president of Afghan cricket himself, as his nickname goes, alongside another 50, a 22nd one-day international 50 for Hashmatullah Shahidi, and then that little cameo from Karote at the end that drove Afghanistan up to a slightly above par, 235. The stars with the ball for Bangladesh, 2 seamers. Taskin Ahmed with 4 for 53 and Mustafiza Rahman 4 for 58. 3 of the other bowlers wicketless. So the target for Bangladesh to go 1-0 up in this series, 236 runs required to win. Let's get to the second inning highlights with your commentators, Brian Murgatroyd, who's joined by ODI Shah. Do I date that other game on Saturday? Do I date it on Saturday the 9th? Okay, join us for the second match. Yep, second match. Last one. Well, the most extraordinary collapse that you could imagine as Bangladesh sunk from 120 for 2, where they were in control of the chase, to 143 all out. They lost their last 8 wickets for 23 runs, all sparked by the mystery spin of Rashid Khan and young Ghazanfar. 6 wickets and career best figures for young Ali Mohammed Ghazanfar, a day that he will not forget. The player of the match, he took 6 for 26, Rashid Khan's 2 for 28, and also wickets for Mohammad Nabi and Azmatullah Ormatzai. And that was the tale of the tape. Afghanistan, their amazing 12 months continues, particularly comfortable here at Sharjah, really is their second home. They took a very heavy win in the end by 92 runs, and they go 1-0 up in the series. So that wraps up the highlights. What a spectacular evening of cricket it was in particular. Great afternoon that was enthralling, almost old school one-day international cricket. And then the superstar that's bursting onto this world stage, Ali Mohammed Ghazanfar. What a day for him. 6 for 26, the player of the match, the absolute star of the show. Looks like Afghanistan cricket have unearthed yet another star to go into their team. That was the first game. Please do come back and join us in just a couple of days' time. Game 2 in the series, that'll be on Saturday.